Hello! Welcome to stream, everyone. Oh boy. So we're going to continue Ace Attorney Investigations. The first one. I had a really good fun time with it last time. And, I'm expecting about the same. Expecting to have more fun. Okay. So we're going to go ahead and get started. I always forget to boot up VC Phase like half the time I stream. Alright, well that's going up. We're gonna hop on over. Alright. Again, I have too many scenes here that I've only used like once. I should just stop using. At least put them in a different group in case I don't want to completely delete them. Anyway, we're gonna play a game. Let's do it. Hooray. Let's do it. Oh, it has the plane in the background this time. Interesting. Because we just finished that case. It's cute. Episode 3, The Kidnapped Turnabout. Alright. So guy's kid got kidnapped, I guess. We don't know where we are. It's time.
Don't worry, Mr. Edgeworth. I'll be following every move with my binoculars.
Good to hear. Now make sure you don't lose sight of me. I'm counting on you for backup.
You can count on me, sir.
I have to go. The kidnapper's supposed to contact me soon. Who would have thought that upon my return, I'd be thrust into a kidnapping case? It's not a murder this time. That I would be the one. Would have to make the ransom drop off? Oh. It's that dang suitcase again. Uh-oh. Are those flowers in the upper left shaped like a smiley face? Let's see. Check that the money is all there, safe inside this suitcase. Now all I have to do is await further instructions from the kidnapper. Which I'm expecting to be transferred to my cell phone. I wonder who else is around. This is the meeting place, after all. Oh my god! Welcome to Gatewater Land! Oh, thank you. And a big hello to you! I'm the Proto Badger! Nice to meet you! Excuse me, were you perhaps thinking of taking a picture of me? A picture of you? Sorry, but I'm not interested. Aw, that's too bad. Well, have a good day. Is this a whole theme park for the Blue Badger? Hello?
Who are you? You're not Ernest Amano.
Sounds like the kidnapper using some sort of voice alteration device. I'm his representative, Miles Edgeworth.
Are you a cop?
No, I'm cop adjacent. A prosecutor. I know what you're wondering, and yes, I have brought the ransom money with me.
I see. In that case, bring the money with you to the stadium.
So, this person intends to see if I'm being followed, huh? Please, Detective Gumshoe, I really need you to come through for me this one time. Can we really expect... Oh boy. Moshi Moshi. Edgeworth speaking.
Next, come to the haunted house.
Just how long do you intend to have me wander around for?
That's for me to decide. You don't have much of a choice here, my friend.
Suppose not. I've arrived.
Go inside.
This place is a little too haunted, I think. Oh, look out, the mirrors. They're in lower FPS. This place really is haunted. Oh my god, the blue badger is dead. What a dismal place.
That's it. Go through those doors.
Am I being watched from somewhere?
Leave the money and go. Now.
I was hoping for an exchange, but maybe I should do as they say for now and not push it. I'm hoping they have, like, a GPS tracker on the suitcase or something. Otherwise, you know, couldn't even catch a glimpse of the kidnapper. Perhaps I should keep an eye on this haunted house until police backup arrives. Oh, I knew it! He's gonna come back to life and kill him with a sword. Look out, Edgeworth! Oh, he's right behind me, isn't he? Ah! It's a trap! Rip. That guy betrayed. No, can't be. Then the deal. Who is that? What are they talking about? Split police. All right. In front of. Meet up. Can't move my body. I fear I may faint again. Look at that. Look at the one with the glasses. Oh. Ah, yes, the four genders. How long was I out? Was it rain like it is now when I made the drop-off? This is supposed to be a simple affair. So why have I been taken hostage as well? I can only assume Detective Gumshoe lost sight of me at some point. The only reason I agreed to be the drop-off man was because of that phone call. It's from Mr. Ernest Amano, the director of the popular Zaibatsu, the Amano group. Aside from that, I also owe him a great debt of gratitude. His only son, Lance, had been kidnapped. I know that Lance is already in his 20s, but I guess some things you never grow out of. Like being kidnapped? What do you mean? Can't sit around waiting for someone to come help me. Must escape somehow. Ah! Now, was that you making that funny sound? Who's there? How dare you laugh at a gentleman's plight? Oh. Ma'am? Who are you? Are you one of the kidnappers? A kidnapper? Me? No way, I'm not in such petty crimes. Nope, I'm after something much, much bigger. Must be worn out from today's ordeal. Focus, Miles. Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. Sorry about that. Ahem. Even in the depths of night, when no other bird dares to take flight, one alone soars to shine, the light of righteousness and the world's blight. And that one is me, for I'm the great thief Yatagrasu. Oh. Great thief? Did you really just claim to be the Yatagrasu? Oh, but my real name's Kay Faraday. You can call me Kay, Kay. Good, glad settled. Not quite. I have a mountain of questions for you. But first, it'd be so kind as to remove these ropes. I wonder, should I remove them? I'm actually having a lot of fun watching you make those silly faces. Hey, there's no need to get all mad and ice glare on me, you know. Rope goes through here, and there we go. What a relief. I owe you my thanks. Ah, it's okay. You'll pay back in full later. Now then, what questions I start with? Fortunately, I can already tell nothing is going to be easy with this cheeky girl. All being cheeky, are we? Okay, but first, have you seen my badge? Don't surprise me like that. Can't believe you're just shoving things in my face. I mean, aren't there more pressing things you'd rather ask little old me? She has a point. Should I find out more about this mysterious savior first? I still love how Gumshoe had a specific line of dialogue for the badge that one time. That was really cute. I hope there are more things like that. Great thief. You call yourself a great thief, yet are you really a thief at all? You doubt me? I get it. You think that a young lady like me couldn't possibly be such a big-time thief, right? That's not the part of a tough time believing. I'm the real, genuine Yatakarasa, you know. Yep, I'm a pure-blooded great thief. A little something I inherited from my predecessor. In that case, you wouldn't mind if I arrested you then, right? What? Of course I'd mind. I haven't stolen anything yet. Seriously, I don't even know you can say such a horrible thing to your savior. That's true. Technically, she hasn't stolen anything in front of me. Yet. When you say you're the Yatagarasu, do you mean you are the Yatagarasu? Yup. The most righteous of the righteous. The legendary great thief. But I inherited the title only recently, so I haven't had a chance to steal anything yet as the second Yatagarasu. I was not aware that thieves could pass down their titles like that. Don't worry, got some big plans in the works. Big plans, huh? Wouldn't happen to lead to a big arrest, would they? I knew it! There's just no reason with the prosecutor. I'm not the problem here. I'll have you know that the Yatagarasu has no interest in stealing petty trinkets. There's one thing and only one thing I want to steal. Only one thing? What would that be? That's gonna have to wait until we find our way out of here. Well, at least there's one thing we agree on. Sure, I'll have plenty of time later to learn more about you. So you never told me what your name is, Mr. Prosecutor? Ah, I guess not. I'm Miles Edgeworth. Aha! Now you remember. How could you remember something I just told you? Sure is cheery. Alright then, Mr. Edgeworth, let's get out of here. Good. Very helpful. It would seem that we are locked in from the other side. What? No way, I didn't hear you. La 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 la. Okay, you do remember where you came in from, right? Looks like that may be our only way out of this room. Whoops, slight miscalculation. That's a good height to make an entrance from, but I can't jump that high to make an exit. I suppose we have no choice but to look around and see if we can't find another way out. Well, it's unfortunate we only have 2 mascot heads in here. We have that sign. We also have this cell phone we can look at. Isn't this my phone? Looks like I made it through the ordeal intact. If only there were efforts to contact someone on the outside. But we do have a way, right here. There's a cell phone here this whole time! If I'm right, Detective Gumshoes have contacted the precinct for backup by now.
Mr. Edgeworth, sir! You okay? I was so worried, sir!
I'm fine. I was knocked unconscious for a spell by the kidnapper, that's all.
I'm sorry, sir. I'm such a failure. If only I lost sight of you.
Detective, we don't have time for this. Have the police set up a perimeter right now.
You don't have to worry about that, sir. I already got the boys working on that. But in doing that, I sorta...
What's wrong, Detective? Sorry to butt in, but I'm afraid you're going to have to make do with me. Who is this? Shi Long Lang of Interpol. Pleasure to speak with you, Mr. Edgeworth. I've heard a great deal about you. So why exactly is an Interpol agent like yourself involved in a domestic kidnapping case? Don't sweat the details. A crime's a crime, whether it's on a local or global scale. Besides, you're the one who's in a world of trouble. And why would you say that? Lang Zi says, the pack that runs together stays together. You catch my drift? You caused quite a ruckus by running blindly into a situation, then getting caught. should have contacted the police from the very beginning. Sorry this has happened because of a lapse in judgment. I've had a severe lapse in judgment. However, I humbly request that you please help me out of here post-haste.
No.
Oh. Actually, no. Sorry, no can do. What? We're hunting the kidnapper now, and I haven't got any hands to spare. As I said, my pack moves as one. You're the one who wanted to go it alone, so good luck to you, Mr. Prosecutor. When once we do catch the kidnapper, rest assured we'll come find you. Eventually. You. What's wrong? Did you get cut off? No, my phone ran out of power. No way! Doesn't matter anyway. We should try to get out of here through our own means. Yeah, the name to live up to after all. If we put our heads together, we're sure to find a way out. Cool. What is this? Looks like the Bad Badger. It's looking as bad as ever. Looks like a costume head to me. Guess the Bad Badger's costume is at the very least a two-piece, huh? The real question is, why is only the head sitting out here on the floor? Here's a pink badger. Hey, there's something inside the bottom right box. I think it's a pink badger costume. Pink badger? You don't keep up with what's going on in the world, do you? In that case, you better study up on the whole badger clan with this. Proto-badger. Oh my god, that's scary. The very first badger. Bad badger, vile criminal with a gun! Blue badger, an ally of justice who keeps the peace. Pink badger, note her unique pink bow. Cool. And girl. What is this thing? Think of it as the Bible as all the things you'll ever need to know about the clan. Whatever, I suppose I'm gonna keep it as a reference guide or something. How in the world is this going to help us? Suppose this means this is where they keep all the costumes. Certainly looks that way. It's like the Badger family's home. There are 8 boxes, but some of them are empty. Which means that 7 of the costumes are in use right now. But aren't these badgers the mascots of the police force? Well, I heard the police had a hand in sponsoring this theme park. Probably because the Gatewater group owes the police for all those cases they solved. Oh right, I forgot about Gatewater. They have all the power of the state and they use it to make a theme park. It's not just any theme park. They have a handcuff-shaped double-looping roller coaster. That's quite enough. I'm feeling woozy from just the thought of such a thing. Won't rest till I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. Key. What have we here? Ah! Why do I feel a laser-like stare aimed right at me? Do you want to take a look? I don't mind if I do. Who I see? Yes, this is definitely a key. I'm sure it's a key to something. Very helpful, thanks, Kay. The something is what is relevant to my interest. And what about this? There's nothing unusual about this area. Alright, what about this? No. So this is the pink badger. It has the same design. Doesn't seem forced to call this one a female. You think so? I mean, just look at how long her eyelashes are. It's the only difference. And the fact she's pink. Yes, and her lips are red. See, lipstick. What? She has nothing to say about that giant pink ribbon, or is that too obvious? This is that blue badger I met at the main gate. Excuse me, but his name is Proto Badger, not Blue Badger. It's based on the very first design created by the local police chief. You know, when you compare the two, the Blue Badger looks a bit cuter. Suppose they continue to redesign him, the chief managed to make him cuter and cuter. Even humanity's come a long way when you think about how much we've evolved. Are you comparing the Blue Badger to humans now? So this is the Blue Badger's rival, the Bad Badger, huh? Do you feel some sort of reverence towards this Badger, Kay? Ha! Can't believe you'd be so stereotypical when it comes to thieves. Surely must all think there are much cooler and cuter ones out there, right? That's it! It's either the thieves and thievery need an image makeover. Good luck with that one. There's the classic. Look, it's the Blue Badger. I suppose even this thing can be popular with women. My nemesis! What in the... Why is she beating it up? You He's got the word badge right in his name. That's nothing but bad news from someone like me. I think he's out there wandering around this park. Better be careful, he's gonna arrest me by the power of his name alone. Somehow doubt that the Blue Badger has the power to arrest anyone. Okay. The sign. They're holding a Blue Badger photo rally. You didn't know? Well, it's not just a Blue Badger, it's his whole family, too. Oh, boy. If you manage to snap a shot of each member of the family, you get a really posh prize. That's what that thing was. That's what the sign he held up was before. Well, there's a costume head sitting over there. I want to start with a picture of that. You can't do that. That's cheating. There's only one of each badger in the park, so you have to work for it. Speaking of badgers, there's one sitting against a wall in the haunted house. Seriously? But somehow I don't think that one counts, Mr. Edgeworth. You have to take pictures of the costume ones walking around the park. So those are the rules of this game? How quaint. Okay. Here's the paint they used to make the sign. We can use this paint to help us escape. What exactly you have in mind? Well, we can paint help in really giant letters. And who, pray tell, would see these giant letters? We're inside a building. Okay, then how about we light the paint on fire instead of color smoke signals? Anyone saw would think some crazy arsonist was about and call the cops. Actually, that may not be great for me, seeing as I'm a thief and all. Let's try to find something other than this paint to use, shall we? I thought it was about to say, let's find something other than this paint to light on fire. Man, why'd they have to put the window so high up anyway? How's a thief supposed to make her daring escape? Suppose we can make our way out if we're able to climb on top of these lockers. Haha, that's pretty clever. You'll be a good thief yet, Mr. Edgeworth. Please don't ever place my name and the word thief in the same sentence again. Let's see. Maybe I can just jump and grab the top of the locker here. Nope. You're not even trying. Man, why have to make such ginormous lockers anyway? If we wanted to use these lockers, we need some sort of foothold. Guess just talk to Kay next. Kidnapping. Do you know where the person who kidnapped you went? Well, after they locked you up in here, it sounded like they went into the next room and started talking to someone. I feel like I heard something as well, but it's all a haze in my mind. However, I do recall the kidnappers talking with someone. Just a guess before, but I guess I really am dealing with two kidnappers here. After that, they left. It almost seems as if they were done with you. Suppose that is the case, and my kidnapping seemed like an afterthought to the $1 million. Well, if they went into the next room, let's see what we can find out through the slot. Okay, but have you seen the pamphlet? Hey, don't you think getting off here is more important right now? You can ask me about that later. So she's right. Okay. Ooh, we can peer into the room the kidnappers were in from there. Won't rest. Yep. He won't rest. Folding chairs. Nothing unusual about the folding chairs. There's a door on the opposite side that appears to be the same as this one. Which would mean I can probably assume that these two rooms are very similar in structure. We may have just found our ticket out. Ah, I see. That's what I think it is. Looks like kidnappers had an escape tunnel prepared just in case. That's awesome! They're like a bunch of great thieves themselves! No, they're not, because I highly doubt they made the tunnel themselves. The floor panels were moved and propped up against the beam in a very specific way. This building was originally built with a basement or underground area. I wonder... There's something more here. There's a beam next to him identical to the one in this room. Even a hook on to hold a propped up floor pad in place. Which reminds me, did you find something useful, Mr. Edgeworth? Perhaps. I found a very handy hint how we'll get out of here. I wonder if we perhaps move the tarp. How do we do that? Can we open the lockers with the tiny key, perhaps? Or wait, no, it's probably the floor thing. I don't want to lose points. Can we present? Do we have anything? Oh, here we go. We can investigate this now. It's the beam I was tied to. What's up? Spawning, perhaps we can make it over to and out the window if we climb this. Good thinking. If it's climbing I actually need, just leave it to me. Thanks. The little hook looks like it might make for a good foothold. Up you go, Kay, and good luck. Count on it. Great thief Yanagrassi spreads her mighty wings and takes to the skies. Here I go. As I thought, this beam was definitely not made for climbing. What do you mean, as I thought? I'm not your guinea pig, you know. Okay, so... I wonder... This hook on this beam. You know, I already tried and there's no way I can jump from this hook to the window. Come on, even you have to admit when something's just not possible. Ha, was about to suggest that again. Well, that's here for a different purpose. Really? Like what? As we saw in the adjacent room, it's clearly for keeping a floor panel propped up. Which means that there should be a panel in this room that we can open as well. Oh, I get it. You didn't know this existed all this time because it's being hidden by this tarp. Alright then, let's fold this thing up and see what's underneath. Haha. Now this is what I call a treasure. Now, we use the key on this somehow. Wow, this makes me another entrance to the secret hidden basement. I totally smell treasure. Sometimes I wish just smells the sweet fragrance of freedom. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and open the hatch. Alright. This thing is locked down tight. Oh man, I wonder... Ah, fiddlesticks! Man, I wonder what the answer could be. Believe you're up, Kay. Huh? Why me? Because we need to use the tiny key that you've taken quite a liking to. Oh, gotcha. Just leave it to me. I love the tense feeling of these moments when you're about to uncover something big. I believe the feeling of freedom would be much more satisfying right about now. Alright, got the secret door open. Now... Yep. Wait! Ah! Man, she's dead. You alright? Kay? I'm fine. I'm fine. The ladder just slipped is all. Thank goodness she's alright. About had a coronary. There's a lot of really large machinery down here. What about an exit? It's really dark and cramped down there, so I really doubt there's an exit. Oh, the way she just... Ooh. I can't believe that happened. If only yourself to blame for leaping before you looked, you know. No way. I mean, how was I supposed to know if the ladders were movable? Oh. Well, that's... I wonder what the answer is. Give us a lot of softballs in the beginning of this case, huh? I say case, it's episode, but whatever. I'm calling it a case. Figured out how we'll escape this prison, Kay. Oh, so how are we gonna bust out? Seems that your reckless actions were of use after all. Are you actually praising me? More of a thank you for giving me an idea regarding this ladder. The underground ladder? What about it? This ladder isn't just for those who wish to go down. Oh, I see. If we use this... Yes, I believe it's long enough to reach the top of those lockers. Well, what are we waiting for? We did it. Alright, now we can get out of here. Yes, we spent entirely too much time in here. Kidnappers held me hostage. Mysterious Interpol agent. This case is only getting started. I'll be the one to bring it to a resounding end. Kitty! Kitty! Wild, Wild West area. The 10-gallon hat saloon. Cat, cat, cat. Can we pet the cat? Whoop. Looks like it stopped raining for now. Yeah, thank goodness. I have no idea how hard it was raining earlier.
Mr. Edgeworth! So glad to see you managed to escape, sir. I was so stressed that I thought my heart was gonna give out.
Detective Gumshoe, may I ask what in the world that is?
Well, that's,
Oh, God. Men in Black. Count off! 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 98, 99. Shifu, all 99 members are here to account for, sir. Oh my god. Heh. What the heck do you think you're doing counting my cubs off like that? Every person a valuable human being, you get me? And never has a name their parents gave to them. No one's a 2 or 3. Everyone, regardless of age or rank, is number 1. Got it? Shifu, Shifu. You're Agent Lang, I take it. You infidel, how dare you address our Shifu so rudely? Grr! Lang Zi says, a cub who disrespects others soon feels the disciplinary bite of an elder. Don't you ever forget to show the proper respect towards another person. Sheena. This isn't much, but please accept my card. Oh, thank you. Please accept mine in return. Y'all see that just now? That's the proper way for two people to show their respect. Keep that in mind, you'll get far in life, got it? That's right. Franziska did warn me. Something about an elite Interpol agent for the Republic of Zhangfa. Apparently this man had the highest successful arrest rate in the organization. Agent Lang, why exactly is an Interpol agent involved in this clearly domestic case? That's none of your business, Mr. Prosecutor. How's it not? I've heard a rumor or two about you. You solved a murder that occurred during your flight home recently, right? Ha! But it sure took a while just to arrest one little flight attendant. How pathetic.
How dare you say that, Mr. Edgeworth? You say you could have solved it faster, pal?
The comedic relief jumps the aid of his master. How cliche. Look, what I'm getting at is if I'd been there, no one would have died. I would have solved the entire case and Agent Hicks would have still been with us here today. Agent Lane knew yesterday's victim, Agent Nakby Hicks. Hicks was like a brother to me, so now I am out to take my revenge. Agent Hicks was investigating a smuggling ring with Franziska and a third person. This must be the man she was talking about. In that case, you should understand how I feel as the kidnapped is someone I know. So I ask that you please allow me to participate in the investigation. This isn't your neatly trimmed courtroom of Eden, you know. You're out in the wilderness now, Mr. Prosecutor, and way out of your league. No hard feelings, but why don't you go on back to your courtroom now, pretty boy? You dare to mock the court? I do, and I don't need the help of a filthy prosecutor. Sorry, but the truth doesn't need the likes of you to distort it today. You use the adjective filthy to describe a prosecutor. And why? Why do I feel such intense loathing emanating from him? Alright, man. Good job on the perimeter around Gatewater Land. Now just find me the kidnapper and bring the punk to me. Dismissed.
Sir!
Now then, Mr. Prosecutor, you just sit tight here and don't cause any trouble, understand? But wait!
But Mr. Edgeworth...
It's been a while since I last met someone so disagreeable. Why of all places did he show up here? Completely out of the blue at that. Suppose I'll have to ask Detective Gumshoe to fill me in on that. Hey, Gumshoe. Good job, Detective.
Sir!
For losing sight of me and the kidnapper, and allowing my investigation to be hijacked.
Sir!
Look forward to your next month's salary assessment.
But the case isn't lost yet, sir! I've got to show you just how much of a man Dick Gumshoe can be!
Shall I prepare the 21-gun salute now or later? Detective, are you sure it was the precinct you called for backup?
Of course, sir! I think I would know the number to my own precinct like the back of my hand!
Then why did an Interpol agent show up instead with an army of its own agents?
That, I have no idea. About 5 minutes after I made the call, that wolf man showed up out of nowhere, sir.
Agent Lang definitely has an agenda. The question is, what is he after? Next step.
Mr. Edgeworth, I was wondering if I may ask about one thing, sir.
Yes, what is it?
Who is that? The girl over there, I mean.
I'm Mr. Edgeworth's assistant, Kay Faraday.
What?
Funny, I don't recall making you my assistant, Kay.
Yeah, I'm Mr. Edgeworth's assistant. Me. It's been like that since forever.
Sorry, but I just stole your supporting role.
How can you say something so serious with that giant grin on your face, pal? Mr. Edgeworth, we got a thief in our hands, sir. She stole my role, sir. Taking her in, getting convicted, make sure she serves out her sentence.
Oh, come on, it'll be fun, like musical chairs. You better stay fast on your feet.
No way. I will not lose the spotlight to you, little girl.
Okay, have you seen my badge, though?
You gotta show me your prosecutor's badge, and I'll show you my police badge.
Your wallet is looking rather thin, Detective.
Oh, whoops. Must have left my badge at home. Always get the two mixed up.
That's not a laughing matter, Detective. Okay. It's okay. Man, can't currently do any stealing at all with that detective around. Suppose not easy when there's this many members of law enforcement in the vicinity. It's alright. It's not like I'm in a hurry to steal just any old thing. Which is it? Planning to steal something or not? Quite the mystery, this one. Maybe we should talk with her a bit more. What's next step? So what are you gonna do about your investigation and kidnapping? Good question. Since Agent Lang holds the authority to investigate this case now, this makes things a bit more complicated. Oh, come on, you can't let that stop you. I even lent you a hand, so let's go. But you're a self-reported great thief, are you not? Don't believe I can let someone of an unlawful nature participate in an investigation. You don't like to listen, do you? I'm not just any old great thief. I'm the Yatagarasu. As I said earlier, Yatagarasu's after one and only one thing. And what's that? What is this one and only one thing you're after? Yatagarasu's only interested in one thing, and that is the truth. I see. 7 years ago, this vigilante threw the business world into a panic. Labeled mysterious and phantom-like, Yatagarasu appeared and vanished at will. Though we still don't know much about this thief's ultimate goal, we do know their targets. Yatagarasu like to find and publicly disclose evidence of corrupt dealings of all sorts. Once a target was chosen, no dramatic calling card announcement was sent forth. It said the chosen corporation was infiltrated without even the target noticing. Some days later, the evidence that was found was sent out to the mass media, along with a card for the mark of a three-legged raven. Looking back, I suppose you could call what the Yatagarasu was stealing the truth. This child really be the successor to the original Yatagarasu? That can't be, can it? Lance! Lance! Where are you, son? Oh. Mr. Amano. Oh, Miles, my boy, I'm sorry to involve you in such an affair after you've returned. For you, Mr. Amano, I gladly offer my assistance. For all I have you to thank for how well things turned out during my time abroad. Wasn't for you, I might not have been introduced to that law office. Had the chance to study the inner workings of another country's judicial system. No. Think nothing of it. As you know, Manfred and I go way back. Consider a beloved disciple of his to be like one of my own blood. If you ever want to go overseas again, you need only to ask. I can use my company's vast network to send you anywhere at any time. So who's the old man? He is the father of the currently kidnapped Lance Amano, Ernest Amano. Now that I've found Lance yet, Miles, please, I miss my poor boy dearly. Terribly sorry, but your son's whereabouts remain unknown, Mr. Amano. Hold on there. What happened to all that money? I believe the $1 million has been stolen, that the culprits are now on the run. What? Poor old man. Don't you have anything you can give him to cheer him up, Mr. Edgeworth? Forgive him, Mr. Amano. I do have something I can give him. My badge. Ah, seeing that badge reminds me of Manfred. Now he was one fine prosecutor, the best of the best. Yes, I can't disagree with you there. I sense that you don't really want to talk about him. I feel about him. It's hard for me to be truthful about that with another person. Your hard countenance. I don't know what you're thinking or feeling. But mark my words, I think you are Manfred's true successor. I really do. Okay. The kidnapping. I was wondering if you could please tell me the details of the kidnapping one more time.
Oh, it was yesterday. A call came to the house. From the receiver came the sound of my son. Help me, Daddy!
I know this is tough, but please stay with me here, Mr. Amano.
You don't understand. He hasn't called me Daddy in ages. It was incredibly moving. Wish I had recorded him saying that.
Definitely should have recorded that conversation. Not for the foolish sentimentalities of an old man. Tell me about Lance. Refresh my memory. What kind of person is Lance again?
How will telling you about Lance help you get him back?
Surprisingly, a lot can be deduced from a person's relationship and behavior.
Very well then. Lance is my one and only son, and he turned 21 this year. He's very much like me when I was his age. Kind and very attractive. I'm sure women simply can't keep their hands off of him.
Anything else about him you noticed of late?
Now that you mention it, I haven't been able to get in contact with our butler, Oliver.
Your butler?
Yes, his name is Oliver Deacon. He's been with our family for years now. Gets along so well with Lance, so I thought maybe he would know where my son is.
Oliver. Mr. Amano, could you please tell me a little more about your butler, Mr. Deacon?
As a butler, he's outstanding. Even serves as Lance's personal private tutor. Took a brief leave recently, but even after it was over, I haven't been able to reach him.
So I haven't spoken with him since his leave. What about his family and friends?
They said they hadn't seen him. Tried everything I could think of, Miles. Do you think this could have something to do with Lance's kidnapping?
It's possible, but I can't say anything for sure quite yet. Even the person closest to the victim has gone missing. Oliver Deacon. Sounds like one name we better keep in mind. Detective Gumshoe.
Yes, sir.
Let's begin our investigation. If the Interpol agent holds the authority to head this investigation, can't allow ourselves to stand idly by twiddling our thumbs.
I'm with you 100%, Mr. Edgeworth, sir. I, Dick Gumshoe, blood stick by our side through thick and thin.
Mr. Amano is mindful that the culprit escaped, which is why, with your blessing, I vowed to return Lance to you myself.
Oh, I've never seen you so passionate before, Miles. Good luck to you, my boy.
Alright, well, what are you waiting for? Let's do some investigating.
If you think I'm losing to you, pal, forget it.
Wild, Wild West area.
That's what you examine first.
Thanks to Agent Lang, we can't leave this area, but the culprits were here until only very recently, which means we may be able to find some clues that will tell us how they escaped.
Okay, let's get looking.
Oh. Hey, you there!
Who, me?
What are you doing goofing off in a place like this?
I wasn't goofing off. I was about to help Mr. Edgeworth kick off his investigation.
You imbecile! All precinct detectives are now under Agent Lang's direct command.
No way! I'm not working for Wolf Boy. Mr. Edgeworth, can't you do something?
I'm not exactly in a position to argue, seeing as how you are a member of the police. Good, now let's go.
No!
Boy, have I just got the job for some of your talents. Well, that was exciting. Okay. What? Can't you tell them already to get down to some detective work? You should go home. Your parents must be worried about you. Oh, come on! I finally get to be your assistant and you try to ditch me? Don't recall offering you the position. Why do you have to be so difficult? Besides, it's already too late, you know. Like I said, I've already stolen the position of assistant a while back. Ha! You're the only one asserting that. Well, by the time anyone else notices, it's already gone. That's the Yatagrasu way. You shouldn't speak so lightly of things you know nothing about. Fine, whatever, you win. Go ahead and do your little investigation. The talented assistant K is going to tag along no matter what you say. If you turn out to be useless, she's not going to listen to me. Might as well surrender and let her come along for the ride. Oh boy. We found one. Let's take a picture. Yes. Hey, it's the Blue Badger. Badger, get! I really don't understand why she's so excited over this badger hunt. Speaking of badgers, there's a person inside of there. Mr. Badger, I want you to come share with me what you saw. Edgeworth, you can't interrogate the mascots. He's doing that contorted, wriggling dance again. Aha! What? Ah!
You recovered my undercover identity, sir. I was remained under that head, sir.
On to you, Officer Meekins.
Sir, Mike Meekins reporting for duty, sir.
Listen, I was a witness in one of the cases I headed 2 years ago. But the only thing I remember about this officer is that he often spoke and acted before he thought, which gave me a great deal of headaches.
Is he a friend of yours, Mr. Edgeworth?
I've met him in the courtroom once before. How was he so upset when we unmasked him? Do you have something to hide?
Well, first off. Sir! So incredibly shiny, but has a really ugly shape.
Knew it.
I was right to go for the much more manly police badge, sir.
But I lose a lot, and I just know I'm gonna lose it for real one these days, sir.
Mr. Edgeworth, I think this cop is one donut short of a baker's dozen.
I know. Believe me, I know.
Cool.
Mike Meekins. Officer Meekins, why are you standing here wasting time?
Sir, because I'm not a police officer right now, sir. I'm the Blue Badger. I'm creating memories and dreams for the kids. That's never wasted time, sir. I have a dream to become as big as Detective Gumshoe, sir. I was patrolling this scorchingly boring beat until a little while ago, and the dispatch radio in my shoulder crackled when a kidnapper escaped, sir. Thought maybe this was my shot at making detective, sir. I rushed over to join in, but when I got here, there was a sea of people already. And I couldn't spread my trademark friendliness and joy onto anyone. It seemed that some people never change. He's so sad.
So why exactly are you in that ridiculous outfit?
Sir, that's because, sir, I'm here to keep the visitors in good spirits, sir. But it's also to hide the fact that I'm an officer on the trail of a kidnapper, sir.
I see. Lang is very wise to employ this sort of diversionary tactics.
To be handed the role of the Blue Badger of all the different disguises, sir. It's such an honor.
So, did you find anything, or are you just being a mascot? How long have you been standing here, officer?
Sir, for about 1 little hour, sir.
So, okay, you haven't found anything. That's around the time I woke up from being knocked out unconscious.
I've been here ever since, sir.
That's true. That's possible Officer Meekins saw the kidnappers escaping.
But however, sir.
What do you mean? Oh, he's trying to say but, however.
I must tell you, didn't see a thing, sir.
I haven't asked you anything yet, officer.
No. But I know you will, sir.
He's hiding something from me. Officer Meekins, I insist that you tell me more about your recent movements.
Sir, I've been playing the Blue Badger this whole time, sir, and getting into it, too. Patrolled the park all wearing this costume. And about 1 hour ago, I came over here, sir. I haven't seen any suspicious-looking people this whole time, sir. But I did see a badger, sir. A lone Blue Badger.
What you said just now is contradictory to the facts.
How so, Mr. Edgeworth?
This is what Officer Meekins' testimony contradicts. That there's only supposed to be one badger.
Take that!
Officer Meekins, let's back things up. I'd like to ask you about your last statement.
Sir, of course, sir. That's your wish, Mr. Prosecutor. Slow patrol and wait as long as I'm commanded to wait.
You said that you saw a Blue Badger, correct?
Hold on, gotta take a sip.
Yet if you take a look at this, what you saw was not supposed to happen. This box is supposed to have only one of each badger at a given time. Which means as long as you are the Blue Badger, Officer Meekins, you should not have seen another Blue Badger wandering the premises.
What, sir? Then that would mean that there are 2 Blue Badgers walking around. But why?
Or may have mistaken it for a different badger. Though this badger head.
Sir, I'm undercover as the Blue Badger now, sir. Just pretend to not know anything about anything, sir.
Let's respond to that. It'd be like shooting fish in a barrel. Rip.
Okay. I don't recall the second 2 games as much.
So I probably missed who this guy was.
Look, there's a blur about the cactus here. This cactus is a very gracious gift to Gatewaterland from the local police precinct.
Can't believe the police went so far as to even donate a cactus in this place.
So is the police department running a cactus farm on the side? Just kidding, they wouldn't do something so silly.
Actually, I have the vague impression I've seen a cactus farm at the precinct before. Cool. These are real. I wonder what you put in them. Water would be the obvious answer. If you stored water in a barrel into the blazing hot sun, would it go bad? People of that period probably didn't care about how it tasted. Sorry, but I can't let you get away with making fun of our forefathers. I mean, maybe they really like the strange taste. Look who's making fun of them now. Yummy. Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, isn't this one of those things you tie horses to? Yes, although the horses are in another location at the moment. Aw, I was hoping I'd get to ride one. You know how to ride a horse? Nope, never rode one in my life. But I have an Asian friend who was born in the year of the horse. Non sequitur is the only way to describe your logic. Can I pet the cat? Can I pet the cat? Can I pet the cat? Ha! I've got you now, you vile criminals! I think the kidnappers with better sense than to try hiding in these. Oh, come on, lighten up, will ya? I was only joking. I don't really think the criminals would be hiding here right in front of the two officers. I certainly hope not. No comments on the cat, Edgeworth. I can't pet the cat. You cannot pet the cat in Miles Edgeworth investigations. That is so sucks. Hey, there's a bunch of footprints in the mud over here. I remember hearing rain fall out here when I was being held in there. It was just a passing rain. That's why the ground here is already pretty much dried up. Should be thankful. Left us with some nice footprint samples. You know what? If we follow them, we can find out where the kidnappers went. Plus, we'll be able to spot them because of their muddy shoes. I don't think it'll be that easy. Why not? Look carefully. There are quite a few different sets here. We don't know which ones belong to the kidnappers. Oh, that's true. We don't know what kinds of shoes they are wearing. Well, looks like some of them might be mascot feet, if I were to hazard a guess. The saloon. I'm going to talk to him. Horse I painted this garage door to complete the Wild West theme. They look so lifelike, don't you think? Thinking of wrangling or rather stealing them. If you can coax them out of there, sure. Come on, I know you can sweet-talk them out. You'd be holding a cube of sugar in my hand and they wouldn't budge, Kay. Horses hate Edgeworth. Set of tire tracks originating from the garage. Aha! So that means a car left in the garage at some time, right? Correct. But for the car to leave these tracks, you mean that left during the passing rain. It's the only explanation as to why these tracks are made of mud. 3 treads. We can all safely assume it's a special type of car. A tricycle. Excuse me, if you could just let me through here. Sorry, can't let anyone through. Agent Lang's orders. Ugh, suppose I'll have to deal with this impasse for now. Can we... I don't know if we can do anything from that alone. Talk to Kay. Yes? Kidnapping. Kay, what do you think about the kidnapping? Well, I don't know anything about the victim. So actually, I was hoping you would tell me. Ah, that's right. Never did explain the situation to you. Got involved because of a phone call I received. It's from none other than the director of the Amano Group, Mr. Ernest Amano. His only son, Lance, had been kidnapped. He wanted me to be the drop-off man. But then I suspect I'd be abducted myself. And that's when I found you tied to a pole, screaming, "Grah!" Can you please drop that already? Okay. Have you seen my badge? If I had one of these, I could be a prosecutor too, right? Don't even think of stealing this from me. It's that important, then why don't you wear it on your lapel? Suppose I can't really tell her. But no one in the prosecutor's office wears their badges. Why does everyone ask that question of me? That's what I'd like to know. Okay. What else can we investigate? Don't know if there's anything else we can investigate. Actually, I don't think we knew anything of the footprints, but we might be able to do this, perhaps? Yuppers! Second blue badger that shouldn't exist. Clearly it's right down to the person underneath is... Oh, I know, it's one of the kidnappers, right? The person wore a costume to get away. Precisely. That's where all the costumes that went missing from the storage area are. A blue badger, a proto-badger, and a bad badger. Yes, those three. So there are 3 phony badgers running around the park somewhere, huh? Well, now we'd probably do this. Now that we know the kidnappers are wearing badger costumes, those footprints of earlier take on a new and very significant meaning. Oh, you mean now we know which tracks belong to the kidnappers, right? Yes, more than shoe prints, we need to follow the paw prints of badgers. Okay, Mr. Edgeworth, it's time to use those footprints to go badger hunting. Okay. So what do we do now with that? Just go back to the footprints, I guess? So we're looking for footprints made by a costume. I think I found them. There are 2 sets here. Both do look like possible candidates. It says walking off to the west. Just stops. Can't make heads or tails of where it's headed from here. I think we can assume it's headed towards the stadium. Wonder where the other set leads. That seems to be headed east. Huh? Quick, Mr. Edgeworth! I've got him! I got one of the culprits! No, I'm not a kidnapper, sir! Down, Kay. Clearly those footprints belong to Officer Meekins. But our criminals were each wearing a costume. Maybe they came over to this garage for something. That's what I would suppose. So Meekins, if you could step aside for a moment, we need to examine the garage. Sir! Roger Wilco, sir! I love Space Quest. Let's open the shutter and see what we find. Maybe we'll find the kidnappers hiding inside. If only. Ah! Oh, never mind. We found something. What in the... There's a horse on it again. Keep finding horses on stuff. Seems to stumble across a dead body. She must be in severe shock to have been the first to find it. Now then, who is this man? It's Oliver! Mr. Amon, are you saying that this man is... Yes, he's my butler. How could something like this have happened? Indeed. Why was Mr. Deacon here to begin with? Better investigate this crime scene quickly before Agent Langer's men return. Kidnappers' footprints lead right to this garage. Right to a dead body. Is it possible one of the kidnappers is now a murder victim? Our curse examination believe this man died of a fatal bullet wound. Okay, but he has blood on his shoulder and in his stomach. Sure call for someone who just found a body. It's surprising what one can become accustomed to in the span of 2 days. Won't rest unexpected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. Okay, check his shoulder first. Well, as Interpol has control this case, I'm not going to be able to have a real autopsy done on the victim. Now, doctor, let's see what I can piece together myself. There are 2 gunshot wounds. One in his abdomen, one in the shoulder. Okay, so shot twice. That means he was shot twice. I don't think so. I think the abdominal was an entry wound, and one near his shoulder is the exit wound. That's a weird angle. Nice, I knew you could figure it out. That's a really weird angle to be shot at. Speaking of experience, this crime scene seems a bit too clean for a murder where the bullet went clean through. Should make a note of this oddity. Of course, this is an unusually shaped pendant. What is it? Something valuable? Seems to have regained some of her composure. Looks like a horse pendant. It's got an antique feel about it. It's really pretty. Hold on, this is made of platinum silver. Nice, it is worth something after all. Oh, and look, something written on the back. Colin Deveray. It's a name. Colin Deveray. This man's name is... Is that not his real name? Okay, what are we gonna deduce here? Oh, hey, look at this. Oh, that was pink badger flowers. Okay. Oh, here we go. Age 50, pending autopsy, fighting loss of blood from gunshot wound, entry point, lower right abdomen, my right shoulder. There are little bullets right where the body's found. Okay, hold on. What do I deduce here? Do I not have evidence or something? Or can I just... Does it count, like, the remarks here? Because if so... Like, we haven't said anything about the car thing here. Can we go and state that? What a peculiar car. Yeah, from the look, it must be the blue Badgermobile. It has 3 tires. Somebody left those tire tracks behind? It's simply not possible. Huh? Why? Take a look at the tires. There's no mud stuck to them. Therefore, it must have been here since before it started to rain. Oh, gotcha! Good eye! Shame I don't see any other clues around. It is a shame. The only evidence we have is the findings itself. I don't know. We need to deduce with evidence, but like what? I'll try deducing the car with... I'll try this. Eureka! This piece of evidence alone solves this whole case. Really? You think so? Because to be honest, I don't really see how it solves anything. Must be confused jumping from a kidnapping to a murder. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, I can't believe I made such a large blunder. But even this little girl could point it out. Okay. Well, we can't examine anything else in this scene. Okay, what does the game want from me now? Is there something new I can deduce here? No. There's a victim in a costume. Oh, hold on. But wait, is it like specific spot? What does the game want? Is it this? Eureka! Nope. Okay, I'm gonna ask Kay again. The murder. It appears this case is taking a turn for the expected. Oh, maybe I talked to the other people. I didn't think. I'll say I was shocked to open that shutter and find a dead body inside. So as most people would be, since the average person rarely runs across a corpse. Wait, you just compared me to a normal person, didn't you? How do you know that I'm so normal? Sorry, suppose I recognize that you're a thief, correct? No, I'm a great thief. And a great thief is not surprised by anything. Got it? Apparently, great thief becomes great loss of short-term memory. Okay, let's just talk to these guys then. Mr. Amano, this body. Yes, that's my butler, Oliver. How could something like this have happened? Indeed, why was Mr. Deacon here to begin with? No, that's it. Okay, what does the game want? Because... chair. Who'd you know? I really love this kind of chair, the way it rocks back and forth. When I grow old, I plan to sit in one of these and rock the day away every day. But you don't have to wait, Mr. Edgeworth. You're just the right age for one. Do I really protect myself for someone of that age? We can only deduce with evidence, but I don't have any evidence that links anything, do I? Right? I don't have... Huh. I've exhausted everything. What evidence do I use where is the thing? Do I really have to look something up? Guess I have to. Because I don't know what the game wants from me here. Hold on, let me look it up. It's gotta be something dumb, I know it. Or like I was right about the idea, but wrong about the exact spot it wanted. Let's check it out. Mm-hmm. Oh, okay. We have to deduce the pendant. And say that's not his name. Even though we already talked about that when examining it. Okay. Interesting. We already talked about it, so I assumed that was it. We weren't going to do anything about that until later, but I guess now it's later. Something not right about the name on the pendant. The victim's the Amano family butler, and his name is Oliver Deacon. But the name on the pendant is Colin Deveray. Wonder what's up with that. I don't know, but I think we've hit upon an important piece of information. Alright. Had to rip off the band-aid of looking up a solution, because I couldn't figure it out. Lance, where are you, sweetie? Excuse me, but you are... Is that a ring pop on her? That's a ring pop. Oh, this is bad. He's really good looking. Stop it, Lauren. Can't let yourself fall for a playboy like him. You're in love with... Sounds like someone doesn't know the meaning of the phrase inner monologue, huh? Sorry to interrupt your conversation. Will you be a friend of Lance? Yes, I'm Lance's girlfriend. My name's Lauren Pops. His girlfriend? That is a ring pop. She's eating it. Oh, it's not like that. We're like friends, and we're not lovers or anything. We haven't gotten that far yet. But I guess that's how people are going to see it, so I just accept it. I haven't got this ring for a present for Lance. Do I need to, like, buy a ring pop next time I go grocery shopping? I would actually like some candy right about now, but I only have chocolate. I'm not in the mood for chocolate. Anyway, you know what she reminds me of? Our cartoon character. Man inquires to why you are here. Haven't been able to get in contact with Lance lately. I began to get really worried. A heem, whimper. Looked everywhere for him, and I heard about the kidnapping, so I came here. Wow, you're really strong having made through all this by yourself. Is it true? Is Lance really been kidnapped? How'd you find out about that? Squints eyes. How'd you find out about that? No one's supposed to know, but yes, it's true. Oh, Lance. I can't believe you've been spirited away. I wonder how you're doing right now. Looks like she's gone back to the fair maiden in love routine. So, Mr. Edgeworth, where did we go from here? Well, we found a body, so we should look into the murder. Yep. My man brought me up to speed over the radio. I have to say, you really should have called. Heard you found something very intriguing. I have nothing to hide, Agent Lang. It's exactly what you see before you.
I'll take it from here. Yeah, that guy's really dead. Hey! I'm aiming for an invitation? Hurry up and detain the suspect now.
Suspect? Who?
Officer Meekins, is it? You're coming with us.
What? Sir, I had nothing to do with it, sir.
Agent Lang, don't you think you're being a bit rash? You even have a good reason to suspect Officer Meekins? Ha! Leave that kind of stuff to you prosecutors. It's your job, after all. Like I said earlier, the crime scene as forgiving as your precious courtroom. That's your answer? I know you like your logic and reasoning, but that sort of practical fluff is not needed out here in the field.
Oh good, the police here don't use logic and reasoning. That tracks. Yep, they don't really use it in real life either. That tracks.
All you have to do is arrest a suspicious person after a suspicious person. That's how you eliminate crime from the streets.
That's also precisely how we necessarily arrest innocent people by mistake. If we arrest everyone, there won't be any crime anymore. Just arrest everyone. That's how you get rid of crime.
Innocent people nonsense.
Also, unrelated, but apparently the final Splatfest starts in like an hour or so. I'll probably stream some of it. Just going for 4 days. It's crazy. It is the final one. Like I said, I'll probably stream some of it, not all of it. Especially considering I'm streaming this right now. Haha.
Innocent people? Nonsense. There's no such thing as an innocent person. We've all got a blemish to our hearts.
Arrest yourself, Lang. You just said it.
That's tyranny. Won't allow such a thing to go unchecked for my eyes. Heh. Too bad you don't call the shots around here. As I've sworn to uphold the laws of this land, I cannot allow you to take this man in. That you would arrest a man on false charges without even conducting investigation. Have you no honor as a member of law enforcement? You, how dare you speak so disrespectfully to our Shifu? Hold it! That's my line. You amuse me, Mr. Prosecutor. Lang Zi says, every pack has its own rules. You can play by their rules and come out on top, that's a true victory. Alright, I'll give your beloved laws a fair shake. I'll show you just how much investigating I've done. Through my line of logic.
Oh boy. Long Lang's logic.
I've seen a lot of buys like the one being carted off in my time. I can say it was shot in a single glance, but even you figured that much out, right? The current gun laws are not exactly easy to get your hands on a gun. Not unless you're a member of law enforcement like Officer Meekins, isn't that right?
That is your reasoning?
Solid as a rock. It's based on the philosophy of detainment.
What's this philosophy of detainment?
Ha! You don't know? In that case, pay attention, girlie. In my country, the criminals have a saying, beware of the wolf.
Why the wolf?
Because in my language, Lang means wolf, and you don't mess with me or my pack. As for the detainment philosophy, its father's my honorable ancestor, Lang Zi.
Sorry. I was caught up on Zhang Li, I think it was. The country area. I think I've heard of him as teaching if he's that famous.
Yep. Lang Zi developed it as he worked to lock criminals away thousands of years ago. This day, that was at Zhangfa. Zhangfa police still trains recruits using his philosophies.
But thousands of years ago? Makes your story about as believable as a fairy tale. Anything wears down and breaks over time. Do you really believe something as ancient as that can be applied to today's world?
You want to put it to a test?
Alright, I guess. Let's press.
Hold it!
So what can you tell me about the body?
A lot. You're without an autopsy out of my ways. They teach you the basics of forensics along with the detention philosophy.
Oh, you wouldn't mind telling me a little of what you figured out, correct?
Shot in a single glance.
Hold it!
Yes, I think anyone who saw the bullet wounds would come to the same conclusion.
Not so fast!
Heh, don't pat yourself on the back yet.
What's that supposed to mean? Another scroll. Another saying.
Lang Z says, search where the water is deepest. You have to keep your eyes on the big fish that lurks in the depths, which is the killer.
Is that right? How would you know about the killer?
Hold it!
It would appear you say little of our laws.
Studied? Who needs to study what every child in any street court already knows? It's Sheena!
The Federal Firearms Restriction Act.
That's it, the Federal Firearms Restriction Act. Here, it's not easy to get a gun these days.
Interesting. That woman's the one in charge of keeping track of the information.
Hold it!
If that's the case, there are plenty of other officers who might be potential suspects. You're not seriously going to arrest each and every one of them, are you?
As if I would need to. I've already looked at everyone else here.
Oh?
Other than Officer Meekins, I know no one else's weapon has been fired.
How'd you check every single person's weapon in such a short span of time?
That's because each and every one of my subordinates is extremely capable. Didn't take more than a few minutes to conduct the entire investigation.
The power of sheer numbers. You have yet to check Officer Meekins' weapon. Correct?
Thanks for reminding me. Hey you, show me your gun.
Oh! What's wrong? Why does he look so sickly pale all of a sudden?
A gun? What'd you say? I can't hear you. Stop mumbling, spit it out already.
Sir. I lost my gun, sir!
How would you be so irresponsible? In the end, it looks like you're still the only suspect we've got. You're the one who waited outside here's garage to ambush and kill the victim.
The Officer Meekins waited here to kill the victim, do you, Lang? I think this little accusation deserves a lot more scrutiny.
Hold it!
You mean to tell me the murder occurred here in this garage?
From the fact that the suspect was found almost next to where the body was found, so that's pretty obvious this is the crime scene. Lang Z says, criminal always returns to the scene of the crime.
Hey, finally quite even I've heard it before.
Furthermore, Lang Z says... Successful investigations are the result of multiple returns to a crime scene.
Looks like neither detectives nor criminals have changed their ways over the millenniums. So this is the kind of conclusion the philosophy of detainment can lead you to. I don't get it, Mr. Edgeworth. Why are you putting yourself on the line for Mr. Meekins? It's not that I particularly care about what happens to Officer Meekins. What? However, I can't simply stand by while Agent Lang ignores our country's laws. Shilong Lang. So what sort of investigator are you? Okay. Well.
Objection!
I think I present this because our deductions were, it's too clean. Fortunate for you, Agent Lang, that's simply not possible.
What do you mean?
You've seen the crime scene for yourself. While you were looking, did you not think to yourself that was a little too clean?
Aya!
So you did notice there was too little blood. Do you still wish to claim that Officer Meekins committed the murder here? Because this isn't the crime scene. If it was, your men who led you to think it was. I suggest you leave this case to local police to set the record straight.
Grr. Not bad. I see your logic can be just as sound as mine. In that case, let me ask you this. Don't you think it's weird that officer was hanging out around here in the first place?
Weird? How so?
Hey you! Your squad's not even supposed to be in this area, right? What were you doing neglecting your duties and loafing around here? Don't you dare give me some lame excuse like, I found myself taking a walk.
But sir, I really did take a walk, sir.
You're a disgrace. How dare you take your pack obligations so lightly?
So Meekins looking extra meek. Is he hiding something? Mr. Edgeworth, please, sir! Save me the way you did earlier, please, sir! Officer Meekins, please give us a detailed account of what happened. Sir! Not you too! We can't help you if you're not telling us anything. It's true, sir. I wasn't assigned to this area, sir. I was told to check every square inch of the main gate area, sir. I also went looking for the kidnappers while selling dreams in the Blue Badger Mobile, sir. But I got completely caught up in my role selling dreams to children, sir. But the Blue Badger Mobile's in here, next to the victim. That's not a good look for you, Meekins. That's a really bad look for you. Before I knew it, I found myself here in this area, sir. What is this blue badger mobile? It's a moving store on wheels that sells sweet dreams and merchandise, sir. So the blue badger mobile is just a roaming souvenir shop? Sir, I swear I was chasing the kidnappers down while I was being a good dream merchant. Seems rather worked up, even more than his usual hyperactive self. Sure seems sure of what he's saying. Try to calm down, lower your voice to a more reasonable level, officer. Sir! Roger, sir! A mean whimper. He's so sad. Alright.
Hold it!
Alright then, where were you assigned to? I was assigned to the main gate, sir. This means the area with the bridge and the outrageous fountain. Okay, then why are you here in the Wild Wild West area? That's because of a very deep reason, ma'am.
Hold it!
Describe for me how you conducted your investigation. Yes, sir. Well, first I made sure there were no suspicious-looking people in the area, sir. But the only people that seemed to gather around me were little girls, sir. Well, what do you expect when you're dressed like the Blue Badger? I had no choice at that point, sir, so... I also went looking for the kidnappers while selling dreams in the Blue Badger mobile.
Hold it!
Selling dreams? What exactly do you mean by selling dreams? Sir, the Blue Badger mobile is where dreams are collected. What? Sweetness like you have never known except in dreams, ma'am. Like innocence drops. And bitterness found only in nightmares, ma'am, like guilty jawbreakers. What? What? Who? Selling those as I push the Blue Badger mobile along is my sworn duty, ma'am. Oh boy.
Hold it!
You completely forgot to look for the kidnappers. No, sir, of course not, sir. I would never do such a thing like that, sir. You're absolutely right. Wow, you're so good at this force people confess thing, Mr. Edgeworth. To be frank, I'm just a little guy. It's my birthday. I'm just a little guy. I'm better at selling kids a few small dreams looking for a big crook, sir.
Hold it!
Enough wallowing your own self-pity. Let's return to your testimony. Yes, sir. He's just a little guy. How'd you wind up all the way over here? I was in the middle of a sea of kids, sir. But one of the kids decided to challenge me to a fight. What? Had to run away from the child's painful dropkicks. And before I knew it, the good old dropkick. Dished out my fair share of those when I was a kid. It's always the best when you felt one really connect with your opponent. In any case, you wound up here for a reason completely unrelated to the investigation. Sir! That's right, sir. It's not something you should be admitting to with your head held high, officer. It's like you simply forgot about his real job and became the Blue Badger. But there's one flaw in Officer Meekins' story. I have the feeling that he'll need some prodding before he'll spill the beans. Okay. Okay. Do I just send this here? Because it was parked inside the garage.
Objection!
This evidence contradicts your statement just now. So what if it does? Wait up there, Junior. Where is this contradiction you speak of, Mr. Prosecutor? Must be something wrong with the way I'm approaching this. Maybe in reality you doubt me too, Mr. Edgeworth, sir. But sir, I'm telling you, I don't know anything, sir. Now I know something's wrong. Officer Meekins is definitely hiding something. Again, this was parked here.
Objection!
Oh, there we go. It was a different. It was that statement specifically about the Badgermobile. All right. I'm not mad about that. Officer Meekins, I'd appreciate if you didn't tell me such transparent lies. Sir, I'm lying, sir. Yes, you are. If you're really out there selling dreams of the blue Badgermobile until recently, then what is it doing here inside the garage? Ah! Actually, I just lost track, sir. Lost track of what? By the time I realized that the blue Badgermobile was nowhere to be found, sir. Which would mean it was perhaps stolen. That's when I came back to this area, thinking maybe it was in the garage, sir. That's when you found me, Mr. Edgeworth, sir. A likely story. What do you think is gonna buy such a convenient tale as that? What exactly is so convenient about his story? The car getting stolen is completely unbelievable even for a cover story. I think we can assume the car was used alright. To move the dead body. What? You killed the victim at some distant location, Officer Meekins, and then used the blue Badgermobile to transport it all the way here. Now then, you're coming with me. But it wasn't me! Sir, the killer, sir! It wasn't me, sir! Agent Lang, wait. What do you want now? We still don't know where the real scene of the crime is. We can't say we know all the facts of this case, let alone the truth. I told you, truth smooth. I couldn't care less. Our job is to catch the crook. We'll find out your precious truth after we arrest this guy and take him in. That's the job of you prosecutors in your fancy courts with your logic. As for us, we don't have that kind of time to waste. You borscht buffoon. I think you need to leave. What? We need to get the body to autopsy. You guys are getting in the way. You would interfere with another one of my investigations? Hey now, let's not forget who holds the actual authority to conduct investigations here. Ugh. I'm afraid the one doing the interrupting is you, my ignorant little pretty boy. Ugh. Now be a good fancy boy and get out of my sight. If you don't, I'll arrest you for obstruction of justice. Rip. So what do we do? I guess we could just enjoy the park, have fun, go on the rides. It'll find the eyewitness. There's the blue badger again. Chased out like a pair of peasants. Mr. Edgeworth. Yes, Kay? There's something even thieves should never steal. You know what that is? You really should steal anything, however albeit, what shouldn't a thief steal? A life. It's too heavy of a burden on your soul to get away with, ever. That's something we can agree on. Well said, Kay. No matter what we may try, murder is the one crime that can never truly be hidden. I intend to prove that by my own hands. I apprehend the murderer myself. Alright, I'm gonna work extra hard to be a good assistant. Let's go. Still never said she could be my assistant. I'm just going to drop the issue. The first thing we should do is locate the real scene of the murder.
Mr. Edgeworth!
Detective Gumshoe.
Mr. Edgeworth! The stadium! Hurry, sir! It's supposed to be hush-hush, but they found a witness at the stadium.
A witness? You, what did we tell you about leaving your assigned post?
The jig is up. Mr. Edgeworth, remember that I'm always rooting for you, so go get him, sir!
Can't get dragged off this time. Those techs for sure look like they're enjoying themselves. Not all fun and games, Kay. Now let's head to the stadium and meet this witness. It's the pink Badgermobile. This is one of the cars that wasn't in the garage. I thought there was a witness here. The car is the witness. Yeah, I don't see anyone. Mr. Edgeworth. Oh, hey. Long time no see. You are Miss Emma Skye, correct? This girl's the younger sister of my former superior, Lana Skye. 2 years ago, we stood in the same court because witness and prosecutor. I thought she'd gone to Europe to study forensics. Can't believe you remember me, Sir Edgeworth. Of course I do. How have you been? Between good spirits? Still studying abroad? You bet. More than anything, I want to investigate crime scenes scientifically. But studying non-stop every day to become a top-notch forensic scientist. But spring break now, so I thought I'd come back for a bit. You see. Let's talk. I almost didn't recognize you. You've really grown these past few years. Please don't tease me, Mr. Edgeworth. I know I still have a long way to go. I'm gonna be a super forensic scientist someday. You'll see. You seem to know Mr. Edgeworth really well. 2 acquaintances? Oh, forgot to introduce myself. I'm Emma Skye. Nice to meet you. Studying abroad now to be a forensic scientist. How about you? Ah, it's a great dream. My name's Kay Faraday. I'm trained to become an unstoppable great thief. A great thief? Don't think too hard on it, Emma. It's not worth the trouble. In any case, we have much to catch up on. You bet we do. I vaguely remember Emma Skye. It was like, wasn't it a bonus case in the first game? So why are you here, Emma? I just happened to decide to come back home for spring break. And I heard that you'd come back too, so I raced on over here. I really wanted to welcome you back at the airport, but I just missed you. How exactly did you know I was here? With the power of science, naturally. She has a DS. And it has ES on it. Never understand what science can do for you. I use these to track your footprints, and I follow them straight to you. It says the greatest. So wonderfully scientific. Spray this chemical on the ground, and when you shine the special light on it, zing! The footprints light up like an electrified noble gas in a glass tube. Sounds like magic, scientifically speaking. Forensic science has never seemed more ominous to me than at this very moment. Oh boy. Oh, I forgot. My badge. This is the symbol of a prosecutor, right? I don't think I've ever seen you wear it, though. Well, I'm not as enthusiastic about wearing it as you are with your pin badges. I know, right? I mean, I really wanted to put even more on today, actually. No, hey, I like yours, Kay. Do you have any extras? Sorry, but there's only one of these in the world. It's proof that I'm a great thief. Are you the witness? Are you the witness by Jonathan Blow? I'd like to ask you about what you witnessed. Huh? What are you talking about? Are you not the witness Detective Gumshoe told us about? I did get a call from Detective Gumshoe earlier. He's practically yelling at me. Mr. Edgeworth needs your scientific doohickeys right now, pal, he said. What was that man thinking? Or rather, not thinking. Just let me guess, it's been a murder, right? Yes, unfortunately. A sudden glint in her eyes. I need to keep my mind focused on the witness. Now, where'd that person go? What do you think, Kay? Notice anything? You look deep in thought. Care to share, Kay? I don't know what's happening. Getting a little confused. For example, what that detective said earlier. How we must look for the witness at the stadium. No, not that. I'm always rooting for you, Bit. I was thinking how sweet that is. It's like you two are best friends. I think you're a little confused, all right, Kay. Aw. I hate seeing this Gumshoe slander. I assume this is another Badger-mobile. Yeah, but it's a different color than the Blue Badger's car. Yes, this is the retina-searing pink model. What's that off in the distance? Is the Pink Badger approaching, or... Yep. Oh, hey, it's the Pink Badger! Badger, get! Badger, 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 mushrooms. Just what she's seen, these silly things. Hold on. Okay, she is supposed to have those. Okay. I was like, does she have those handcuffs? And yes, she does. She has the sash and the handcuffs. Okay. I thought it was going to be like, you're the wrong mascot! I think this badger has something to say to you, Mr. Edgeworth. Are you by chance the witness I've been searching for? Sorry, but I don't speak badger dance. Cool. Oh no! I can't stand being tied to that stuffy head anymore! No! Why her? Why here? Why now? First met this woman 3 years ago. She was a witness in one of my cases. She has since gone out of her way to pop up unexpectedly and cause me great grief. Edgy Poo! Why couldn't you understand what I was trying to tell you? I mean, really. I was trying so hard to keep the kids' dreams alive by staying in character. But you couldn't pick up what I was trying to convey to you. Sick and tired of that roundabout way of talking, so I'm just going to be direct. Had a bad feeling before.
but this just made it official. Today has gone beyond the typical not my day into the realm of waking nightmare.
So you're a friend of Mr. Edgeworth too, Miss Pink Badger?
You could say that. Right now I'm just the Pink Badger, dearie. She may look the part, but I know better than to trust my eyes around this woman. My name is Wendy Oldbag. You can just call me Wendy or Granny or whatever suits your fancy. Nice to meet you, Miss Oldbag. I'm Kay Faraday. What do I care about a young whippersnapper like you?
Yeesh, I was just trying to be polite.
What? Why?
My badge. Go on, Edgy Poo, show me anything, I'll tell you all about it.
Very well, what do you think about this?
It's nothing special.
Somehow I figured she'd say as much.
She hates my badge.
Weren't you a security guard at one of the Gatewater hotels the last time we met?
I go where I'm needed.
I'm very good at what I do, unlike the youth of today.
I get called in all the time to film there aren't enough hands.
But enough about me, Edgy Poo. I'm thoroughly dejected right now. If I get the chance to see you again here, you're talking with two young girls. Men are all the same. Doesn't matter how old young girls are. Just see how they happen by you and finally get to notice me. But I got to range about a 17-year-old. I don't see why he sees her at all. They say the person takes 3 years to ripen a girl.
So you attract all sorts of interesting people, Mr. Edgeworth.
Kay, please, I'm begging you. By all means, do not provoke her any further.
Jeez. Aren't you forgetting about something, Mr. Edgeworth? This person could be the witness.
So I hope she isn't, but I don't think fate is going to be so kind today.
I saw what happened. I even saw the exact moment it happened. How's that? So it's true. She is the witness.
I don't suppose I can afford to ignore the old bag.
Yes, it was just a little while ago. Saw it happen right in front of me. The moment of the murder.
You mean to say that you witnessed someone being killed right before your eyes?
Sounds like a pretty important piece of testimony to me.
Oh god. Here we go.
Came to the stand to take a short break. As I was resting, I happened to glance over and I saw 2 men facing each other in that area. Suddenly, there was a loud gunshot and the person who was shot fell to the ground. It's a very terrifying experience, let me tell you.
Looks like we hit the jackpot, huh, Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, I can't afford to know what she has to say. Unfortunately.
What's that unfortunately tacked on the end supposed to mean, Edgy Poo? Anyway, let's see what we can find out from this little old lady.
What old bag witnessed.
Hold it!
You mean you took a break from being the Pink Badger?
You may not think it, but it's hard work keeping kids' dreams alive. You smell of sweat, your hip creaks with pain, you even begin to dream about work. The kind of story that would scar a child for life, you know. Well, that's why I choose to take my break here, whippersnapper. You don't plan on playing the part of the dead badger if I have a bunch of kids.
That's what you see while you, the Pink Badger, were resting?
Oh, yes, that. Well...
Hold it!
You saw 2 men. Can you describe them for me?
They looked like your average Joes, completely unnecessary, not worth fawning over. I'm telling you, that was so boring, don't even remember much beyond that.
But they have any special features? Anything you recall would be very helpful?
Oh my, don't tell me you're jealous of those 2 men.
Hey, she's right. You do seem pretty worked up over there, Mr. Edgeworth.
I'm not worked up over anyone, and I'm not jealous. It's alright, Edgy Poo. Those 2 are just fools compared to a stallion like you. I thought so little of them that I lost interest the instant I laid eyes on them.
But then you didn't see it then if you weren't looking at them.
Hold it!
Whatever. You claim to have seen the exact moment in which the murder took place.
Absolutely, that gun made a terrible crack when it was fired. You try to go help the person that got shot? I'm only one person, you smart alecky brat. What could I have done? I took off as soon as I could find someone who could help.
2 men, 1 bullet. It's all consistent with what we found out from the body. Sadly, there wasn't exactly a lot of new information to go on your testimony.
But if I saw the guy again, I'm sure I could identify him for you. I mean, how do you expect me to remember anything without something to jog my memory?
Self-centered, aren't we? No, it's somewhat useful. Your testimony also presents with a new problem.
Mr. Edgeworth.
Yes?
So about this new problem.
What is that giant grin on your face for?
Want me to show you something really nice?
No, thank you.
Don't be so mean. I swear it's something you're gonna like.
What's that gadget you're holding? That's a cell phone, Edgeworth.
You see, before he used the secret weapon of a great thief. I should have known it would be worthless. Don't be like that. TM. Oh my god. What do you think now? What's it doing? It's projecting something in the air. Gotta input the necessary information to run the simulation now. So then I'll increase the size of the projection to its maximum size. Dark skies of evening when no other bird dares take wing, one alone remains all-seeing. Now witness the true power of a real modern-day Robin Hood. Oh my god. Look at this. It's the Blue Man Group, he's back. What is this? This is a recreation of the murder based on the info I input into Little Thief. Little Thief. Little Thief. I dare say that you're taking the Robin Hood thing a little too far. Little Thief is actually meant to be a simulator for me to plan my thefts. I suppose if I use it like this... Let's see. This all back said the two men were facing each other. A gunshot rang out, the victim fell to the ground. Oop. So for this we can inspect the crime scene as it was in the past. See? So what do you think? I have to say, I'm impressed by the technology thieves have access to these days. Well, is the super secret weapon the mighty Yatagarasu? Indeed. Oh, but if there isn't enough information or if something is out of place, recreation can come out a little strange. Otherwise, use this to authenticate the validity of witnesses' testimony. You got it! Really catch on quick, Mr. Edgeworth. Right now, the simulation is a recreation of that witness's testimony. So for now, I should re-examine everything. If I find anything illogical or strange, I can then ask for clarification. Well, for starters, the angle's all wrong. Feel free to examine anything in simulation the same way you always do. You can present evidence when you find a contradiction. If you find something, I got a Little Thief with me, so you just let me know, okay? Alright. Now this is interesting. I didn't know this was a thing. Our testimony victim fell to the ground here. That's right, but if that's the case, we've already found our first contradiction. Huh? What? Where? This is the real scene of the crime. There's something missing that should be here. A piece of evidence shows the missing item. Would it be this? That'd be this. Like, specifically this.
Take that!
If we assume that's the exact thing. Maybe you're still adjusting the simulation. Yes, that's it. Find my bearings and I'll present the contradiction again. Okay. Piece of evidence shows the missing item. It's not that. We can't see that much. What are we missing? We're missing my badge! No costumes?
Take that!
No? Is it the murder notes? Oh, right, blood. Whoops. I forgot. I forgot.
Take that!
This is the contradiction. Something wrong with my recreation? This is the real scene of the crime. Something specific should be here. Think back. How do we deduce the other crime scene was not the real one? Oh, I get what's missing now. There's no blood on the ground here either, right? Right. In fact, there was no blood here. Cast a doubt on the witness's testimony. Edgy Poo! How could you doubt me like that? Calling me a liar? I know what I saw. I saw the victim get shot down. You know, I don't think she's lying, Mr. Edgeworth. To be honest, I can't think of a reason why she would lie to me. In that case, maybe there's another explanation for the distinct lack of blood. Were there multiple murders? The silhouette of the killer with his gun at the ready. Okay, is it not possible to recreate the face of the killer? Well, I can't exactly input what we don't know in a Little Thief. She has a point. Anything else around? Looks like they broke the stage down. Guess this means they're done for the day. Maybe it's because a different show is scheduled to start on tomorrow. Well... So I believe this gadget will provide us with the proof we need. Yeah, of course. Pretty neat, huh? By inputting info like this, we can recreate the crime scene exactly as it was. Although Little Thief was originally intended to be a training sim for heists. A training sim for thievery? I don't believe I can turn a deaf ear to that, Kay. Ah, it's for practice! Practice! It's not like I've actually stolen anything yet. It's had to rule of investigation, so stop nitpicking. It is just practice. I can't exactly endorse the act of stealing. Though admittedly, this device is rather useful in an investigation. Using Little Thief. So how am I supposed to use this to aid my investigation? Oh, that's right! I guess to explain how to use it, huh? Objects outlined in yellow are things that are not present in our time, but were in the past. Things outlined in dotted line are things that exist now, but didn't in the past. I see. You examine and interact with replicate people and objects as you normally do. You can present evidence when you find an inconsistency. Oh, be sure to point out mistakes in the recreation with evidence, too. Very well, let's continue with the investigation. Something you don't get about Little Thief, feel free to ask any time, okay? Okay, let's check... Check these. Oh! Did the blood happen on stage? Did it happen on the stage? It might have happened on the stage. It did not happen on the stage. I'm getting real low on HP here. I don't know. So let's take a look here. Is it these two, then? Because they wouldn't give me a new one of these if they wouldn't want me to use it. Like, pretty soon. I guess so. Don't have anything else to go off of. Running real low on justice points. Is it not possible the victim was wearing a costume? So I really think Mr. Deacon was one of the kidnappers? I think we could reasonably assume there's a very good chance he was. Now, if he was shot while he was inside one of those stolen costumes, Mr. Deacon's blood would be inside the costume instead of on the ground. Precisely. Now, if we could prove the victim was wearing a costume, it would be pretty easy if we could find some footprints. But the problem is finding them, since there didn't seem to be any around. Footprints, huh? I can go about finding some of those. I wonder who could help us find feety prints. It's amazing. Just feel the power of science. For analysis. Emma, about that method you're talking about, finding footprints. Finally, my expert knowledge of forensics is needed. Yes, well, can you detect and trace even partial footprints? Leave it to me. My cutting-edge detection kit can find anything. Very well. Please analyze the footprints in this area. Okay, stand back and now and witness the power of science at work. Hey, I found something. Look, right there. I don't see anything. Oh, that's right. Here, put these special glasses on, Mr. Edgeworth. These footprints here were definitely left by a badger costume. Judging by the way the prints are layered, they seem to be the newest. And we can conclude the victim was definitely wearing a costume at the time. Aha! Okay, in that case, I'll update Little Thief simulation parameters. Can't wait to find out from this new info. Rip. Oh, thank goodness. So the victim was wearing a costume when he died. With that, we should be one step closer to the truth, right? I see the recreation has changed in accordance with the new information. We may be closer, but now something else has caught my attention. What do you want? I may change your voice. I don't know what to, though. What do you want? Maybe that. Your testimony, naturally. I'd like to hear it one more time, if you please. I came this damn No. I came this... No. I'll keep what I was doing before. I came this time take a short break. As I was resting, I happened to glance over and I saw two men facing each other in that area. Suddenly, there was a loud gunshot and the person who was shot fell to the ground. It's a very terrifying experience, let me tell you. So, does this mean that Mrs. Oldback testimony has a contradiction in it? Yes, and I believe our best course of action is to compare it with your recreation. See, I just knew it'll be help. Let's see if we can pull more info from Miss Oldback to put in the recreation. For that, we must first find the contradiction in her testimony. Alrighty.
Hold it!
Oh, yeah. So now can we present the simulation as evidence? Okay, like wearing one. So is it gonna be that two men facing each other? She would have said if it was a mascot costume. Okay, average shows. No special features. Okay. So this is it. Just guys being dudes. Just normal, innocent men.
Objection!
Two men? How'd you know the gender of the two people involved? Seeing as how the victim was wearing a costume at the time. Ah! Furthermore, I have another matter I'd like to inquire about. Very much like to know why you failed to mention the costume in your testimony. Ah! I'm beginning to doubt if you really witnessed the murder at all. But I'm telling you, I really did see it. I saw it with my very own eyes. From a seat in the second tier. The second tier? Hey, did you say you saw it right in front of you earlier? That was, you know, I was using the phrase in the metaphorical sense. See, our witness still has a screw loose in the metaphorical sense. The custody seats in the second tier reserved for hotshot VIPs. That's exactly why I go there now again to take a nap. I can't see how you could have gotten a good look from there. So high up. Able to see even the victim's costume from way up there. Well, I know I saw two people, but I couldn't really see what they looked like because they were in the stage's shadow. Okay. My eyesight isn't what it used to be, you know. When I was young. I used to be a good baby, so I worked on shit like this. If I try to make a move, I'm not usually careful, but judgmental, I'm never a good man. Let's return to our investigation, shall we, Kay? You got it. Let's go. Okay, we don't get to see him get shot again. Okay, in the shadow. This new silhouette of the victim is in a costume. Silhouettes can change depending on the information I input. I don't think we can recreate more, just people. So investigate away and find more info for which to make a more accurate sim. Alright, sounds like a plan. Can we recreate the stage's shadow, perhaps? Can we do stuff here? Do we do these two? I'll ask first. We can investigate the footprints yet? No. Footprint analysis. Thanks to you, I'll proceed my investigation once again. Thank you. It was nothing. Just glad that science that could be of service. Pretty amazing how we could see the footprints. So what's the secret behind that thing? Oh, you want to know? Here, you can read the manual. Aha, very interesting. So if I do this, I can avoid leaving footprints. She can't seriously be trying to use the information to her advantage of the thief. Wait. Okay. So at risk of losing points again, maybe we can recreate the stage when it was up, if we put these together. Yuppers! If a woman's testimony is to be believed, the murder occurred before the stage was broken down. Want me to put that bit of info on a little thief? Yes, if you would please. Okay. Uh-oh. He's no-clipped into the stage. No! There's clearly a contradiction here. Please stop stealing my lines. Oh, come on, it wasn't that hard to see it coming, even for a layman like me. I suppose, in case it's not possible for the killer to have stood here in that way, because there's a very real stage set up in this spot that time. Yeesh, I told you I got it. Do you feel the need to explain everything? Yes, well, in any case, we still need to resolve this unusual situation. It's not obvious. The killer's on top of the stage, naturally. Right, Miss Oldbag? Yes, I remember now. The killer's standing on top of the stage. See? Now let me update the info in the simulation. But the angle still doesn't make sense, though.
Well, well, what do we have here? Bunch of hooligans running amok, I see.
Agent Lang, how nice of you to join us.
Well, I can't have you going around messing up my crime scenes.
Agent Lang, we've discovered the real scene of the murder is here, the stadium.
I see, thanks.
For what?
Just trying to show you my appreciation for all the time you saved me. Who knew that such a strange little toy could recreate a crime scene like that?
Little thief is not a toy.
You too. Sir.
Let me guess, they're gonna arrest Old Bag or something? Oh hey, look at those tracks over there.
And there you have it. You see, big boys like me don't need silly toys, little girl. Now this is a recreation.
So what? You still intend to assert that Officer Meekins is the killer?
Of course. Even knowing that the crime took place here doesn't let him off the hook.
Oh boy. Agent Lang's logic.
It's the real scene of the crime. Officer Meekins lay in wait for the victim on top of the stage. When the victim finally showed, he shot him from on high. That's the truth your little recreation showed.
How far we go to accuse Officer Meekins of the crime?
He's the most likely suspect we got, especially given the situation with his gun.
Even if he is the killer, at least my recreation was on the mark.
You see? Thank you for understanding, my little crow girl.
Not some common crow. I'm the Yatagrassi, the Raven of Legend. Fortunately, your conclusion has yet to be tested, so let's see how well it holds up. What if Lang's like,
you're the Yatagrassi, arrest her! I heard that, Curtis.
Alright. Oh yay, my team won the Splatfest sneak peek. I'm team present. Nice. Wait. Press.
Hold it!
Looks like I found the real crime scene first.
Ha! Brag all you want, but you don't have all that free time unlike the two of you.
You know what you remind me of? A dog licking his wounds as he whimpers home.
I guess I should be thankful for the time you saved me. She. That's how I say thanks in my country.
You're welcome. We realized we didn't do all this for him.
But I'm here now, so I'll be taking over. As I was saying, this is where the crime took place.
Apologize if I'm screwing up the Chinese.
Hold it!
Lying in wait? How'd Officer Meekins even know the victim was going to come here?
Simple. He was investigating the kidnappers, right? While he was doing so, he came to understand the victim, Mr. Deacon's movements.
Objection!
Ha! And why would the good officer want to ambush and kill a kidnapper?
You mean his motive? Who knows and who cares? You can find that out for yourself when you talk to him in jail.
You have no respect for the order of law.
Don't get me wrong, but I need more than there's no motive to convince me otherwise.
He's right. Lack of a motive is a rather weak argument by itself.
So the officer lay in wait on top of the stage.
Now hold on a heckin' minute. Entry point, lower right abdomen, exit point, right shoulder. That's not how bullets work, my dude.
Objection!
I'm terribly sorry, Agent Lang. I should have warned you that our recreation is incomplete. Cut in quite unexpectedly, after all.
What's that supposed to mean?
You said the victim was shot by the killer from up above, correct? Hate to break it to you, but that's not possible. Huh? Why not? Recall Mr. Deacon's body specifically, where the gunshot wounds were located. Actually, I didn't get that good of a look. Oh, well then. The bullet entered Mr. Deacon in his abdominal region. I keep trying to say abdominal. Abdominal region. And exits the right shoulder. This is more consistent with an angled shot from beneath the victim.
Yeah!
Then, yes, our recreation had the victim being shot at an angle from above. A clear contradiction.
You're discounting your own conclusions.
No, this one point is the only flaw. This is the mistaken parameter recreation. Killer and victim's locations. Locations of the killer and the victim are wrong.
I get it. I see what you're trying to say.
I believe the killer and the victim were standing opposite to what we initially thought. It was the victim who was at the top of the stage as he was being shot by the killer. This thing is doing wonders. Do we get to see... I'm sorry, but that's just really funny to me. This is what happened. It could also explain the position of the gunshot wounds. Then what about the footprints? Since footprints don't lie, we can assume that the killer also wore a costume. Okay, I'll try using that data instead. There we go. I'm sorry. That's still really funny. Judging by the fact that both the killer and victim were wearing costumes, said it was a killing between the two kidnappers. That'd be the most natural conclusion. Wouldn't you agree, Agent Lang? Yup.
Well done, Mr. Prosecutor. But that alone doesn't clear Officer Meekins of the crime.
Oh boy.
I ask that you take another good look at the tire marks over there. 3 marks are indicative of the blue Badger mobile. That story Officer Meekins told us about and the shop on wheels getting stolen was just a lie. He drove the blue Badger mobile here and committed the murder. They used the car to move the body to the garage in the Wild Wild West area.
You believe he moved the body with the car?
That's right. It was Officer Meekins himself who pointed us the way he did it.
Three-tired tread marks are very telling. However, is the blue Badger mobile the only thing capable of creating such a pattern? Was it perhaps the pink Badger mobile?
Hold it!
The tire marks.
Yeah, the tire marks, the ones behind the stage. They're hidden up until now by the various pieces of stage equipment.
So when they were made, it must have been made after the rain had begun to fall, correct?
Yes, and probably around the same times when the killer's footprints were made. Tires of that blue Badger mobile probably got pretty muddy because of that. So it's the blue Badger mobile because, well, that's pretty obvious too.
Hold on a minute. The blue Badger mobile did not have muddy tires. It did not have muddy tires. Hold on. No, hold on. They might be. They might be a little muddy. But not that muddy. Let me just look at this. Yeah, there's no mud here. Let's press everything first, though, just in
Hold it.
case. Of course you have some sort of proof that was all a lie, correct?
Of course not.
Well, that was blunt.
Let's suppose it is a lie. Explain a lot of things. And his movements and his whereabouts.
Hold it!
So you still claim that the tire marks belong to the Blue Badger mobile?
He must have arrived on the scene after the ground had become wet with rain. So Meekins committed the murder.
Okay.
Hold it!
Besides the Blue Badger mobile, there are other ways the body could have been moved.
Not so fast!
Recall what the Wild Wild West area looked like. Only the Blue Badger and Mr. Deacon's body were in the garage. Say that's proof.
So if you want to look at that place, that would be the only logical conclusion. However, my experience tells me that the truth is usually not so easily found. There's some sort of problem Agent Lang's statement with regard to that scene. So the only thing that car was selling was death, not dreams. With what Agent Lang believes to be true turns out to be true. The 310 McGregor telling, okay. Yep. Dad back there. I don't see no muddy car. Not one bit. Sorry, Agent Lang, but that's an impossible tale.
And why is that?
Those tire marks could not have been left by Officer Meekins' Blue Badger mobile. One look at the car would have told you so. What proves the Blue Badger mobile never been to the stadium?
Take that!
Take that. Take a look at the tires. There's not a single dollop of mud to be found on it. Yeah. This car come to the backstage area and left those tire tracks. The lack of mud on these tire stats was very peculiar indeed.
And how you explain the tire tracks, genius?
Hey, I got it. Mrs. Oldbag's pink Badgermobile.
Don't be ridiculous. I was sleeping the entire time in second-tier seats.
Indeed, I believe I'd rule her out as related to the crime. However, there's yet one more roving store, as I recall. Oh, do you mean the Proto Badger? That's right. There's one more parking space inside that garage. Proves the existence of a Proto Badger mobile. Agent Lang, I suggest you find this Proto Badger mobile post haste. There must still be some sort of incriminating evidence in it. Did you hear something? Uh-oh. Who's this man? Help me. Are you alright?
Well, this is something. Looks like we found our kidnapping victim. Where are you all this time?
Wild West with kidnappers. Was in the room next to the one I was being held in. Ran away using underground and got lost. The kidnappers.
What is it? I can't understand what you're trying to say.
The kidnappers escaped wearing costumes.
See the faces of your kidnappers?
No, I didn't see their faces, but two. One was a woman. A woman?
Quite an important piece of testimony. Hey, what are you guys doing? Stop standing there and get your cops on this already. I'll even let you guys have what the kid said just now. Consider it a gift. Now, I gotta get out of my crime scene or am I gonna have to get rough?
Again? You're nothing but a big bully. Come on, Mr. Edgeworth, let's go.
Oh, no, not you. You're a very important witness for my case. Not about to let you get away that easy.
Don't count on me to testify, because I won't. Not for you.
That's right, I won't either. You hear me, you young whippersnapper? Hey, calm down. There's no need for all this hostility. Just want to take a statement from each of you. I'm not gonna rough either of you up. I give you my word. Come now, fair maidens, what do you say? Will you cooperate?
I don't like the way you said that.
Fair maidens? My, you little rascal, you sure know the way to a woman's heart. Lang Zi says, the passage of time is but a fleeting moment, and a lady is young forever.
Trying to outdo my edgy-boo with your fancy-schmancy sayings. Let's get this over with, so we're clear I'm only interested in giving you my statement.
Sure, just as soon as Mr. Prosecutor leaves us be.
Mr. Edgeworth. There we go. So, my thought is that Lance might be part of the kidnapping as well. He kidnapped himself. Because there were 3 costumes missing. And he only said there were 2. So it's possible he's the 3rd. Interesting. Let's continue. Actually, hold on just a second. I think I will take a... yeah, I think I'll take a very tiny break. Be back in like a minute or 2. Whoop. And... yeah, be back in just a bit. I've returned. Alright. So I'm gonna grab a very quick snack. Yeah. Figured it might help a little bit. I was talking so much, I was like, am I feeling a bit lightheaded? Do I need to eat something sugary? I don't know. Hopefully not. Wrong scene again! I really need to do something about these extra scenes I have in OBS. Alright. Let's continue. Let's play. Ah. There we go, sorry. Back in the Wild West. Look who got the boot again. With Lance safe, the focus of the investigation will shift solely onto the murder. You mean the infighting between the kidnappers? Yes. And also the identity of the remaining kidnapper. Miles, my boy. Tell me it's true. Tell me you've really found my boy. Yes, Mr. Amano. We found him early in the stadium. Wait. Idea. Lance, girlfriend, butler. That's my theory. That's my theory. They like ransom the money so he could... So they could like run away from everything. And something went south. And the butler got killed. And so they had to come out of hiding. And my little Lance is unhurt. He's not exactly the picture of perfect health, but his life is not in danger. He's being questioned right now by Agent Lang. Poor Lance, it must have been so horrible for him. Locked up like a... a heem. Miles, my boy, I can't thank you enough. It was nothing. I'm still in shock over what happened to Oliver. I have to say I'm relieved that Lance is alright. Oh, that's right. Mustn't forget to pass this on to Lance as soon as the police are finished with him. A letter? Uh-oh. Yeah-oh. That's not good. A letter. That looks, The way Lance is being chased after by women reminds me of someone I know. Almost can't believe he received yet another love letter, you know. Here, take a look for yourself. What's the breach of confidentiality? Tender Lender Loan Company. It's a very simple love letter. Oh, hey, let me see. That's really weird. It's from a loan company, Tender Lender. Looks more like a collection bill to me. Yeah, that looks like a normal letter. Someone very hinged wrote this letter, clearly. Stop crying, your boyfriend's fine. He loves me not. He loves me not. Oh, it's the 12th one. I can't give up, Lauren. Just one more try. Excuse me, I can't help but feel a bit sorry for all the flowers you've gone through. I suppose if they were me, then... I believe you said that you were Lance's girlfriend when we first met, correct? Yes, I am, but... Oh, it's not like we both think of each other as lovers. But he did give me this ring, so I guess we're not just friends either. Here, have some candy. We're dating now. I mean, because this isn't just any ordinary ring. It tastes so sweet when you lick it. It's so wonderful. You mean to tell me that he gave you a lollipop ring? So which is it? Have you guys not decided if you're going out, or is it just one-sided? Decided? Shouldn't the parties involved naturally just know? My father used to work for Mr. Amano, and so Lance and I grew up together. I said out loud. Don't see how that's anything to be embarrassed about. So your father was an employee of the Amano Group. What did he do? I heard his job was to fly around the world. On Pegasus. Pegasus? Oh, Pegasus is the name of the airplane. The airplane belonged to the company. You had me there for a second. But now it's all changed. My father isn't around anymore. Oh, I see. About 10 years ago, he rode in Pegasus off to somewhere and never returned. Riding Pegasus to whereabouts unknown. Sounds like the stuff legends are made of. It's been so long. I don't think I recognize if we ever meet again. I'm so sorry, Lauren. But I won't give in to the sadness. I have to live. Yes, Lauren, live! Okay, what about the case? You know where the guy died. About this incident. Incident? But is the kidnapping already over and dealt with? I've been here the whole time, so I'm afraid I don't know much about any other incident. You have not been paying attention, lady. How did you come to know that Lance had been kidnapped? Oh, that's because of my woman's intuition. You base everything on that? I know everything when it comes to my lance. It's really strange. It really must be destiny. She started fantasizing again. So what are you going to do now, Mr. Edgeworth? We already established that there's a good chance the killer is the other kidnapper. It's my duty to figure out who this other person is. I believe there's one location that might hold a clue or two. Kidnapper's hideout, isolation room. Isn't the kidnapper's hideout just the door next to them? The obvious location is the kidnapper's hideout. We're still not allowed in, remember? Lang and his men should be done with this area. In that case, there's no harm in asking that officer over there to let us in. Okay. Hey, can we just go in? Not for investigation reasons, but, you know, just cuz. What do you have to report? Sir, nothing unusual out of the ordinary, sir. Have I heard such redundancy before? Is it possible if you'd let us take a look around inside? Sir, roger, sir. That was surprisingly hassle-free. Are you certain? Didn't Agent Lang order you not to allow me in? Sir, that's true, sir, but Detective Gumshoe asked me personally to let you in, sir. I couldn't refuse a request from him. Wow, looks like Detective Gumshoe is a following. Furthermore, I was asked to give this document to you, sir. What is this? Man, this picture, isn't this Mr. Oliver Deacon? But the name here says Colin Deveray. Aha. Okay, look at this. Whereabouts unknown after his escape from Pendant Prison. Pendant? Like the horse he has. Stole a gun from a guard during his escape. Thought he might head for where his wife and sole daughter are, but despite our surveillance, he has yet to show up. That's the same name as the one on the back of the pendant. Here's that Colin Deveray was his real name. What's this? He was convicted in a case 10 years ago and sent to prison. What? What was he doing here? Apparently he broke out of jail and then just vanished. Must have become Oliver Deacon to cover up the fact he was an escaped felon. Ooh. Now I'm not sure what's going on anymore. Some sort of link between the victim's past and this current case. Police documents are rather detailed. Should take the time to give them a thorough read eventually. It's fine. Focus on one thing at a time, starting with the kidnapper's hideout. Yeah, I agree. Let's investigate first, think later. More than thinking things through, I think you should try remembering things first. Now, if you could please unlock the door, officer. It was locked up until a little while ago, but since then the door's been wide open, sir. I'm not sure I follow what it is you're saying. Can you explain a bit more detail? Sir, the door's locked down tight when they went to check out the room. They got about 10 officers to help out and break the door down, sir. I see. I guess that means I get Agent Lang's leftovers. Well, let's see what we find. Surely you wouldn't have missed important stuff. The trading post. So this is where the kidnappers planned their foul deed. There's the costume in the basket in their bottom. Oh, you were tied up for a while in the room next door. Hee hee. Kate, please, must you bring that up again? Now then, down to business. Might still be some clues left in this room. Try to find out what we can of the other kidnapper's identity. Okay, but first, I do want to read more of this. Or not. This is all we're getting from this. Never mind. Ooh, they have barrels like these just outside. Yes, and I already asked you when we were out there, but if these are real, what would you put in them? There's an expectant gleam in her eyes. I'm about to dash. What do you think? Plus, we hear they dispose of old and worn-out costumes. It's so sad. It seems they throw the costumes away in pieces. Let's take a look here. Oh, that's all we have right now. We used up all the others. Broken mirror. Watch out, Mr. Edgeworth! It's a broken mirror. It probably came from the haunted house. Why is this here? Are they planning to repair it? Unused folding chairs leaning against the wall in their folded state. Wow, whoever lined these up did perfectly. Not even a single hair off. I feel bad news because it'd be like stealing the perfection away. I expect it's more like you wouldn't want to be the one to put them away. Also, those are not lined up perfectly. I don't know what you're talking about, Kay. A sign advertising the photo rally. Something I have absolutely no interest in. Yeah, but I do. I'm gonna get my hands on the rest of the Badger family. You'll see. Definitely brings a decidedly different atmosphere to criminal investigation. Coffee. What rest? Okay. 3 cups of coffee, you say? Cheap styrofoam cups. Looks like only 3 cups were used. 3, huh? 3 costumes, 3 cups? And Lance conveniently made his way out. Poster of Gatewaterland is stuck on this wall. Intrigue, fun, prestige, Gatewaterland has it all, and it's waiting for you. It's not especially catchy, is it? A key. Wonder what this key is to. You got me. Reminds me of the key we found in the other room. That's it. That's supposed to be the key for one of those trap doors. It wasn't a trap door. You only call it one because you quite literally jumped into it. Hey, but isn't that what you're supposed to do when you see one? I'm not having this conversation with you. Folding chairs. By the looks of it, they were probably used by the kidnappers. There are 3 chairs set about the table. 3? But I've been told there are only 2 kidnappers. Can't deduce anything yet. Is there anything else here? I don't think there is. There's the check mark. Beyond this door is where the kidnappers held you after getting the jump on you. Must you keep reminding me? That's the room where I got to see your awesome no face! Didn't need to remind me of that mortifying moment either. Okay. Let's check down. Well, hold on, what's this? What have we here? Looks like a sword. A broken sword. Strange. How would it be broken like that? Swords don't usually break on their own. That's true. Right, then let's think about it this way. Maybe it broke when someone was trying to use it or on something. Hypotheticals aren't going to get us anywhere. Perhaps we should think more on this later. Was the sword holding the door in place, perhaps? The door was thoroughly broken thanks to the police who forced it open. Yeah, I think they were using the sword to hold the door closed. The doorknob handle thing's looking pretty beat up. Suppose that's what happens when 10 officers break their way in with brute force. Yeah, that's odd. Lock on this is completely fine. Look, not a single dent. How is that possible after what that officer told us? Yeah, if the lock had been in use when the door was busted down, the lock itself should be completely wrecked. The lock on the door leading to the outside is undamaged. How can that be? Aha! Easy peasy! Lemon squeezy. Bit strange the police had to force the way into an unlocked room. Look at the pristine door lock, and anyone could see it was not in use at the time. But the policeman outside said it took 10 men to get it open. A door that was locked tight despite it being not locked at all. It can only be because of this. Oh, you mean... Yes, it was used to jam the door. Here, take a look at the door handle. See how the handle is completely destroyed? That's how the sword broke. Aha! There we go. What's in the trapdoor? The panel hid the entrance to the underground has popped up and wide open. Careful where you step, Kay. I only found the other opening door once, you know. Barrels. What's in them? You know what's in them. Got everything here. Guess it is. Yuppers. What's in here? Here's a trapdoor in this room, too. It's not a trapdoor, it's an entrance to an underground passage, Kay. I know that. The door leading the outside world was locked, so Lance must have escaped his prison through here. Interesting. Okay. Well, let's talk it out with Kay a bit. So this is the room next to the one we were held prisoners in. I took a peek in here through the door from the other room. As did I, Kay. Anyway, if this room is truly a kidnapper's hideout, that means there should be some clues to their identities here, right? I don't know if there are, however the probability is quite high. believe a thorough combing of this room is necessary. Comb the desert, Kay! We ain't found crap. It's a love letter. It's kind of bittersweet. If that was all, I'd say it was nothing more than someone pining for Lance. However, the senator's the loan company tender lender. And the story takes a super bitter downturn. How about the dossier? And one you can think of it as he stole and he hid himself away. This man was a fugitive. I imagine that was the only way he could live on the outside. Well, people who do bad things don't deserve to be respected. The best way to live life is to follow the straight and narrow. How ironic I'm getting a lecture on morals from a thief. Cool. Anything else? Can we deduce anything from these areas? If not... No, I don't think we can. So... let's use our logic! Folding chairs and 3 cups. Because... there were 3 people here, not the 2 we've heard so much about. Common denominator between the top cups and the folding chairs. The number 3. Speaking of which, the number of missing costumes is also 3. Wait, but I thought there were only 2 kidnappers. Indeed. Something isn't adding up. Literally. Is it possible there's a 3rd kidnapper that Lance didn't see? By the way, I realize that by giving Edgeworth his voice, I'm basically training for when the Professor Layton game comes out. Assuming it's not fully voiced. But instead, I've only covered more questions than need to be answered. Ah! What is it? Well, well, Mr. Edgeworth, am I correct? What are you doing suddenly popping out of the secret entrance like that? This is an underground badge used by staff members, sir. We badgers can also make use of it in our duties. Look, why don't you get out of there first and then we'll talk, okay? I beg your pardon, miss. Proto-badger get. Alright, only 1 more to go. What are you getting all excited about? Did you forget? The photo rally, duh! See, look, now all I have to do is get a picture of the bad badger and I'm done. Ah, yes, I vaguely recall a contest or something of that sort. But... what? It's gone! But where'd it go? What happened? What's wrong? A bad badger costume is missing, sir! Oh, is that all? Well, it's missing because the kidnappers stole it. I heard about how they were stolen. But they said that only 3 of the costumes had been taken. What? Is he saying that more than 3 of them are gone? Mr. Proto-Badger, please tell me a little more about these costumes you use. Who is even this guy? And he knows who we are. What did you mean by a bad badger costume is missing? Why, just what I said, sir. We are 1 bad badger short. Counting the spares, we have 2 of each costume in hand at all times. Okay, so because one is walking around in the park, the other should be in that room. Actually, both of them should be in that room. Huh? What do you mean? Normally, we don't use the bad badger costumes. In fact, we only use them during a certain event at a set time each day. The stage show where the bad badger wreaks havoc around the park. The other badgers must work together to apprehend him, sir. I'm speechless such a show exists. Also, I was just trying to explain to you the only time we use that costume. Doesn't that make it near impossible to take a picture of the bad badger? Personally, I can't believe that this close to showtime there's no costume. Oh dear, what am I to do, sir? Well, this basically means that the kidnappers stole 4 costumes in total. And you say that there are 4 kidnappers? No, I don't think that's very likely. Oh? Recall the costumes for a minute. The stolen ones, you mean? What proves the 4th kidnapper does not exist? This.
Take that!
Had 4 people needed one to steal a 4th costume. One should naturally go for the full set and steal a pink badger costume instead. Yeah, that makes sense. Yet the kidnappers decided to steal another bad badger. They the culprits needed 2 bad badger costumes, but the question is why? I don't know if it's this. Or is it? It might be. Because we have the head with us. So the rest of it might be... Second Bad Badger costume. I believe it may be closer at hand than we think. What do you mean? The costume in the trash. What do you say that's wearing some very telltale pants? Hey, you're right. Let's get out there and take a look. As I suspected, it's a Bad Badger costume. What happened to the hand? Oh, mine's the head. What the rest of it inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. We can deduce with the head, but like, look, its hand is hurt. It looks more like something was ripped off of it. Wonder why this Bad Badger costume's right hand is torn up like that. Oh, maybe it's a flesh wound from a fight with the Blue Badger. Always knew the Blue Badger was one ferocious beast. So I doubt that even real badgers are bloodthirsty as that, Kay. Well, we can deduce. Spot someone connected to any of the evidence I hold. Yep. It's a clear contradiction of the facts. What are you talking about? You gonna fill me in or not? Wait, maybe it's not quite so clear. So it's still a contradiction, right? It might not be. You're acting really weird, Mr. Edgeworth. Just tell me if it's a contradiction or not. Okay, so it's not the fact that we have... Hold on. Hold on. The only thing I think of is that he's right-handed and he stole a gun. But the hand is ripped open. So perhaps this was the guy's... Perhaps this was... Maybe it's not. Nothing else to deduce about the costume itself. The chairs! I'm used folding chairs leaning against the wall in their folded state. Ones over by the table probably came from this stack. There are 3 folding chairs on the side. Can't say they're arranged neatly as nicely as their siblings to the right. You think so? You're just fine, like a bunch of used chairs ought to be. I'm beginning to think you must keep a most chaotic room. Hey, don't slander inside me all in one shot! Okay. So what can we deduce with our evidence? It's not the head, or at least not in the right spot. Oh, maybe it's this and the fact there's no gun here. Let's try this. There we go. I believe what we have here is an inconsistency. Between what? Look carefully. Our costume is not holding something in its right hand that it should be. Oh, the gun! Precisely. That Bad Badger designed to always hold a gun in his right hand. However... You there! Did you remove the gun from this Bad Badger's right hand? No, I did not, sir. The gun is supposed to be securely attached to the costume. As I thought, the rip itself confirms my hypothesis the gun was forcibly removed. I was about to ask this. Mr. Proto-Badger, the gun is, of course, not a functioning weapon, correct? Absolutely not, sir. It's just a model gun. It can fire blanks. Why? Oh, I mean, I guess so. Seems our kidnappers also had a need for the model gun, my dear costume friend. Can't blanks, like, still kill people? Like, if they're close enough? Or is I think it's something else? I think we're about done with this room. So, what's next? Well, I found a few answers. There are still a few things left that we have to ask a certain person about. Let's go, Kay! Who are we asking about what? Well, we also don't know who that Proto-Badger was, but he knew us.
Mr. Edgeworth, sir! Gotta hurry, sir, come on!
What is it, detective?
We found a blue badger costume down in front of the main gate, sir.
What? Isn't that what one of the kidnappers was wearing?
Bingo, that's why I gotta come to the main gate with me right now. Hurry, still might be able to get there before Wolf Boy does, sir.
Alright, let's make haste to the main gate. All their synced up running animations. Okay, okay. Final confrontation. Oh. Right at the finale. Apparently. Where's the costume, Detective Gumshoe?
Just the other side of the fountain, sir.
Was out here in the open all along?
No, just scrubbing the tall grass back there. Moved it out here in order to examine it more thoroughly.
Let's get down to it. What's this in here? A pendant? What do we have here? Oh, it's another pendant. That's 2 treasures in one day. How lucky is that? Hey, this pretty babe's made of platinum silver, too. Another pendant on top of the one we found on Mr. Deacon. Is it possible that these two... Hold it right there! Hands off, Mr. Prosecutor. You sure know how to cross the line, don't you? Ah, a pendant, huh? It's a very decisive piece of evidence. How can you tell? Look here and read off what you see. Lauren. Here, it's his name that's engraved on this. Oh, they're gonna say Lauren killed him. Aha! We have you now, Miss Kidnapper. No, you don't understand. Lolly, I can't believe you were one of my kidnappers. Lance. You're kidding! Miss Potts was one of the kidnappers. Yes. It was me. I held Lance hostage. So Miss Potts is one of the kidnappers. Even knowing that, I can't call this case solved or over. Hey guys, case closed. Get the car ready. I mean the special one for this young lady.
Hold it!
Again, Mr. Prosecutor? Was it this time? Proposing Miss Potts is also the culprit in the murder case? What happened? I thought Officer Meekins was your suspect. Huh, we found it. Found what? That officer's gun. He literally dropped it in the middle of a thick patch of grass. Your country's police are a sham. Just look at how careless they are.
Who are you calling a sham?
The officer's gun didn't show signs of having been fired, so it can't be the murder weapon. So Officer Meekins has been cleared of all charges, I see. And that's when a brand new suspect comes walking onto the scene. The murder only happened because the kidnappers started fighting amongst themselves. As I recall, it was you who said that, right, Mr. Prosecutor? Miss Pops, did you really kill Mr. Deacon? Yes, I killed him. I can't believe it. Ha ha ha! Thanks for the confession. Agent Lang, it's much too early to declare this case closed. Look at you, so sure of yourself. We got the culprit's own confession, some very incriminating evidence. What more could you ask for? Miss Lauren Pops. Yes? I want to hear it from you. Tell me your side of all that's happened today, from the kidnapping to the murder. But why? I'm a kidnapper and the killer. Isn't that enough? It's fine if you're the one behind everything, but only if that's the truth. Now then, will you tell us the truth? Or is there some reason why you can't? Yes, I have to finish this candy first. I've had a change of heart. I can enjoy seeing you sulk away as a losing mutt. Alright, you heard me. Let's hear all about the evil deeds you committed today. Ooh, this is a background. The one who came up with the kidnapping plan was the butler, Mr. Deacon. We knew that we could get rich by holding Lance hostage. Mr. Amano would pay anything to get his son back, after all. Everything's going according to plan, but as soon as we got the money, Mr. Deacon turned on me and tried to kill me. There, you satisfied? You just confessed to her crimes a second time. At least you have the guts to admit what you've done. You can at least respect that much. Miss Pops, is what you said really the truth? Yes, it is. That is the truth. Certainly isn't the whole truth. Because there's something that seems a bit too improbable in her confession. Yeah, how did she fight back? She didn't mention that part. That's kind of important.
Hold it!
How well did you know the victim? I've spoken with him only a few times at Lance's house. A few times? That's it? Yes. They only met a few times. I don't see how they could have trusted each other. But if he hardly ever talked, then how could he trust you not to steal his plan? That's completely irrelevant. He was planning to betray her from the very beginning. Which is why he chose someone he wasn't especially close to. Isn't that right, Sheena? Yes, however, Mr. Deacon made a very poor choice. In the end, he was killed by the one he intended to betray himself. Ha! But he didn't see that one coming. Ahem heem.
Hold it!
You knew? How'd you know something like that? Oh no, what should I do? Okay, what's wrong with her now? Come on, isn't it obvious? You're making your scary face again, that's why. Why don't you try asking her in a nicer, more gentle way? No, stop it, Lauren, you're always like this. You always fall for the stern-looking one. That's why you always be unhappy. Or maybe that's it. She's been bewitched by your icy glare. Mind your own business, Kay. Now then, Miss Pops, let's continue with your testimony. Oh, yes, of course. This woman has a problem. Many problems, in fact. One of which is that she's not telling the truth here.
Hold it!
Why'd you believe that? Anyone who knows Mr. Romano would think he's the same. I bet Lance is the old man's greatest treasure. I suppose he would be to a doting father like Mr. Romano. I always figured that was it, too. I was always envious of Lance for it. Oh, because your dad's... I got this pendant from my father. I believe that as long as I have this, I'll find my father again someday. He'll welcome me to his arms riding on the back of Pegasus. That pendant, she must truly believe it to be the wings of Pegasus. But what about the horse? Does the horse connect? Hold on. Hold the phone. No? It doesn't connect. Okay. Let's at least investigate this. Name call endeavor is engraved here. I really admire people who carve their own names into a pendant. Oh, why would that be? You have no imagination, Mr. Edgeworth. Do you ever think that maybe people want to have their loved ones always nearby? As if I have a wedding band and I have no interest in accessorizing. I suppose. Anyway, you know what? We're wearing flashy accessories. I've been giving my name to every treasure I can find all around the world. Sign of affection is one thing, but blatant vandalizing is just a bit different. It's the victim's pendant, which is shaped like a horse. Got a real dignified look on its face. Makes it worth all the more. Oh no, Mr. Edgeworth! What, did you find an important piece of evidence? This is made of platinum silver. It makes this thing super valuable. I've seen this type of jewelry in a lot of stores before, so I know when I see it. Okay, have you ever laid so much as a finger on those pieces of jewelry? What, me? I'd never do something like that. Is it possible she has never wanted to steal from a jewelry store before? Let's take a look at this. It's a pendant in the shape of a pair of wings. It's a rather nice aesthetic to it. Hey, nice to see that even you can appreciate its beauty. You made platinum and silver tend to have a nice feeling about them, you know. I was only talking about its shape, okay? Oh, is that what you're talking about? But, you know, we're talking about wing shapes. I think the brooch on my scarf is way cooler. It's not made of platinum and silver, is it? It's handmade, okay? So I'm sorry it's not made of expensive stuff. She made that by herself. It's incredibly well crafted. So my problem is that these are way too similar for it to be two people who don't know each other very well. Lauren D is engraved in this pendant. Yeah, wait a minute, that's our last name. See, they wrote a first name, but why just the D? That's the result of poor planning. I guess. Well, at least if I had to shorten my name, I could make it K. Faraday. I mean, if you just sounded it out, it'd still say my name, K. Faraday. So if I had to do the same, I'd also abbreviate as M. Edgeworth. Hold on, I think you should abbreviate as M.E. Got it? Get it? Who would have thought that this little pendant could serve such a strange conversation? Okay, there's something to this, but I don't know what. Can't use it yet.
Hold it!
Would you mind telling us a little about the plan itself? Well, first we captured Lance. Ooh, how'd you do that? Mr. Deacon did that on his own, so I don't quite know. I never thought you knew how to steal people away. I shudder to think what she would do with such knowledge. So I really don't know, but somehow Mr. Deacon was able to contain him. What we had to do is after that was wait for the ransom to be paid, but...
Hold it!
Why do you think he did? I have no idea, but maybe he had planned on doing so at the very beginning. Miss Pops. Wait, Mr. Deacon planned to kill Miss Pops from the very beginning. Is that ever really likely to happen? What should I do? Should I raise an objection? I'm sorry, but I don't think what you just claimed is all that likely.
Let me double check something.
Colin Deveray. Lauren D. Papa? Papa? Mayhaps? Huh? I don't think Mr. Deacon would have ever been capable of killing you. But why? We were total strangers. It's not uncommon for people to kill each other over money.
Hold it!
Miss Pops, you really are clueless, aren't you? What do you mean? You never knew what your role in the kidnapping was, nor do you know who you really are. But I do, and I can show you this piece of evidence. It proves that Miss Deacon wouldn't have been able to bring himself to kill Miss Pops. This, I assume.
Take that!
Why are you showing this to me?
So what about the pendant?
This horse pen, along with this piece of evidence, shows who you really are. Okay, yeah, here we are.
Take that!
These two pens resemble each other, won't you agree? Hey, you're right. They're the same color, and they're even made out of the same material. The of these two pendants are actually one. Huh? Okay, they do fit together. I thought there was, like, an indent where you put it in, but... Shall we give it a try? Wow, it's totally Pegasus. That's so Pegasus. But why? Why does my pendant match with Mr. Deacon's? You're a smart lady. I'm sure you can imagine why that might be. But, no, that can't be!
So to make a set, just another trinket. It's not as though this changes anything.
You lack imagination, Agent Lang. Very well, I'll show you this evidence. This is the piece of evidence that gives meaning to the Pegasus pendant. Is it the dossier?
Take that!
Oliver Deacon was just an alias for this man. His real name was Colin Deveray, the name that's etched in the horse pendant.
What? An alias?
Suppose he had to hide the fact that he was a felon somehow in order to live. Makes sense, given what's written in Mr. Deveray's dossier. What I really want to point out was this. Specific section, what reveals the true meaning behind those pendants? Probably sole daughter?
Take that!
Miss Deveray had one daughter. Her name is Lauren Pouse. That's a lie! That person was not my father! He couldn't come out and tell you he was your father because he was in hiding. Or I believe he was trying to secretly watch over you. Do you still believe that a man like that could kill the daughter he was separated from? Even that such a man would allow his daughter to get involved in a kidnapping plot?
Not so fast!
Ha ha ha! What is so funny, Agent Lang?
You're good at making things up in your head and deciding it's the truth, aren't you?
What are you trying to say?
Your thinking is too much incorrect. After all, I thought of another possibility.
Is that so? Well, let's hear it. Bum bum bum.
I'll grant you that the two of them are father and daughter. But isn't it possible they both knew that fact? It's no coincidence the reunited pair became involved in the House of Mono. The two of them made good use of their meetings to plan this little kidnapping. Won't you say my scenario is perfectly probable as well?
So this is his version of how things might have been.
You don't have any proof that either one didn't know their true relationship, right?
You mean they knowingly committed the kidnapping as father and daughter?
That's right. There's one really rotten family.
Is that really what happened? Better take a long, hard look at the evidence. I mean, it was two men and one woman. Let's look at the evidence again. Blue. Oh, but they didn't steal. Wait, hold on. Oh, Unfortunately, we can't ask Lance about it. Yeah, so it was 3 people. They stole those 3 costumes. Blue Badger had the gun taken from it. And was not the one that was shot. Sorry, the Bad Badger was not the one shot. We still know who this is. What evidence do we have here? Hold on. I have a question. Do we get an updated autopsy report? Is that a thing that's gonna happen? Anyway, let's press him. Precisely. And what father would ever willingly kill his own daughter? I've seen a lot of things in my travels. I can tell you that being related by blood is sometimes proof of nothing.
Hold it!
My original theory that Lance was involved in it might still ring true, considering he only said there were 2 people. But I'm still undecided whether or not the father and daughter knew or not. Yeah, I don't think only the victim knew. I think the girl realized it as well. They both knew who the other person was, but they had to pretend they didn't. Because he was on the lam. You got it. The victim couldn't exactly go around flaunting who he was. Furthermore...
Hold it!
One's a butler and the other's the friend of the son, you mean? You probably thought that was the best shot. Is that what you honestly believe? Of course!
Hold it!
I mean, how they plotted to commit this crime as blood relatives. Anything of a better partner? They're certainly a clever pair. The butler and the girlfriend. No one would ever suspect that they were, in fact, family. Yes, from the very beginning, they painstakingly practiced those roles well.
Hold it!
Believe you're being a bit too overconfident for someone with no evidence. Am I? Because I don't see you presenting any evidence to the contrary. Without evidence, we're stuck in a stalemate. Agent Lang isn't wrong. The scenario is certainly a probable one. You better hurry up and do something or Lauren's gonna wind up looking really bad. I know, but first things first. Is Agent Lang's line of logic factually correct? Do them really knowingly commit the crime as father and daughter? We don't know what this has anything to do with. My badge. I haven't looked at it with her. I designed it to reflect the relentlessness and discipline of law enforcement. Comes to the authority vested in us as strict protectors of the law. They execute your sentences, much like harsh winter frost and blazing summer days. Whereas by identifying oneself as a prosecutor, I have no interest in doing so. I thought Kay was going to comment on it. What do we do here? Hold on. I think we have to prove the 2 of them. we have to prove there's a third person. Ergo,
Objection!
we do in fact have to prove there are 3 people. This kidnapping wasn't planned by just 2 people alone. What kind of proof do you have of that? Quite simply, there were 3 kidnappers. 3? 4 costumes were stolen from the Wild Wild West area's back room. We found one of them in the kidnapper's hideout. But for the other 3, consumed they were being worn by 3 different people. I also found a set of 3 cups and 3 folding chairs that were used in the hideout. All clearly points to a 3-man group. I believe this third person is the real mastermind behind the kidnapping. I'm still saying it's probably Lance. It might be Lance. If not, then I have no clue. Who is this mastermind? Present to you the brains behind the kidnapping. Oh, just present someone. Wendy, old bag. I'm assuming Lance.
Take that!
Lance Amano! Yes, this abduction was in fact schemed up by Lance himself. Recall what he said when he appeared before us. Yep, I knew it. See the face of your kidnappers? No, I didn't see their faces, but 2. One was a woman. However, there are 3 kidnappers, which is a direct contradiction to what he said. But I only saw 2 people. Guy was being held hostage, possibly couldn't see all 3 of them. Yes, about when were you being held? I have my doubts about what happened then. And so would you mind telling us what happened while you were being held captive? He could only see 2 kidnappers because he was the 3rd one. Don't remember much anymore, honest. If I don't tell you at least something, you won't believe me at all, will you? Alright, Lance. I was kidnapped yesterday morning. They had me shut in that room blindfolded the entire time. The kidnapper suddenly disappeared around the time I had rain falling outside. My hands were cuffed, but it was a stroke of luck that they left me alone. I made my escape and ran away from that room as fast as I could. Hate this case one for Kane Agent Lang. Aggressive, too awesome. Yeah, I like those characters. I like their characters too. Also, welcome. Yeah, they're pretty cool. It's interesting that we don't get Gumshoe at all in this. I'm wondering if we'll see some of these characters again. Are you okay? Sorry, I really didn't want to recall that horrible ordeal, but now you believe me, right? No, not quite yet. How can you not? Why are you looking at me with icy daggers in your eyes? Because he's a prosecutor, because they're all like that. Have you know, Agent Lang, a prosecutor's eyes are for discerning the truth. Should they be interpreted to be cruel at times, then so be it. Sticking point in Lance's testimony. Let's see what he offers up when I push a little. Let's take a look. Lance's testimony. Yesterday morning, huh? Can you tell us about when you were abducted in a little more detail? It was a strange morning. Felt like I was right in the middle of a great calm. Where would you experience this calm? A family garden, of course. Where else could it have been? Well, excuse me for asking. This child more princess than prince. I was out taking a walk to shake off the morning blah. Half the blue some for hand clamped a hand over my mouth. Didn't see her attacker. Must have used some drug to knock me out. It was before I knew it, I was off in La La Land again. When I woke up, I was in the kidnapper's hideout already, all tied up.
Hold it!
By that room, you mean the room in the kidnapper's hideout, correct? Yes, but I was blindfolded the whole time, so I didn't know that until I made my escape. They were the same room as your kidnappers. They spoke in hushed tones, but I could catch bits of their conversation. Definitely 2 people, one was definitely a woman. I was so scared, I could tell they were nearby, so I didn't dare make a move.
Hold it!
The kidnappers disappeared. The room fell into sudden silence. I'd been left behind like an unwanted mutt. What do you mean by unwanted mutt? What a pointless question. It's not like he's gonna tell you anything new, you know. It's a poetic simile. You should learn how to use them too. They look refined on the outside. But it's no good if you're not refined on the inside as well. Jeez.
Hold it!
Then those cuffs on your wrists. I suppose you're still cuffed in that case. I'm well aware of how I'm chained to reality. Couldn't find the key, so I'm afraid that I'm stuck like this. Even though I escaped from that jail cell, I will forever be a prisoner. What do you mean forever? Just take the cuffs off, man. Alright, you miraculously made your brave escape. How'd you manage to escape? Well, I'd just get out of there, but the door leading outside was locked. It wasn't locked. It wasn't locked. So I had to use the underground passageway to make my escape. Remember how escape can be equally as hard. It's an invaluable piece of testimony. Let's let it go examined. It was not Loctite, because we found the sword that was used to jam the handle. You could have just taken the sword out. You silly Billy! You said the door leading out was locked, but it wasn't really. Oh. You're talking about that room behind the saloon front, right? Look, I heard that took quite a few men to get that thing open, right, Sheena? Yes, that's correct. Then take a look at this! What is that, a sword? It's not especially reliable if it's broken like that. Allow me to start from the end. My conclusion... Hey, no, he lost the key. Yeah. Yeah. Conclusion that the door was never locked. It was simply held shut by the sword, which is used to jam the handle. Lance, even though your hands were cuffed together, you could still use them. That's the case, so why'd you not simply remove the sword and escape? Why didn't I? I was disoriented. Yes, that's it, I didn't notice it. So should I accept such a bold-faced lie? You locked yourself in that room because you had to make yourself look like the victim. But you did not, in fact, possess the key to the door. So I used the prop sword to improvise and create a prison of your very own. You've been making this guy out to be one of the kidnappers for some time now. I wonder if you've forgotten something very important along the way. What would that be? A motive. What else? You honestly think that an upright pure boy like him would hatch up a completely pointless scheme such as kidnapping himself? Lang, earlier in this case you're like, who cares about the motive? We're arresting this guy. You said that yourself, you didn't care about a motive or not. But now you do? Come on, man. Make up your mind. This proves that Lance did indeed have a motive to commit this crime. Is it the love letter? You want to just escape?
Take that!
Put it simply, Lance has a very urgent need for money. This is hardly your typical love letter. It is in fact a collections bill. I still don't... If you're a collections agency, why would you write your letter like that? That's still... I'm still questioning that part. Very normal. Pierre's upstanding boy has accumulated quite a debt. Isn't that right, Lance? Okay, the handcuffs came off in the animation, I saw that. The handcuffs came... They're not even locked in. They came off when he did that. I missed it the last time he did it, but... Yeah, they just... Bro. Looks like it's hard being the son of a rich man, too. Must be rough when you have to resort to stealing from your own old man, huh? Alright, I give up. I abducted myself. Lance! It's over, Lolly. This life, we really are bound to our fates after all. All I wanted was to go with you to a new town, somewhere no one would know us. Well, this would be well off with that 1 million, but now that dream is over. I called it. I called it a while ago. I called a while ago that this was happening. They worked together to run away, then something bad happened. I was spot on. Lang's making % move because he could prove it wrong. Yeah, that makes sense. He really has it out for Edgeworth. Oh, Lance, and you're giving yourself up. Yes, I'd planned to run away from this world with my lolly. Oliver even helped us with the plan, but then he had to go and stab us in the back. He turned on you. We didn't want to split the ransom money. That's my guess. But almost right after you made the drop-off. When we were alone, he attacked me all of a sudden. After a brief struggle, I was able to contain him and keep him under control. Left him inside that room with Lolly and I made our escape. wore different costumes and split up. Lolly left first in the blue badger costume. And the person Officer Meekin saw was Miss Pops. Right then, the old man just had to wake up. Carelessly, he tackled me pretty hard from behind. Then Oliver put on a bad badger costume, took the suitcase with $1 million and ran. Contacted Lolly right away and warned her that he had a gun. He had no idea that they were related, so I thought that it could only end badly. I still don't believe it. That person was not my father. Because if he was, I just killed my own father. Lolly, then that really was you. Yeah, I'm still confused about when and how the murder happened. That man was not my father. I mean, because at the stadium, there's a bad badger pulling the suitcase with $1 million in it. That badger pointed his gun at me, aiming to shoot me dead. That's why I used the gun I got from Lance. There was a gunshot. The other person crumpled to the ground, and I ran, scared for my life. Hold on a minute. Lance gave you a gun. Did he? Did he? Gave her a gun. But was it perhaps the model gun that he gave? We'll find out. Because if that's the case, the model gun only shoots blanks. Think the big picture's finally coming into focus, don't you? Lolly, forgive me. I didn't think it would turn into something so frightening. If only I could have protected you. So, Miss Pops, she shot her own dad without even knowing who he really was? What she says is true. Are you saying she's lying? Why would she lie about something like that? What purpose would it serve? I'd be surprised how often people lie without even realizing it themselves, Kay. What's that supposed to mean? What I mean is, listen very carefully to hear her confession once more and you'll see. Yeah, It's quite suspicious. I'm gonna skip past some of the testimony that I don't think matters. Well, matters enough. Let me get the gun stuff, because that caught my interest the most. Be able to clearly see the gun. Yes, I got a very good look at it while it was pointed at me. Oh, Father, why would you try to shoot me? I really think a father would shoot his own daughter, Mr. Edgeworth? I don't know. I don't want to believe it myself. It's true, my father's left arm was... He's right-handed. Got it. Bang. Point straight at me. I'm about to die, I thought. Miss Pops. Please calm down, take a deep breath. And then would you allow me to please hear that last statement one more time? He's right-handed. Well, bam. I have here a dossier on your father. According to this, your father was right-handed. Then, the person pointing a gun at you from atop the stage was not Mr. Deacon. Hold on there, Mr. Prosecutor. I think I need to take a refresher course. Bad Badger the model gun attached to his right hand, which is why the only hand he could have held the real gun with his left. Is it possible I went down like that? Agent Lang, were you paying attention to what Miss Pops was saying? Again, I suppose I can't expect someone who has never set foot in court to catch it. Enough of the smugness. Out with it already. Miss Pops told us earlier, there's a bad badger pulling the suitcase with $1 million in it. According to you, the bad badger had the gun in his left hand, which would mean that he was pulling the suitcase with his right hand. Is that correct, Miss Pops? Yes, exactly. I'm sure it was the bad badger. Had those huge sunglasses on its face. That's the case. Even I can see there's a huge contradiction. Yes, Miss Pops claimed to have seen the bad badger. Yet the bad badger had both his hands full. Two pieces of information contradict each other, so one must be wrong. Let's take a look. I don't think we have it as evidence, but the costume that we found in the room had, It wasn't the Bad Badger. Both hands were not occupied. Oh, yeah, so the guy must have worn the Bad Badger costume with the gun ripped out. Unless of that. And it wasn't the Bad. Well, I don't know if both are correct. We'll try both hands were not occupied. I don't know if both are correct. Holding down his right hand as he pulls a suitcase with the same hand. Is it possible for a right-handed person to do both things? Well, okay, that's not what I was going for. That's oh, hold on, not unoccupied. Never mind. I read that very wrong. I read that totally wrong. Anyway, Miss Pops, what you saw was not the Bad Badger. Think back and recall which character it was that leveled a gun at you. I was wearing a pair of sunglasses and had that strange blue beard. Okay. Whoops. I'm choking right at the end. No! Okay, but then how are both right? They're both right, then. Possible. I just leave us with an irresolvable contradiction. Miss Pop's entire statement rests on the fact that she saw his sunglasses and beard. What if that Bad Badger wasn't wearing pants on his lower half? Okay, so they swapped the head. This proves there's a way Bad Badger freely used both of his hands. Was ripped. Okay, this is where to present that.
Take that!
Get your head on straight, Mr. Prosecutor. What? It was ripped. Is that not? Oh, it's just the head? Yeah. Okay. I'm getting too hooked up on the gun, even though we haven't gotten to that part yet. Okay.
Take that!
Getting too hooked up on the gun. Costumes have two parts to them, a head and the body. Oh, I get it now. The head Miss Pop saw was probably really the head of the Bad Badger. However, it's not possible if the body was that of an entirely different badger. Different badger? And to put it more bluntly, I believe it was the lower half of this badger. There are no pants on. No pants at all. Okay, now is it the Proto Badger? Or the Blue Badger? I think it might have been Proto Badger then. We still don't know who that mystery Proto Badger was that we met earlier.
Take that!
What the heck is it? It's the Proto Badger. Yes, it's a simple matter of process of elimination. Miss Pop's wearing the Blue Badger's costume, so we can eliminate that one. Oh, right. Right. And the Pink Badger is of the wrong color, which would have been incredibly obvious. All that's left of the Proto Badger costume. Miss Pops, who was the one who wore the Proto Badger costume? That would be Lance. Yeah. I think another thing is that it's less like in the first two cases it was Edgeworth that was being accused, and like he had to it was around him. But like I can't say I would have liked the whole game to be like that, but it's a stark contrast between the previous two cases and this one. And it just there's a lot of stuff in this case. I do agree that Lang and Kay are good additions to this. They're fun. Are you saying what I think you are? And Lance Amano donned the Bad Badger's head and pretended to be Mr. Deacon? On top of which he plotted to shoot Miss Pops while wearing that hideous thing? The stage outside the stadium was nothing more than that. A setup. And its purpose is to lead Miss Pops into believing that she had committed murder. Saying that in front of Miss Pops and pretending to be the victim. It was all done so that she would pull the trigger. I have no idea what you're talking about. Why exactly would I have had to do all that, huh? But one reason. Lance Amano, you are the real culprit behind the murder of Mr. Oliver Deacon. What? No. That's slander. Take it back. You take it back right now. Just out of curiosity, Lance, which is your dominant hand? I'm left-handed, but what does that have to do with anything? Depends. According to Miss Pops, her attacker held a gun in his left hand. Ha! Who is what-handed doesn't prove a thing. Besides, now you're just being absurd. It's like Proto-Batter is bulletproof. One misfire and he would have found himself dead, right?
Objection!
Of course. If he had been shot, he probably wouldn't be here with us. I believe he had thought of that as well and prepared accordingly. And this should be all the evidence you need. Now Lance made sure that he wouldn't be hit by a bullet. Oh, yep, here we go. The gun! I've been presenting this all the time, but it's the gun. Now's where it comes into play! Finally. I was like, gun. But I had to be patient. I found one half of a Bad Badger costume in the hideout, a broken one. It was not the same one the victim was wearing, plus it was missing something. That something is the model gun that Bad Badger carries, which can fire blanks. What? Miss Pops, where is the gun you use now? I threw it away into the sea. That makes it a bit tough to verify what it was, although I believe that we can safely assume that was the model gun in question. I heard enough. All I've been spouting so far is pure conjecture. I admit that as long as the model gun's lost to us, I can't prove I'm right. However, I can say that the probability that I am right is very high. Okay, let's pretend that you're right and that the murder of the stadium was a fabrication. In that case, where do you think the murder really took place, Mr. Prosecutor? I don't know yet. Ha! Knew you're full of it. However, I do believe that the murder took place during an earlier time frame. Please, wait a second. It's simply not possible. Because I saw Mr. Deacon after he was restrained by Lance. You saw the victim in the state of being restrained. Did you now? This is getting to be a lot. I came back to the hideout long after the other two. That time Lance had already subdued and restrained Mr. Deacon. He had tied Mr. Deacon secured to the beam in the room next door. With that, the two of us put on our costumes and made our escape. Okay, so Mr. Deacon must have escaped after the two of you left, right? I thought that'd attract too much attention if we left together, so I left first. I plan to meet up again at the stage in the stadium. Let me double check something here. Well, I guess we'll find it when I press it. But then, as I was walking through the park, I got a call from Lance on my cell phone. Oliver managed to escape. Looked like he was waiting until I was alone. He also stole the gun from me at that time. Then the murder happened. Mr. Deacon must have overheard their plan to meet up at the stage. But he took the model gun then, in that case. Because... Obviously the real murder weapon is probably... No, wait, no, it wasn't Meeks' gun. Never mind. It wasn't his gun. Or, Yeah, it was tied up to a beam, which means he was either in the room we were stuck in, which you couldn't escape easily from. We had to figure that out. Or if it was the room where they were already in. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. Which means the victim is still alive at that time, wouldn't you agree? Why does that sound wrong to me? Must be something amiss about this account. Let's see what happens when I examine it in more detail. Yeah, something's not adding up here.
Hold it!
When exactly did you arrive back at the hideout? It was after we picked up the ransom money. And where were you up until the time you returned? I was scanning the park out, making preparations for our escape. I walked around the various areas looking for the best route. So each of them had their own roles to play. When I was done, I went back to the hideout.
Hold it!
Let's hear it. How did Lance look at that time? He looked shocked. He also looked a little down. I saw that sadness in his eyes. Thank you, that's enough for now. What of Mr. Deacon? What was his situation like? The room next door, huh? Well, that's not... Can't... Yep. Someone's lying here. You're sure that it was Mr. Deacon that you saw? Yes, I'm certain of what I saw. Did you go into the other room to check? That's how it was all best if I didn't get too close to him. Lance, he's such a kind soul. Then are you telling me that you do not confirm that it was Mr. Deacon for yourself? I checked through the slit in the door that separates the two rooms. It had a Bad Badger's head on, so I'm absolutely sure. Really now? This had to be Mr. Deacon. A Bad Badger head. The only thing is, he found the separate head in the isolation room. And I don't think that adds up to what you're saying. Miss Pops, the person you saw was not Mr. Deacon at all. Huh? The person you actually saw was this person. It was us. That's why we couldn't see. They put the head on us. I'm pretty sure that's where this is going. What's with me? Huh? The person I saw was you, Mr. Edgeworth. I always thought it was a bit odd. Why would the kidnappers abduct me even after I'd handed over the ransom? It's not as though I saw the face of the kidnappers. If I were them, I would have just taken the $1 million and ran. In the end, there was a point to it all. It was to make me look like Mr. Deacon. If that was the reason for which I was abducted, then I believe we can assume that the victim was already dead at that time. Well, Lance, am I right? That's... You showed Miss Pops a person, namely me, with a Bad Badger's head on. Then made your costume to escape together, or so you pretended. What do you mean he pretended? Exactly that. I believe Lance watched you escape, and then doubled back to the hideout. Probably to come remove the Bad Badger head from my unconscious self. And to create his fake prison with the prop sword. He then escaped via the passageway. Hold your tongue, boy. Don't get caught up in that tidal wave of words coming out of Mr. Prosecutor's mouth. Tidal wave? Heard a lot come out of you, but I've got to see a shred of evidence. Victim's betrayal and subsequent detainment. All that could have happened while you were out cold. That's right. You're out for quite a while, Mr. Prosecutor. If that were the case, Miss Pops would still see me tied to that beam. I was scared of Mr. Deacon, so I didn't go into the next room. So I really have no idea if you were in there or not, Mr. Edgeworth. You see, it would seem that you can't prove a thing. Who said that? Please wait. Mr. Amano. Oh, Miles, my boy, it looks like you're really giving it your all. Lance, it's not good to cause trouble for others. Dad! Let's see, you're the one in charge of the investigation, correct? Yeah, that's right. Sorry to my son, it's been nothing but trouble. This probably won't make up for anything, but I have some evidence for you. Oh, do you now? The Bad Badger. Is that what I think it is? That's the one Deacon was in! Aha! The Bad Badger costume the victim is wearing! And a gun! Couldn't wait around for the police, so I would have found these myself, because they were disposed of in the sea. How did he find them? But also, thank you, Ernest. Now we have the model gun. Everything's coming up Millhouse. So no one in this country actually obeys the law. There. Now, Agent Lang, please calm down. What the heck is that scrap of paper? This appears to be a letter from the Chief of Police. Please allow Mr. Amano complete freedom to do as he sees fit, it says. What? The Chief of Police? What the? Who does he think he is? The person who wields the highest authority in this area. Oh, there. Now. There's no need to be so upset. Not a cop from this land. They're not bound by the laws of your country. Now, there. This wasn't meant to strong-arm you into anything. This is just a request. We ask you please respect the laws of the land. Mid-trial evidence, yeah, let's go! I joked earlier, but I'm seriously expecting at some point, in these two games, at some point we're going to get an updated autopsy report. I'm almost certain they're going to pull that at some point. They've done a lot of other Phoenix Wright tropes so far. Why wouldn't they bring in the updated autopsy report?
Doesn't matter who found the evidence. It remains unchanged. Alright, now let's take a look at this new evidence. Already got the results back. At Special Forensics Research Lab that I'm on good terms with conduct the tests. Verified the blood in this costume belonged to Oliver. As for the gun, the only fingerprints I could find were yours, Lauren! What? You disappoint me, Miles. Can't believe that you would cause my son such stress and heartache. Goodness, I was able to find the final pieces of evidence.
He updated on the sports guy? Oh yeah, he did. He did do that. I forgot about that part. He did do that. Never mind. Yeah, they did. Yeah. Alright. Whoopsies. Still, it's... The only thing I was disappointed at is that in the second case, the golden statue was not in fact a clock. It was a piggy bank, but not a clock. They gotta bring a clock into this somehow. That's it? Use the case-making piece of evidence? I'll be the judge of that. Alright, let's investigate. One thing I'm noticing is, what is this? What's this? Looks like there's something inside the costume head. Shards of glass! Hey, they sparkle, but they're really valuable. Sorry, but they're just pieces of a mirror. The mirror from the haunted house. Why then, yeah. Interesting. Check on this gun. Could this gun be the actual murder weapon? And then the bullet hole. This bullet hole. Looks kind of burnt around the edges. Wait, those burn marks left by the gunpowder. It's the most important fact. Why is that? Because it's proof that the victim was shot at point-blank range. Okay. Well, these are not the most definitive pieces of evidence you've ever seen. Thank you, Dad. That should be enough to convince even Mr. Edgeworth over there. Shot at point blank with a gun that shoots blanks. I mentioned this earlier. No mistake, there are fingerprints in that murderous gun. They prove that it was Lolly who killed Oliver. But Oliver is also after Lolly's life. So, Mr. Edgeworth, even you must see that Lolly was only acting in self-defense. Fingerprints of the weapon, huh? Oh no, this isn't helpful at all! Look, Mr. Edgeworth, all I want to do is save Lolly. But in the end, all I can do is watch on as she takes the punishment for her crimes. Maybe all you can do, however, I still have a case to solve and a job to do. The job of unraveling your insidious lie. You wound me. Why don't you believe me in the face of all this evidence? Now I'm wondering if the dad is part of this. Or if he's just so worried for his son that he just finds anything. Alright. Those fingerprints. Are you sure they belong to Miss Pops?
There's no mistake about it. Oh, my connections, I had the best forensics techniques money can buy performed.
That'd be a bit peculiar.
What? Are you trying to pick an argument with me?
What should I do? Raise an objection? Let's do it. Frankly, I don't believe that Miss Pop's print should be on that gun to begin with. The reason why Miss Pop's print should not be on the gun is... Why shouldn't her prints be on the gun? Because it was ripped from the Bad Badger costume and she was in the Blue Badger costume? I guess just the costumes themselves. Because she was in costume. As the Blue Badger. No fingies on there. Simply not possible, Miss Pops, to have left any prints on the murder weapon. Because while she was at the stadium, Miss Pops was wearing a costume.
Huh? But there's been no mistake. We found fingerprints.
Well, Miss Pops, do you remember touching the gun at all at any time? Yes, as a matter of fact, I did hold it for a bit back in the hideout. I handed off to Mr. Deacon when he and Lance left for the haunted house. Achieve the ransom money, I suppose. And there you have it. That is when Miss Pop's prints found their way onto the gun. Grr. Understand now, Mr. Amano. Fingerprints do nothing to prove that Miss Pop's is the murderer, but you still don't have anything to prove that she isn't the killer, right? You seem very adamant about insisting your girlfriend is a cold-blooded killer. Oh, Lance. What? No way, I'm incredibly worried about her. That doesn't change the fact that you don't have any evidence, right? I swear you're wrong. I have the evidence. But how? The story that Miss Pops killed the victim at the stage in the stadium. The whole affair is simply not true because that was not the real crime scene, but a setup. This proves the real murder was not committed at the stadium at all. What proves it here, specifically? Oh. It's the mirror fragments. Yup.
Take that!
Or the music. Mr. Prosecutor, I have to rate that piece of logic as a 0 out of 10. 0? It's at least a 6.8 out of 10. Too much water. Down below must be something that invalidates it. Let's see here. It's dumber than you think? Oh no. Oh boy. That sounds like Ace Attorney, alright. It's dumber than you think. If I was thinking dumb. Wait a minute. I've seen a gun with a horse on it before. And it was in the first case, I believe. Do all revolvers just have the horse on it? Am I trying to make connections where there are none? Because this is a horse, gun a horse. I think just all revolvers have that. Unless it is connected, I'm... What could have been tangential proof the murder could happen exactly in a single spot? Tangential proof, okay. Let me also think about it. There's evidence we haven't used yet. I don't know if it's going to be the map because we haven't used it yet, or something else. Tangentially related to happen exactly in a single spot. I don't think it's the blue Badger Mobile. Oh. Don't tell me it's this. Shot from point.
Take that!
It is that. Let's see how stupid this is. Shoot Takumi, you've done it again. Let's take another good look at the costume the victim was wearing. And I believe you see why and says he was not shot at the stadium. Well, the costume proves it.
Take that!
The one around this bullet hole is made when the victim was shot at point-blank range. So you must mean the murder Miss Oldbag saw at the stadium really was... She saw two people. They were separated by distance. The victim was indeed shot from below the stage. There shouldn't be a gunpowder burn. Ugh. Now look at you, Mr. Smarty Pants Prosecutor. Okay, yeah, I would not have gotten that. I would have not gotten that. I thought it was the glass that showed us in the haunted house, or the victim's hideout, or the kidnapper's hideout. Though it might still be that. Since you seem to know all the answers, why don't tell us where the real crime scene is then? Something have to look like Mr. Deacon back at the hideout. That's the case. The murder must have happened prior to that. Location where Lance and the victim were just before I was imprisoned was... Okay. Got it. They're the real scene of the murder. Okay, so that's where the glass comes in. Yuppers.
Take
I
that!
would say haunted house area in general. It's not reasonable to assume the murder took place in the haunted house. The haunted house? Yes, and I have proof that it's highly likely the victim was killed there. Yep, and now the glass comes in. I was just using it early.
Take that!
Yuppers. These are inside the costume the victim was wearing. They're fragments of a mirror. A mirror? What does that have to do with anything? Indeed, you don't exactly expect to find pieces of a mirror inside a costume. Yeah, it's actually pretty dangerous. But there's one place I could think of where there is a plethora of mirror fragments. And that is the haunted house. Lance Amato, I propose that you killed Mr. Deacon with a revolver in the haunted house. That... this line right here is like... You solving a game of Clue. It was you in the haunted house with the revolver. After that, you stole the blue Badgermobile to move his body to the Wild Wild West area. Timing of when the blue Badgermobile was stolen confirms this as fact. Miles, my boy, say no more. I'm sorry, Mr. Amano, but I cannot do that. Be quiet. Yes, please do something. Stop that boy from speaking any more nonsense. Ernest Amano, correct? I mean you. Now be quiet, Gramps. How dare you? Don't need words. The only thing I require is evidence. Decisive evidence. Call these mirror bits decisive a bit too presumptuous, Mr. Prosecutor. What? Sheena, wasn't there a mirror in the kidnapper's hideout? Yes, there was a mirror there. There, that's for the haunted house. See? Isn't it possible the fragments got into the costume there? Agent Lang, there are no fragments on the floors. The probability is very low. Probability? Lang Z says, on Truth Path, the word probability does not exist. The only thing that does is definitive proof. The question, Mr. Prosecutor, is do you have the definitive proof you need? Well, Mr. Edgeworth, do you? Do I have solid evidence that proves the murder took place in the haunted house? The answer is no. See? So since you don't have any, shut up! I don't have the evidence yet, but... I'm certain the murder occurred around the time I turned the ransom over. That time, the only people at the haunted house, besides myself, were Lance and Mr. Deacon. I can prove that the murder took place at the haunted house, and I can prove Lance's guilt in connection to the murder. What now, Mr. Edgeworth? Agent Lang, I have a special request. Yeah? I'd like to prove you the scene of the crime was indeed the haunted house. Why in the world are you asking the werewolf for permission? Because I don't really have a choice if I want to find the truth. Alright, permission granted, but you're not to touch a single thing, got it? It won't be a problem. What's important to me is the truth be brought to light. Doesn't matter by who or how it's done, as long as it is. Sheena! I'm here. Put in the paperwork for the authorization immediately. Understood. Go get the Gatewater Group's approval. Oop. Who's holding it now? Who was that? Now. Let's hold on for a second. There's no need to obtain approval. Mr. Amano. Agent Lang, if you would please take a look at this. What is this? Sheena! It's the deed to the haunted house. Oh? Why would he own the haunted house? The deed. Read it out loud! Gatewater Land Incorporated hereby bequeaths the property known as the haunted house to Mr. Amano for the lump sum of $1 million, paid in full in cash. What? Oh, as you can see, I'm now the legal owner of the haunted house. Are you kidding? When did you... I ran to the owner of the park earlier. Oh. He made the deal almost immediately. How quickly things move when you can prepare $1 million in the blink of an eye. $1 million, huh? Instantly? From where would you get $1 million, Ernest? From where? I mean, besides the money he has on him, but like, Conveniently, exactly $1 million. That $1 million you paid.
Don't tell me it was... Oh, that's right. This disgusting suitcase belongs to you, doesn't it? Don't have any more use for it, so you may have it back now. You used the ransom money? My Lance is a good boy. He even apologized for the kidnapping a bit earlier. So I do believe that I will forgive him. But for all, he did return the ransom money. That's the way things are, so if you would please discuss things with me from now on. Discuss? What's there to discuss? Why, permission to enter the haunted house, of course.
Oh boy. Oh boy. So again, I'm not sure if Ernest is a part of it, or if he is so protective of Lance that he's willing to do anything. That part I think we'll get to.
Permission to search the haunted house is denied. End of discussion. Agent Lang, I want you to arrest that girl. And Miles, you should hurry on home now, my boy, before I really lose my temper. Mr. Amano definitely has the deck stacked in his favor here. What should I do? If I leave it like this, the truth will be lost forever.
Hold it. Oh. To be continued. Finale Part 2. Hold on a moment. I want to double check something. So my first stream of this, where I did episodes 1 and 2, took 5 hours. We're getting close to 4 hours. If this goes on so much longer, then that's kind of crazy for the third case to be as long as the first two combined. Final confrontation ladder. Okay. So we are getting to the end. Okay. I can't get permission to investigate the crime scene. The truth will be lost. Hold it. Yep, I knew it. Hold it! Hold it! Hold it! Okay. Mr. Edgeworth, what are you doing spacing out? Have you forgotten? There's only one thing you should do at a time like this. What is that? The people are to bind, the hero of justice appears to save the day. You can just leave it to me. For I'm Kay Faraday, the second of the great Yatagrasu. Stop saying that out loud right by the cops. I thought you were a thief, not a hero. Yatagrasu is noble and always a thief of justice. That's... of course. We have enough information. I can recreate the inside of the haunted house with this. Once we then factor in everyone's testimony, you can recreate exactly what happened when I dropped off the ransom money. You'll be able to figure out some new information through this. Worth a try. Agent Lang. Ah, so you want to use your little toy? Be my guest. Okay, hang on. We're all about to witness the true power of a real modern-day Robin Hood. Detective Gumshoe. Is there a copy of the haunted house's blueprint among the police's reference documents? I can't make an Among Us joke there because I did it last stream where they literally said Among Us in dialogue.
Yes, sir. Got just case ready for the kidnapping case.
Alright, input the haunted house data then. What is this? Where are we? It's like we're inside the haunted house. I can't inspect the real location itself. The path to the truth slumbers here. If I successfully navigate my way using logic, ultimately I'll arrive at the truth. Now that I believe I'm ready to investigate the crime scene. Oh boy. Okay, what should I recreate first? Haven't figured it out yet? And maybe I have, maybe I haven't. I'm gonna make you do all the hard work. Very well, I'd like to inspect the moment in which I was ambushed by my abductor. The two of them were definitely in this place at that time. You can verify that may provide with a new lead. And one thing I do remember is that in the opening scene of that, we got attacked by the Proto-Badger, I'm pretty dang sure. I just came into the hallway after leaving the money inside the dining room. Oh, no, that's the Blue Badger. What was the Badger doing all the way down there? I also thought it strange. However, I thought that maybe it was simply a mannequin that was set there for atmosphere. You know which Badger it was? No, it's too dark to tell. All I saw was its silhouette. No. I think it's just programming a Badger silhouette in for now. Okay, programming complete. So the way I thought this was going to go is that Kay was gonna use her thief skills to break into the haunted house. and she do something there, but this works too. Gotta use more of the funny little thief. Then I started walking towards the exit. That's where you struck from behind, right? Yes. That's odd. The hallway's a dead end. Where'd your assailant come from? There's only one location I can think of. I believe my scent was lying in wait here. I assume the dining room.
Take that!
Real ninja get with hiding there. Lying in wait. Like right here. Or here. Okay, if it's not in the dining room... Well... Wait, hold on. Don't tell me.
Take that!
Okay, it is that stupid. It is that stupid. That doll I saw wasn't really a doll. It was in fact a costume kidnapper. Oh, so he's the costume's the perfect camouflage plan with the rest of the house. Precisely. Wait until I'd made the drop-off and was about to leave. Then, just as he saw me take a step towards the exit, Stone launched his attack. I thought they were implying that this was a second person. I thought that's what they're implying here, but no, it is just the one guy. You have no better hiding place than this. Hey, not bad. I didn't think I should steal this tactic for myself. Just don't use it to do anything criminal, Kay. This looks like a chow from the side. Yep. Well, Lance? What are you asking me for? So of the kidnappers, I figured I should give you the chance to confess first. I was one of the kidnappers, but I don't know anything. I did come to the haunted house, but I never set foot inside. I left Oliver in charge of picking up the ransom money. Didn't set foot inside. He's telling the truth or is another lie? Alright then, you're claiming that it was Mr. Deacon who assaulted me. Yes, I'm sure it was him. Okay, I'm putting the new info now. Mr. Deacon was the Bad Badger, right? The Bad Badger has a gun attached to its right hand. I'll have to change it so the weapon is in his left hand. But... verify the facts of this recreation. But again, he's right-handed, not left-handed. You didn't recreate the weapon. Well, I can't exactly recreate something I know nothing about. Tell me, what were you hit with? The attack came from behind, so I have no idea. I doubt it was someone's bare hands. Okay, then where were you hit? Hit on the right side of my head, just above my temple. There's a bit of blood, but it wasn't anything serious. Ouch, sounds painful. Why are you smirking like that when you say it? Okay, so he was... that means from the right side of his head. And that means the guy held it in the right hand and swung it towards his head. Which means it wasn't him. It wasn't Oliver. And it was Lance. Where is anything in the hallway that could have been used as a weapon? I wonder.
Take that!
I mean, there's a sword right there. I have it. There was indeed one such object lying here in this hallway. Prop sword. Talking about this thing here? Yes. Well, we did find it at the kidnapper's hideout. Wait, yes, it's possible that the culprit took it with him after using it on me. Even though it's behind, right? Correct. It's worth a more thorough examination yet. What tests do you want to run on this sword? Not for prints, because, again, the costume. The culprit was wearing a costume at the time, so fingerprint analysis is useless. So Let's run a luminol test. Also, some of my blood found its way onto this. Delaying my ask for cooperation in this matter. Huh. I got a choice. China, call the lab boys. Understood. Except for a dab on the left side, it appears that the blade is spotless. On the left side, so again, the person swinging with the right hand, because it'd be awkward to swing with your left hand onto the right of someone's head. Must have been the left side of the prop sword that hit you then, right? Okay, I'll update the recreation with this new piece of info. So then this must be the Bad Badger costume with the gun removed. Which means again it was Lance! Next is the Badger will swing his left arm complete with weapon in hand. It's to club me with the left side of the prop sword. Shall I recreate the moment of impact? I want to see the pain expression on your face. It's just fine the way it is. Maybe not. It's my imagination or something not quite right. You know, the Bad Badger's pretty bad looking when you see him up close. Well, what'd you expect from a character named the Bad Badger? Those sunglasses, wearing them in the dark makes them seem extra bad. Now I'm lost. Which meaning of bad does she really mean? Okay. It's me. It's me. I'm me, he says. I have to say, it's rather embarrassing to see myself like this. Oh, so what were you thinking about at the time? Don't recall. I would guess I was thinking about the kidnapping. Really? 'Cause I don't think so at all. Your phrase practically screams, I'm about to be conked over the head. Hehe. If I'd known the time, do you think I would have let myself be hit? Okay. So let's take a look here. We have lots of evidence here. Prop sword. Culprit hit me in the right temple area with this. So once again, I say that he was right-handed again. I think this is what I do at this point, right? According to this document, the victim was right-handed. Aha! There's a change which hand is holding the weapon then. Hold on, you two. Didn't think I was gonna ignore something like that, did ya? What are you talking about? Look, no interrupting when I'm about to have a little fun. Ha! If you change your recreation, you'll only be wasting your time. It's not possible for that thing to hold something in its right hand, you know. So it's Lance, who's in the Proto-Badger costume. Mr. Edgeworth, the logic is... What's that thing called? The Bad Badger? Take another good look at its right hand. Oh, I forgot the weapon is in its right hand because there's already a gun in it. Precisely. You knew that already? Yes, and I also know the Badger was holding the weapon in his right hand. Huh? Where of what's coming out of your mouth? You just contradicted yourself. I have evidence, of course, proof that the culprit held the sword in his right hand. Sound interesting. Alright then, show me this evidence. This proves that the culprit held the weapon in his right hand when he struck. Is it the missing gun? Was it ripped off at that time? I'm around low on justice points. Is it the Badger Bible? If we're sure it's the Bad Badger, then it would have to be the missing model gun. Right? Unless we're saying it's not the Bad Badger, but I don't think that's where this is going.
Take that!
Nope. It's not that. What the heck kind of proof is that supposed to be, Mr. Prosecutor? Can it be that you don't know your left from right? Poppycock. The evidence I was looking for. Okay. Okay, that it took the gun part, but not the fact that it was ripped from the suit. Okay. was ripped from the Bad Badger costume. Okay, so it wasn't that. It's gonna be stupid again, isn't it? I can already tell. Either we prove some other way that his right hand was free, or that it wasn't the Bad Badger, but I don't know if that's what the game wants me to do. Right, precisely. Also know the Badger was holding the weapon in his right hand. Proof the held the sword in the right hand. So is it this, and we're saying that, are saying that's, what does the game want us to do here? We did see a costume? Okay. Yeah, I do know. It was the Proto Badger, I think. But I guess, yeah, I guess it is that. I guess it is. I'm just not... I guess this is what the game wants, but it hasn't really... It's not really directing me towards that. I guess it kind of is.
Take that!
Okay, it's not the Bible that shows it's... What the heck? It's not the Badger Bible. Okay. It's not the Badger Bible, which shows that's a different Badger. Found Miss Pop's fingerprints on this gun. Let me hold it for a sec? I shouldn't if you don't know how to handle it. Besides, Miss Pop's prints are on it. Look, I'm wearing gloves. It'll be okay. Just want to take a look, that's all. I'm gonna run off with it. The only things don't return are treasures. Stealing either one would land you in jail, you know. It's not this. It's not the Blue Badger Bible. Can't be this. Don't think this is it. Don't think it's this. Not that. Is it the dossier? The only other thing I can think of is that it's the revolver. Or is it? Well, from the image we saw before, it looked like it was... Hold on. Hold on a minute. Okay. So we're not talking about which costume's what yet. So I think we're talking about the sword. Right? Because it's what I've been saying. It'd be awkward to swing this with your left hand. Something...
Take that!
I hope it's this. Yes, it's it! There we go. I'm thinking too far ahead, I think. And so's the weapon itself. Except for a bit on the left side, this prop sword is absolutely spotless. Wherever the culprit had used his left hand, the blood would be on the opposite side. But the replica Bad Badger is holding the sword in his right hand. I don't know what's going on anymore. Giving up already? Simple. Can't hold the sword in his left or right hand. Then the one who struck me could not have been the Bad Badger. Paying attention, Lance? Grr. Mr. Dean could not have been the one who struck me. Please only you as a primary suspect. Fine, it was me. I hit you. Yes, you lied to me yet again. See how quickly they catch up to you, Lance. Wait, isn't Lance left-handed? Yeah, I definitely was thinking too far ahead. Yeah. Yes, but that's what makes this deception all the more interesting. He used his right hand to make it look like Mr. Dick had been the one to strike me. For you see, firing a gun with one's non-dominant hand is difficult. At levels, dexterity isn't required to swing a prop sword. Okay, please input this new data. The one who hit me from behind was Lance, or should I say the Proto-Badger. You got it, here I go! There we go. Now we have a faithful recreation of the situation around the attack on me. Alright, all I have to do is examine this new recreation and... And what exactly is so funny, Agent Lang? That amusing little gadget sure packs a punch, right, Sheena? Yes, it was all I could do to hold my laughter in. Hey, don't make fun of little thief, you mean old werewolf! You and Mr. Edgeworth bring out the best in each other. You had your little fun, but now it's my turn. Sat quietly by listening. But the crude conclusions you two keep spewing don't whet this wolf's appetite. There's no guarantee that your Toby will always show the real situation at any given time. All displays is whatever information you put it in there, right? Well, when you put it that way, your suppositions are wrong. It's not your fault, so I'm not gonna let you in on this. There's a trick to this haunted house. What may that be exactly? A trick beyond what your tiny imagination can produce. Sheena! Here you are. Now then, what you missed, girlie, is written right here in this pamphlet. We are using the pamphlet! Finally! The 7 Wonders of the Haunted House, the Disappearing Badger. What is this? It said someone around here is fond of theatrics. As you can see, there's a doll down the end of this hallway for that purpose. Basically, the blue badger you saw was just a stupid doll. How can this be? Guess that throws your whole theory about it being your attacker right out the window. Yeah, but that can't be right. Maybe the culprit hid the doll somewhere, and then he laid down and pretended to be it instead. The criminal couldn't even hide himself in the hallway. How could he hide a giant doll? Get it now? Thanks to presumptions, your logic started off weak and led you to completely the wrong conclusion. Yeah. Now get off your high horse. Mr. Edgeworth. Okay, I'd wonder if you could please input the new information for me. You don't know when to quit, do you? Can't quit, not until I can declare that I found the truth. Agent Lang, for the additional information, you have my thanks. There you go again. We'll see if I don't care. Okay, I'm updating the recreation now. And now we see the disappearing badger. Hold on a minute. That looks really weird. Look at how it changes from the blue badger into the proto-badger all of a sudden. The slumped-over badger was just a doll. Where's my attacker hiding? That's what we're gonna find out, right? I noticed something a little weird. Ugh. I think the wall I saw from the scroll to the left to the right, I want to say that's a false wall because it was indented, like unusually indented. Yes, let's. Recreation can't be right, which means there must be a contradiction somewhere. Let me double check, though. Now, why would this be so indented? Is this a false wall, or is this a fake mirror? Take a look around, and it almost feels more like a house of mirrors. Indeed. I've never heard of this many mirrors inside of a haunted house before. At least you know this is the real crime scene thanks to these mirror shards. Hey, wait! These shards. Something different about them. No? The ones we found earlier are thicker than shards from these mirrors on the wall. And look, some sort of design on the back, too. Pieces from the costume are certainly different from the other mirrors. What does this mean? Could it be that our pieces are not pieces of these mirrors? Can we examine these now? No. It has a design on the back. Okay. This blue badger is just a doll for his haunted house. That the one who killed this blue badger is the bad badger, right? According to the Blue Badger Bible, it says that they are each other's worst enemy. All because one's an ally of justice and the other's a vile criminal with a gun. Perhaps they were just destined to battle each other, much like the steel samurai and the evil magistrate. Anything else around here? They're not giving us much. Can't investigate the window. Okay, let's take another look at everything. It's in the right position. But not on... Hang on a moment. Hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. They flipped it turnways. Hold on a second here. There's something wrong with this blue badger. Huh? Like what? The way the belt is on him is opposite of how it should be. Did you make a mistake? That can't be. I input the image data exactly as in the pamphlet. So why is the blue badger dressed up in reverse? Why is the blue badger in reverse? Something with the mirrors. Right? Okay, but how is... But how? This is gonna be stupid, isn't it? What has Shu Takumi done this time? Okay, do you remember what you said earlier? I said earlier about what? But how this building might as well have been a house of mirrors. A house of mirrors? Oh, that would explain the reversed or mirror image. Yes, this blue badger might be nothing more than the reflected image of a real one. Then was the blue badger you just saw a reflection? I walked down this hall, I thought it was perfectly straight. If there was a mirror, that would actually form an L shape, right? Precisely. I was deceived. The hallway was almost pitch black, and there was a beam in the way that obstructed my view of the other hallway. But why build this place like that? Sounds pretty pointless to me. Okay, this house is just another attraction at an amusement park. Create a mirror wall for a very specific purpose, one I can point out to you. This was when he built a mirror wall. For the disappearing badger, I guess? I guess so. It's about the 7 wonders, after all. Gotta trick the guests somehow.
Take that!
As it's written, only Link can defeat Ganon. The main draw of this attraction is the mystery of the disappearing badger. I mean, they built a mirror for that trick alone? But you said you saw the badger, it was definitely still there. That was true at the time. However, doing this allows someone to make the blue badger disappear in a flash. I gotta move the wall, right? You can't move the badger or dim the lamps. You move the wall. To remove a reflected image, simply move the mirror. First, the mirror's construction that could be moved. Ah! And beyond where the mirror was, an empty hallway had to be created. So when they wanted people to see the blue badger, they'd open the mirror. And when they wanted to hide it, they simply had to close it again. Okay, so it was indented for a reason. It is a false wall, kind of. This explains why the other side of these fragments have a design on them. And if the pattern's the same as the other walls in this hallway, then when the mirror's closed, it'd blend in with the rest of the walls. This is the mirror trick this haunted house employs. And this must prove the existence of a hiding place for the culprit. Huh? How so? Think about it, Kay. There's a place that was outside of my field of vision. The culprit kept out of sight by hiding? Yeah. In the missing place.
Take that!
It's a very large blind spot. When I could not see beyond it, it was here. My sound hit on the other side of the movable mirror, and you wouldn't be able to see him. Didn't even need to do anything to the blue badger doll. Exactly. All I had to do was wait for me on the other side of the mirror. Wait, hold on. I just thought of something. Yes? Well, should the mirror wall be broken right now in reality? Since we have a few shards of it, we could probably assume it is. Yes, it most definitely is broken. The question is, when was it broken? I found these inside the victim's costume. That means the victim was there when the mirror was broken. Wait, that sound. Leave the money and go, now. We did hear a sound. That sound error is most definitely the sound of a mirror breaking. Okay, I'd like to input some new information. Added little thief is put in the house would be revealed right away. Yeah. 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 That is a good point. Don't scare me like that. Sorry, I need you to recreate something for me. Wait. Weren't we given the blueprints in the first place? That's how we got this recreation in the first place. We got the blueprints. Then why are we surprised at the mirror won't at all? They gave us the blueprints. Unless they gave us... What? Wait a minute. That's weird. Unless they are fake blueprints. Like, they gave us the blueprints to the haunted house. In which case, it should have the mirror wall in it. So why... What? Now that I don't get. Sure, whatever you need. So what do you need anyway? If you could first recreate this hallway, just before I enter the dining room. You got it. Ooh. Now this. I believe this is how it was right before I entered the dining room. Although at the time, that was but a single straight hallway. And I went and saw... sorry. Around then I heard the sound of a mirror shattering. Heard what? Then? Yes, but it was then that the mirror was broken. Okay, but so then when you stepped outside into the hallway again... The mirror wall should no longer exist, Kay. Please recreate that. Got it! Oh, okay. So it's not a wall with a mirror on it. The mirror itself is a wall because of the design on the back. That's a weird design. That is a weird design. The mirror itself is the entire wall. Why not just have a wall and the mirror on it? So, whatever. This haunted house is dumb. There's so much stuff here. So where did he go in this proto-badger suit, Mr. Edgeworth? Ha, that's easy enough. The mirror gone, he simply hid himself in the branch hallway. I think this about wraps it up. Looks like he finally solved everything. No, not yet. Even logic contradiction has now reared its head. Huh? Perhaps you did not notice. This recreation contains a very troubling inconsistency. just between what I saw in the recreation lies. Yeah. Perhaps here? Like, we did still see the badger here, didn't we? Right? At least that's the scene we saw as Edgeworth. So I'm guessing this. I guess so. Okay, take a good look at the end of the hole. Oh, there's no blue badger there. Exactly. The blue badger I saw in reality is not here. This is the final point in this long chain of logic. The last remaining contradiction. Hey, why are we doing this, by the way? What's the point of all this? Like, I know we're getting Lance to admit that he killed him, but, like... this was a super long tangent for it. This case... why? The case didn't need to be this long. It really is as long as the first two cases combined. Why? So let me get this straight. When we came out of the dining room, we saw a badger, right? That is precisely where the final contradiction lies. Something in that shouldn't exist was there before me. Who or what do you suppose it was? This is the real identity of our mystery badger. I'm assuming it's Deacon. Yeah, I'm guessing it was Deacon, because we didn't see the type of badger it was.
Take that!
The badger I saw was in actuality the dead victim's body. Ugh! What? Agent Lang, the entirety of my complete logic is my final decisive proof of evidence. The murder happened in the hallway of the haunted house at the time of the drop-off. Consider the moment I heard the mirror breaking to be the real time of death for Mr. Deacon. No! It was due to their fighting. Mono's belongings to the haunted house, so it would immediately reveal... Okay. Okay. So again, my question, I guess we'll figure out, is how involved the father is. Because he knows the body's in there, so is he a part of the kidnapping, or is he protecting his boy because he knows he did it? Again, I guess we'll find out. It was due to the fighting, so was the life-shattering bullet. But no matter what the cause was, the hallway mirror wall was broken. Ha! You're in the house at the time, right? Tell me that you missed the sound of a gunshot? There were a variety of sound effects playing at the time. All for theatrics, I assume. The gunshot must have blended right in. Ayah! Now then, I'd like you to recall something from me. Who was it that was with the victim at the haunted house? Urgh! Who was the one who had the opportunity to rob the victim of his gun and use it on him? It was you, Lance Amano! Oh, he's so sad he got caught. I'm sorry! There we go. Well, we did it. It's not like I had a choice. Oliver turned on me all of a sudden. He snapped and turned violent after I hung up with you. Shot me to the ground and straddled me. Fought back as hard as I could, grabbed his gun, and I shot him. Bullet must have went through his body and shattered the mirror. If I had taken his gun and shot him first, I would have been the one you found. He's a hard criminal. He escaped from jail. See? That's justified self-defense. My boy was only trying to protect himself. It remains to be seen and will have to be resolved in court. Gentle Lang, I leave the rest to you. As if you were the one charged around here. Guys, arrest these two and get them out of my sight. But wait, I had nothing to do with the murder. The only person you should be arresting is Lance. Dad? Ooh. Sorry, but you're not slipping away that easy, Mr. Ernest Amano. You tampered with the evidence that you could cover for your son. What a great dad you are, willing to risk it all. Truly touching. Grr. By the way, do you know why I'm really here? How could I possibly know the answer to such an asinine question?
You wound me. I came all this way across the sea just to see you, you know. Is he involved in the smuggling? You came to see me? What's that supposed to mean? I have a few things to ask you, Mr. Amano, about a case from 10 years ago. There's that case from 10 years ago. Case from 10 years ago. What's the name that you used here for that case? Sheena! It's known as the KG-8 incident. KG-8 incident? Oh, so you remember it. Good. I recall that the trigger in that case was the Amano Group scandal. Specifically, the charge of an internal smuggling ring. Smuggling, there's that word again. At the time, the person that was arrested as the ringleader was Mr. Amano's very own secretary, Mr. Colin Deveray. Father! Even though you pushed the crime onto your then-secretary, Mr. Deveray, I always suspected that you were involved in the smuggling ring, Mr. Amano. Mr. Deveray arrested in place of you, which is why when he broke out, you hid him from the police, right? You hid him in exchange for his silence on your little dirty secret. No. Please calm down. I honestly have no idea what you're talking about. Pretend to be ignorant all you want. We're taking you down to the precinct anyway for a nice long chat. Hold it. Who's holding? What the? Who the heck was that? What? I'll take him down to the precinct, if you don't mind. What? And who the heck are you? I'm Jacques Portsman, and I'm the prosecutor in charge of this case. Oh, Jacques, thank goodness you're here. Don't jerk me around. It's an Interpol case, so keep your paws off my suspect. Sorry, but I can't comply. I've got the backing of the prosecutor's office. See, in this country, prosecutors work with the police to bring cases to court. So if you could please cooperate with me here, that'd be great. I have many questions. I guess we're about to find out. Now, how about a handshake to seal the deal? Sorry, but I hate prosecutors, the whole lot of you. So, guys, arrest the two suspects. Sir! I almost forgot. Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth, is it? I'd like to thank you. Thank me? Yeah, for working so hard to fulfill my goal. Hey, is that any way to thank someone? What the heck is that supposed to mean? You were so relentless with Lance that you forced us to tamper with the evidence. Thanks to that, I found a legitimate reason to arrest him. So how does it feel to bite the hand that feeds you? The hand that feeds me? I'm not sure I follow. Heh, no use pretending with me. You're the one, right? You're the corrupt prosecutor that's working for Mr. Amano of the smuggling ring, right? No, I would never do such a thing. What the heck? Our intel's never wrong. In your prosecutor's office, there's definitely someone working with the ring. So Agent Lang suspected my relation to Mr. Amano. Must be the real reason I had an antagonistic attitude. On top of that, your mentor is Manfred von Karma, right? There are non-stop rumors flying around that forged evidence with that guy. You're not twisting the truth behind those closed courtroom doors too, are ya? The courtroom is a place where the truth is revealed. Oh, don't worry, it's not only you. The whole lot of you can't be trusted. Prosecuting never lost in 40 years? Every defendant must be found guilty? Feel by that kind of thinking. Is it any wonder that courts produce nothing but falsities and lies? It seems as disdain extends beyond just me. Prosecutors, the courts. Why is this man so angry with us all? Rest assured, the next time we meet, I won't be so forgiving. So don't you forget it. Please, wait. Agent Sheena, why does Agent Lang told prosecutors so? Lang is the head of the long-honored House of Lang in Zhangfa. The heads of all police related to divisions in that country were of Lang blood. Were? What do you mean by that? Aren't they still? They were revered, but that was long ago. They don't hold that sort of sway anymore. It was all because of the corpse. How can that be? The prosecutor once withheld and tampered with the evidence on one of the Lang detectives found. The evidence purity was tarnished and cost the Lang family its honor and trust. But not all prosecutors are like that. Even so, Lang will never respect the court again, or any prosecutor. So Agent Lang is a man who hates all courts, is unwilling to forgive prosecutors. Man, what a piece of work that guy is. Come on, Jim, we better catch up. Yeah. We still got to deliver that thing to the old man, after all. Detective Gumshoe, I believe it's time we wrapped up and headed out ourselves. Yeah. Going home, Mr. Edgeworth? No, I've done nothing but be entangled in one mess after another since my return. Sorry to you, can you drop me off at my office? No problem, sir. Excuse me? Yeah, what is it? Thank you very much. Oh, it's okay. No need to thank me, pal. Just doing my job as detective. I guess I was fooled pretty badly by Lance. Oh, cruel fate. What's a woman to do when she's been hurt by the one she loves? I think I never realized my father was right there. I never said anything to him. I knew it. I'm a failure. Ah, there she goes again, talking to herself. Miss Pops? I wonder if you know why your father participated in the kidnapping. No, I have no idea. Your father died while he was trying to stop Lance, which means that from the beginning he had no interest in the staged self-abduction. Wait, then why did he... I believe it was because of your presence, Miss Pops. Me? Lance realized the two of you are related. That's why I used you as a hostage to coerce Mr. Devereaux into cooperating. Your father... As a felon, he cannot tell you of his real relation to you. I was the Amano family butler. At the very least, he was able to watch over you. That's all he could do, but that was the shape of his overflowing love for you. Go on, speak your mind. That is... Thank you very much. You're welcome, although there is no need to thank me. Okay, I won't. No, Lawrence, stop! This man's much so older than you. So we're not gonna dress... It looks like you completely stolen her away, Mr. Edgeworth. Way to go, sir. Technique is way beyond the level of a great thief. What are you going on about now? Wow, your doing skills may be sound, but you have no street smarts. That's Mr. Edgeworth for you. Yeah, I mean, he still hasn't figured out who I am at all. I haven't remembered in all this time. I guess I'm just gonna have to say it. This is the first time we've met, you know. What do you mean, pal? Mr. Edgeworth, how do you know this girl? Huh. Looks like you totally forgot me too, Gummy. Gummy? Here, maybe this will jog your memories. Promised I'd return this to you one day, remember? That single piece of cloth took me back, far into my past. That fateful day 7 years ago, when I first met the then child Kay and Detective Gumshoe. The end. Cool. Guess we'll find that out in the next chapter, episode, case. Also, we're just not gonna even talk about Portman and Faith at all. Nothing. Alright, sure. So, here's the deal. I was thinking... The case after what I'm about to do is absurdly long. Oh, God. So I was thinking, it's like... I've gone on too long to really make a huge hit in this upcoming episode. And I don't want to go on... Hold on, let me double check. I've been needing to pace myself with these type of games because... When I played the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles, the finale VOD for that was 9 hours and 34 minutes. My record longest stream because I could not help myself. And I don't want that to happen again, so that's, again, why I've been pacing myself. So I don't want to do that again, but I want to at least see the beginning of this next case. And I'm not going to do the thing where we got to do this whole case in one thing. I'm not going to stop to beat the case, because that's what happened in the Ace Attorney Chronicles. I was like, alright, the game's almost over, let's finish this. And all of a sudden, we've gone 9 hours, so, no. I'm gonna
start the case. And then we'll see how I feel. Talk about reminiscence. Oh boy. Chance the case after this one. Episode 5 is absurdly long. Oh boy. Oh man. That worries me. I certainly hope it's better than case 3 was, because that was a lot. Kay Faraday, the young lady calls herself the second Yatagarasu. A piece of cloth that she conjured up has taken me back to many years ago. 7 years earlier. Ah. We haven't seen this. Yeah, that's right. I did it. I killed the guy. I didn't think we'd see a courtroom in this game. But it was the great thief Yatagarasu that told me to do it. I asked the defendant, just what exactly are you trying to say?
Don't you get it? I know the true identity of Yatagarasu. Yatagarasu is the man standing over there at the prosecutor's bench. Are you saying that I'm the Yatagarasu? Don't you dare deny it. You told me to kill him when he snuck into the embassy.
Uh-oh. I claim that Mr. Faraday is the Yatagarasu.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
Mr. Vell, I think we've heard just about enough out of you.
Your Honor, please listen to me. I'm telling the truth. You gotta believe me.
Interesting. They're good old judgy.
In accordance with the defendant's accusation, a new prosecutor shall be called to replace Mr. Faraday. This court will be in recess until the new prosecutor is ready. Oh!
Are we actually gonna do court in this investigation game? Oh my goodness. And we're wearing the jacket! It's almost time for me to enter the courtroom. And so it is that my first assignment as a prosecutor will be as a replacement for a prosecutor who has been accused by the defendant.
Edgeworth.
Sir.
Have you read over all the documents regarding this trial?
Yes, sir. Memorized everything there is to know.
Very good. The paperwork for the prosecutor's substitution is just about complete. Edgeworth, always bear in mind that as your mentor, I, Manfred von Karma, will accept nothing short of perfection.
I understand, sir. To have the chance to stand in court at such an early stage in my career,
I'm honored and proud. As I've watched over your studies, I'm giving you this very rare chance. Prove yourself. Crush the defense's pathetic lies into oblivion.
Yes, sir. Yeah, he is. Such a legendary prosecutor will be watching and judging my performance. I have to be perfect in every way. Let me walk around and examine. Is that the dang thinker? A bookshelf, huh? Compendium of Laws for Beginners. I don't have the time to read this and second-guess myself now. That's the dang thinker. I hate.
Shall resume shortly. Please wait a moment, sir.
So be well aware of that. Shortly or in a moment. Which one is it? Be specific. Marvel of the courthouse. Pretty well constructed. Hands in the face. Don't tell me this thing transforms. Yet I wonder for what other purpose could they have been made. Luxurious and beautiful leather sofa. Get indulge self-play extra, might as well do it the flashback. Yeah, sure. Why not? I was thinking of just doing like the beginning of this, but it's crazy. Only 7.5 hours. Well, we'll keep going. I'm feeling good enough that I can keep going. Might as well. Thanks for letting me know, by the way, because As someone who has not played either of these games, I would not have been aware that last one's crazy long, but we'll keep going for this one. The positioning of the sofa puts one under the direct gaze of the judges. Every judge in this courthouse's history is quite the beard, as gallantly parted with their beloved head of hair, I see. Being a judge would be a very stressful career. Aren't these great? Daddy made all these. Awesome, but didn't you get fired after you made them? Yeah, I did. Spent the same amount of money on this model as it cost to build the real thing. My boss was very happy with me. What do you mean? Hey, Dad, you say you built a secret mechanism inside it? I'll tell you about it someday when you're older. Secret mechanism? Maybe you install as payback for getting fired. Could be trouble. Now I'm curious. Hello? Excuse me, but something the matter. I just thought someone would brought hors d'oeuvres by now. This is a courthouse. Quite atypical to provide hors d'oeuvres here. Are you sure? Someone poured me a fresh cup of coffee last time I was here. What does he think a courthouse is for? This guy loves water. It's just so good. I could drink a whole gallon. Never heard of water tasted that good. Water is good. Maybe I'll give him a minute. Does he plan on gulping a entire reservoir dry? Bulletin board. Their trial schedule posted on it. Trial scheduled for this week. It's only today's trial listed. Must be a mistake or this country judicial system is not working as it should. Spring break. Spring break. Court gets a break. Goes on vacation. Today's trial should have just ended in just 1 minute. Because the defendant was picked up by the security camera, correct? Exactly. The colonel had the gall to say he only killed because he was instructed to do so. The VOD raises its claim the case prosecutor, Byrne Faraday, gave the order. Ha! Faraday's such a fool. He'd been cornered by his very own prey. Sir, are you an acquaintance of Mr. Byrne Faraday? He is a pathetic man who speaks nothing but nonsense. Nonsense? He once tried to explain to me a way of punishing those who cannot be brought to court. Those who cannot be brought to court? That is nonsense for no man above the law. Modest 3.54 hours. Alright. I can manage that. However, there's no reason to even deal with such individuals. Prosecutors are guardian of the court, with no obligation to outside matters. Thus, there's no reason to deal with such individuals. I see. Edgeworth, disgracing yourself as Faraday as will not be forgiven. Have no fear, I'll not let you down, sir. Placing the accused prosecutor Byrne Faraday, I'll prove the defendant's guilt. Very good. It's a good enough recess for you to prepare to do just that. Show them all the power of Von Karma. So have you achieved a firm understanding of the case? Yes, sir. Memorized everything that's written down in the case files. Well, explain the case to me. I want to see if you really know what you're talking about. Understood. Murders committed on September 8th in front of the Codopian Embassy. The victim, Mr. No. No. Shoot to kill me! The victim, Mr. Deadman, was a staff member at the embassy. No. In this case, Mr. Mackerel is held for questioning at the night of the incident. Is deemed suspicious. Quickly placed under arrest for possession of the murder weapon, a gun. Furthermore, at the time of the murder, the great thief Yatagarasu had successfully infiltrated the Codopian embassy as well. The first row claimed that himself was the Yatagarasu, but he did not kill Deadman. Look. Look. I love Ace Attorney names a lot. But, come on. Hot Coldman. No. Shutakumi would give a Kojima a run for his money. Stuff like this. Oh, man.
Possibly wants to go down on the spotlight if he's found guilty. Surely is no limit to people's inanity. But I digress. Continue, Edgeworth.
Yes, sir. During the trial, the prosecution presented the security footage that captured the murder. Footage clearly showed Mr. Rell as the murderer.
The act of Mr. Rell finding the gun can be clearly seen from the visitors' galley.
Upon seeing that, the retracted statement admitted to murder. I did because I was told to, by the real Yatagarasu, Baron Faraday.
That sounds about right. However, you've forgotten one thing. While this may appear to simply be the murder of a Kodofian embassy staff member, people actually referring to it as the second KG-8 incident.
The second KG-8 incident? I'm very sorry, sir. I failed to study hard enough.
Well, even among the police, that's information only a select few are privy to.
Please enlighten me, sir. Oh boy. Sir, what do you mean by the second KG-8 incident?
Or for me to tell you that, you must first learn about the original case. Take a look at these documents.
This is a 3-year-old newspaper.
You have heard of the Amano Group scandal before, correct?
Yes, I have. The secretary of Ernest Amano, the Amano Group's director, was arrested on suspicion of smuggling.
Correct.
CCU. Okay, what's this pun? CCU.
Sole witness of the smuggling operation. It was she...
Oh, CU. Right. CU. That's the pun.
Sole witness for the smuggling operation. It was she brought the crime to light. However, Miss Yu was silenced before she could testify in court.
Wasn't a Kodofian embassy staff member arrested for the murder?
Yes, a Kodofian by the name of Manny Kochin was a suspect. Due to lack of evidence, the case went unsolved.
Lack of evidence?
Huh! If only I was in charge of the case. I would have done everything in my power to prove his guilt.
Make sure that all criminals are found guilty. My mentor really is dedicated.
Faraday is the prosecutor on this case, and he is pathetic as ever.
Mr. Faraday is in charge of the KG-8 incident as well.
That's right. And now, once again, the victim of the case you're currently assigned to was someone who is scheduled to testify against the smuggling organization. Just like last time, the victim was murdered right before he was to testify. You're catching on.
Oh, sorry.
The victim was murdered just before his day in court against the smuggling organization. Events are occurring almost exactly the same way as in the KG-8 incident.
So that's why it's being called the second KG-8 incident.
Yes. Yet there's one difference between the two incidents.
What would that be?
The so-called noble thief that sent everyone to an uproar. The great thief Yatagarasu.
Yatagarasu? Better find out more. But first, have you seen my badge, Von Karma? It's thanks to you that I've finally become a prosecutor, sir.
It's amusing that you wanted to become a defense attorney, yet became my student. The strange path you have traveled.
It's true that I once wanted to become a defense attorney, but now I'm honored and proud to be a prosecutor.
I see. And as a student of mine, I suggest you remember this well. The prosecutor's badge is not to be flaunted. The dignity of a prosecutor lies in the man himself, not in the badge.
I understand. I'll keep that in mind.
Besides, why put holes in your fine garments? It's simply preposterous.
Prosecutors also take pride in their appearance. Keep this in mind as well.
Constantly have to remind the others of the prosecutor's office of this. It's more fashionable to keep your prosecutor's badge in your pocket.
In other words, always choose a prosecutor's badge of care and honor. I understand, sir. Okay, now we're getting this. I'm glad that we're having, like, special reactions to the prosecutor's badge. That's good. I like that. Because people always like presenting the badge at inopportune times to random people. So I'm glad they give special dialogue here in this game. Anyway, tell us about the bird. True that the Yatagarasu showed up at the Kodofian embassy. What could he or she have been after?
No doubt to steal any suspicious accounting records and release them publicly. More likely to steal secrets of the Kodofian embassy itself. The item that the Yatagarasu stole from there was sent to the police.
Maybe part of a government organization, but my drip is off limits. If you want to prosecute good, you gotta look good. What was it the Yatagarasu sent to the police?
Don't know the details, and they relate to Yatagrazu's getting the top secret treatment. So I find it very ironic. By returning the stolen lamb to the police, it was proof positive the Yatagarasu had infiltrated the embassy on the same day the staff member was killed. Criminals have a way of incriminating themselves, wouldn't you say? That'd have to be the first time the Yatagarasu has left evidence behind, correct? Yes, indeed. If you wish to learn more about the Yatagarasu, I suggest you ask Faraday.
Mr. Faraday?
He happens to be the prosecutor in charge of the Yatagarasu case as well.
He's the prosecutor in charge of both the K-Jade incident and the Yatagarasu case. Mr. Faraday really has a lot on his plate. Yup. Who is that spunky young child?
What is it, little girl?
You're scary, mister. Did you need something? I'm gonna trade these coins with you. A fistful of dimes, quarters, and pennies. Looks like exactly $1. Is this what you want? Thanks, that's exactly what I needed. Okay, bye. That child be here to watch the trial?
How disrespectful for a child like that to be running around inside of a courthouse. Does no one have respect for this country's judicial system anymore?
Guess not. Well. Paperwork for the prosecutor's substitution is complete.
Why, you? Do you even know how much time there is left before the trial resumes?
I'm so sorry.
Now have you mopping up this courthouse and protecting it in an instant?
It's no bother, sir. Not being completely prepared could prove to be a perfect handicap for me.
A proud one you are. You had better collect the evidence from Faraday and prepare yourself. Time for your debut, Edgeworth.
Let's go! Oh boy. If we actually switch to, like, normal Ace Attorney gameplay, that'll be fun, actually. That music. That organ's going hard. Yes.
Just what is going on? Why isn't Faraday here yet? As a possible defense is not prepared yet either.
Bailiff, where's Mr. Faraday? I'm not sure. Wasn't really paying attention. What do you mean you were paying attention? Oh, this is after he won a case against Mia Fey? Okay. Oh, yeah.
Ah, he must be the one Mr. Von Karma recommended.
Side profile of Judge.
This will be your first trial. Look forward to seeing how you perform. By the way, there was someone celebrating a birthday during recess. Could have sworn I heard a popper going off. Come to think of it, the other day with my grandson.
Sir, it looks like the trial's about to resume, however.
Yes, it will be all but impossible to prove the witness a liar. Not the evidence from Faraday. Where's that blasted buffoon up to?
It's an emergency, sirs.
Oh,
there he is.
Silence! There shall be no yelling in the sacred hall of law. Bailiff, remove that man from the courtroom at once. But please, wait, you have to listen to me. There's an emergency. Defendant lobby number 2, Mr. Faraday, the defendant. The two of them, they're both dead, Your Honor. What?
What? Well, rip. Young judges for justice. Young judges, huh? With that bald head and that beard of hair. What drinks they got there?
Stay back.
Who is this man? No one's allowed on the crime scene. Period. So who does this oddball think he is? This is becoming quite the hotspot. Isn't she Mr. Vell's defense attorney?
Hey, you! No running the hallway, pal!
And who are you to tell me what to do? Never find out what's going on like this. Have some civil discourse. Are those ants? The sofa looks like it's seen its fair share of use. Looks like another part of the courthouse is visible from the window. Ah! Eyes of luck, my reflection's eyes in the barred window! Student von Kammer refused to back down! I won. Staring content? You're not gonna talk about the ants? Ants. Okay. Hey mister, I've never met you before, haha. And you are?
Who, me? Hey, pal. It's common courtesy to tell someone your name first for asking theirs.
Point taken, my name is Miles Edgeworth. I'm a district prosecutor.
Prosecutor? Never seen a prosecutor as young as you, pal.
Told you my name, would you mind telling me yours?
Detective Dick Gumshoe. Just recently I achieved my dream of becoming a detective. Born to dream is what I was born to do. Wait, maybe I should check and make sure I'm not really in some crazy dream first.
This detective is entirely too excited to be in a murder scene. Why can you tell us about the crime scene? So, Detective Gumshoe, would you mind telling me what you know about the incident?
You know that I don't have to tell you anything, right?
I know that. It behoove you to fill me in on what you know.
Wow, you're proud of such a youngster, aren't you? Well, anyway, Detective Bad's the one in charge. So you're just gonna have to ask him for all the details, okay? As for me, I was guarding the door to defend lobby number 2.
So you're on guard detail. Did you notice anything strange while you're on duty?
Well, I freaked out when I heard a gunshot, and I kinda froze.
The detective and a measly gunshot scared you that much? Then again, I can hardly claim to not know what it's like to hear one at close range.
The Detective Bad came onto the scene. Under lobby number 2 together, both men were lying there dead.
And everything?
Yeah, that's it. I was in the hallway the whole time, but I didn't hear a single people struggle.
Interesting. Other than the gunshot, you didn't hear a single sound of commotion. Interesting. Detective Dick Gumshoe, have you seen my badge? You mentioned that you've only recently become a detective, did you not?
You got it, I'm a brand spanking new detective.
So that means you've probably never seen a real prosecutor's badge, right? So desire to see one, I just might be able to make your day.
You don't have to go through the trouble, pal, because a real man's a police badge. Someday I'm gonna become an ace detective, just like Detective Bad. Did I say something wrong, pal?
Forget it, detective. My mentor says more chic to keep it in my pocket. Good. Alright. Who's this lady? Do you have a minute? You know, I'm not really into talking to people I don't know. Especially at a time like this. I apologize for introducing myself before bothering you. My name is Miles Edgeworth. I was to take Mr. Faraday's place in court. Edgeworth, huh? Never heard of you. Mr. Faraday substitute's a newbie, huh? Have you know, ma'am, I studied under Manfred von Karma. Got the wave. Do not take me for some naive novice. Do not take me for some naive novice. So you're a student of Von Karma. I should have. So close our dead giveaway. Stop right there. These are the garments of one who gallantly presents the facts. Thanks for the great laugh. But try not to make me laugh so much, okay? Wasn't trying to do anything of the sort. Just kidding. I'm just goofing around. You know who I am. My name is Callisto Yu. If you're telling the truth, we're about to go head-to-head in court. But of course, I've heard much about you, Miss Yu. But of course, I've heard much about you. You're a regular Shakespeare. Did I say something funny? Man. It's a shame that we'll not be able to face each other. This will be my first trial, too. Oh, was that a declaration of war? How nice is to be young and carefree. What a nice squeaky clean badge you got yourself there. I'm jealous. Sure's gleam will dull over time with experience. Are you saying your reputation will also tarnish over time with it? Her theme is called Let Me Laugh at the Coup. Oh man, what a riot. That's not what I meant. Well, I just can't avoid some things in life. Never let my badge or my reputation become tarnished. Now tarnished. Seek the air tree. Okay. You tell us about the crime scene. I'd like you to update me on the situation. I don't really know anything. Why don't you try talking to those detectives over there? If that's the case, then why are you here? What's so funny? Just that the way you speak is so tactless. The person I was going against in court until only a little while ago was just murdered. It's not like I could go back to the courtroom pretending as though nothing happened. That's a good point. Apologize for asking such an insensitive question. It's fine, don't worry about it. Okay. Oh, Mr. Big Shot here. Smoozy, but who are you? Detective Tyrell Bad. Homicide. I was informed the situation came as quickly as possible. So how'd you arrive and expect the body before me? Faraday requested for me to testify in the trial. Plain and simple. Mr. Faraday requested you be here. I've already contacted HQ about the situation. I've got nothing to say to you, kid. Kid? Mr. Faraday substitute in today's trial. Therefore, I insist you update me on the situation. Can't back down here. I have a right to know. Do I need to teach you a thing or two about how to talk to adults, kid? Is he threatening me? He's got a gun! He's going for his gun. Oh, a mirror. Yeah, it's just a mirror. How dare he trick me like that? Bad trick. Faraday was stabbed to death with some kind of blade. He had a gun in his hand. The other man, and Mr. Mackerel, was shot and killed. He was found holding a bloody knife in his hand. Is there anyone else who went into defendant lobby number 2? Yeah, that big lug over there. His name's Gumshoe. He was in charge of guarding the place. He's claiming that no one else entered the room. If that's the case, then they must have killed each other, correct? Maybe. Such impudence. This guy is really testing my patience. Trial witness. Why was I not informed that you were going to testify in court? Homicides aren't my only gig. The Autograssu case is also on my assignments. So you're called upon to comment on the Autograssu's characteristics, or to assess if Mr. Faraday really was the Autograssu or not. Well, well, looks like you just might have a brain after all on the head of your son. Son, I'm not your son, Pops. Miss Yu! Someone here wishes to see you. Who is it? A Philadelphia embassy staffman by the name of Manny Cochin. What's going on? Detective Bad and Miss Yu's moods just changed all of a sudden. Wait a second, wasn't Manny Cochin? I'll be right there. Look at this guy! It's nice to see you again, Miss Yu. Look at that guy. That sculpted face of his. Why are you here? No desire to ever see you again. Now, actually, would you mind stepping outside for a brief chat? Fine, let's go.
Don't mind me.
Bad. Von Karma, it's been a long time.
I knew you would show up. Usually do when the Autograssu's involved, and I see this case is no exception.
Do you know Detective Bad, sir?
Yes, it's like an old bloodhound that never leaves the scene of a crime. If only get a promotion and move on.
It's the crime scene where a detective is most useful and effective.
It's not like I don't know that. Moving on though, Bad, the man I just passed by. Was he not the suspect for the KG-8 incident?
So I was right.
Just what's that man doing, wandering around here?
That Faraday.
Can't believe he let such an easy catch get away. Imbecile! Would have proved his guilt in 3 minutes.
Von Karma, I think you've said enough for now. It's in poor taste to speak like that about the departed.
Very well. Back on topic. Placing Edgeworth in charge of the investigation here.
Objection!
Aha! Papa, how can you place him in charge? Franziska, what are you doing here? I'm here for summer vacation, what else? We had to see young Franziska von Karma, so she is here on vacation from Germany. The daughter of Manfred von Karma, a student of his, who's also junior to me. You're the one who is junior to me, and don't you forget it! You're not conveniently avoiding the bar examination, are you? Ha! If you were able to pass that, I'd have absolutely no trouble at all. I've never allowed myself to lose to you, never! She always have to be this competitive. She doesn't have a full whip yet, also. Anyway, Papa, are you really assigning Miles Edgeworth to cover the case?
Yes, I am. Why do you ask?
Well, you know, I'm close to becoming a prosecutor myself. And I'm 100% confident I could do a better job than him. It's just like Franziska. She has no problem bad-mouthing someone right in front of them.
Bad.
Yeah?
These two will be conducting the investigation. What? You want me to let both of these kids loose on the crime scene? Huh. It's a perfect opportunity for them to work on their prosecutorial skills. The crime scene's not a place for kids to be messing around in. I'm the one with the authority of this crime scene, Bad. Now not tolerate complaining.
Yeah.
Edgeworth, Franziska, I leave this case to the two of you.
Understood, sir. Yes, Papa.
Go take care of the paperwork now. Remember, I'll accept nothing but a perfect report from the both of you. Do not disappoint me.
Hold up, Von Kamm. I still haven't agreed to this. Chrissy's clothes are actually immaculate. Yeah, that was a good outfit. A lot of the designs in this game are really good. Yeah, it is kind of, She go, like, looking like that, you wouldn't expect her to just be laughing all the time. Miles Edgeworth. It's been quite some time, Franziska. This will be the perfect chance for us to see which of us is truly worthy of the Von Kamm name. Peculiar to at least say hello. Long time no see. Very good. Just because you become a prosecutor first doesn't mean you can act all proud. She hasn't changed a bit. Miles Edgeworth! As I was saying, we shall see which one of us is the worthy of the Von Kamm name. For crying out loud, I've been reduced to a babysitter. Meanwhile, Gumshoe's been standing there, just blank stare, like the past few minutes. Okay, Mr. Von Kamm is successful in convincing the detective. It's just like him, he never fails. I'd appreciate if you could quickly run me through the facts, Detective Bad. You're better off checking things out on your own. Very well. So that getting help from Detective Bad will be a most arduous task. Oh. Yeah. They dead all right. Jinkies. Is the only real explanation that they killed each other simultaneously? Look at that TV setup. Miles Edgeworth, should listen to someone until they're finished talking. What are you talking about? I'll only say it one more time. This is a competition to see who is truly worthy of the Von Kamm name. Competition? The person that figures out the truth first wins. So the person who doesn't discover the truth is a dishonor to the name? Exactly! Don't care that you became a prosecutor before me. Simply refuse to hear any more foolish things come from your foolishly foolish mouth! Fine, whatever makes you happy. I take that as you accepting my challenge. Once again, whatever makes you happy. Ha! Well then, let's begin the investigation, shall we? I want to find the perfect evidence and prettily present it like the professional I am. Helping discover the truth behind a crime. How delightfully childish. Cool. Oh. You kids over there, holding. Kid? Ha! Serves you right, Miles. Just called you a kid. I said kids, kid. How dare you call me kid as well? I'll do what I please. I won't allow you to cause a ruckus on my crime scene. Hey, big guy. You're going to watch over these two.
Yes, sir. Detective Bad, sir. Now do what I say from now on, kids, okay?
You better not get in our way, Scruffy. Feel the bite of my whip if you do.
Then you prosecutor boy. Let's get your investigation started already, alright?
Great. Now even that detective is treating me like a child.
Alright, it's time to get investigating. Get a move on, prosecutor boy.
My name is Miles Edgeworth. If you're to call me prosecutor boy one more time, it would be my duty as prosecutor to look into your monthly salary, Even back then? He's been doing this since the beginning. Dude.
What? What would you do with my salary after you saw how much it was?
It's up to you now, isn't it?
Really? Sounds good, pal.
He's so naive. He's been doing it the entire time he's known him. Come on. Detective Bad, may I have a word with you?
What is it?
It appears that both a knife and a gun were used as murder weapons.
Yeah, it does.
That leads to our first question of the investigation. Where did the men acquire the weapons?
The gun was inside of Faraday's bag. It was a piece of evidence that was presented in the trial earlier today. It was used to kill the Canopian Embassy staff member. But I never heard anything about the knife. Mr. Rell was being held by the police. There's no way he could have brought it in. Which means it's possible that Faraday had the knife on him from the start as well.
Could have been a piece of evidence that yet to be presented. Gumshoe's news array catching strays, yeah. He just can't help himself. Why does Detective Bad know about it? Wait, what if... It's possible Mr. Faraday brought the knife in under the guise of prosecutorial evidence. Could have then brought it out and attacked Mr. Rell with it.
Maybe you got a brain in there after all, kid.
Ugh. He's going to treat me like just a child forever?
Looks like Mr. Faraday attacked Mr. Rell first, then counterattacked. That's the only logical conclusion you can draw from a scene like this.
Not yet. It's much too early to be drawing conclusions already. Let's first find conclusive evidence, so protect the honor of the uncommon name. Look at this TV setup, though.
Whoa!
What is it, Detective Gumshoe?
My TV at home was so tiny compared to this one, pal.
But perhaps you should purchase a more normal-sized television like this one.
Ooh, let me see here. Wow, this thing is huge. Way too noisy.
You're the noisiest one, Scruffy.
Don't touch it, you'll get your fingerprints all over it. I didn't touch it.
Preservation of the crime scene is the foundation of detective work. The foundation, huh? It's like something the rookie here needs to show up on. The window is open and with a fresh flowery scent in the air.
The flowers in the garden there are so gross and ghastly.
Do you think maybe you could try offering something useful for a change?
At least there's no way someone escaped through the window, pal. You wouldn't wake up and smell the flowers after fall from the 3rd floor.
Are you willfully ignoring the fact that there are also iron bars on the windows?
Yeah, I guess there's that too. Either way, no one will get to these windows, right?
I thought of everything when they were designing this courthouse. Very nice.
Here's the bag. Some stuff in the bag, pal.
It was Mr. Faraday's bag. Probably the trial evidence I was supposed to collect from him.
This is evidence. I better not touch it. I need prints on it.
Can you just not pay attention to anything you do? Gumshoe's always been. He's always been clumsy this whole time. Check TV too. TV has been left on.
Why look at me like that? It wasn't me. I didn't touch anything.
Gumshoe, you do know what will happen to you if you touch something. Again. Right?
I won't touch anything. Won't even go anywhere near the TV, sir. And you, get back to your investigation, alright?
I was planning to do so anyway. So one thing that I'm thinking, still... No, it's under evidence. Gumshoe didn't hear a sign of a struggle other than the gunshot. That's interesting. Interesting. There's some plastic bags stuck on the table. It's a tea set too. Doesn't seem to be any sign of a disturbance.
Yeah, the table's all neat and tidy. Maybe they were super quiet in the scuffle. Well, I didn't hear anything from out in the hallway, you know.
Maybe the plastic bags here on the floor throwing us off. Yeah, perhaps it was the wind. Can we do something with that? let's finish investigating everything first. The plant. The section of plant's foliage is quite nice. Actually soothing to be around it. Perhaps I should purchase one for my room. Cool. Why are there plastic bags scattered all around?
Those bags are for keeping evidence safe, pal.
I know that much, detective.
Sure good at this stuff, aren't you, pal?
Oh, I'd be happy when someone compliments me. What? This guy? Could these plastic bags be evidence of a fight between the two men? Okay. The bodies. Looks like Mr. Faraday fell on top of Mr. Rell. First glance, it seemed like they must have killed each other. However,
using logic, the only logical conclusion is... Aha!
What was that outburst for?
Detective instinct just hit me real hard. It's Mr. Rell that fell first, see?
You don't need a detective instinct for that. It's common sense. I suppose we won't know much more than that until after I examine the bodies. Alrighty. What's this blood? Why are the plastic bags? Oh, we're talking about the bags again.
Gotta keep it up and safe, pal.
Yeah, just repeating this dialogue. Okay, the gun.
So Mr. Faraday died while holding the gun in his right hand.
So he shot Mr. Vell and fell on top of him while still gripping onto the gun.
Guess that does seem kinda strange, huh? Well, Mr. Faraday know how to fire a gun.
Not exactly rocket science, even now I had to pull a trigger. I doubt I'll ever need to use one. Flashbacks DL6.
Hope I have to fire a gun either, pal. But sure does look cool to hold a gun in your hands.
Guess the police's screening procedures need a thorough review. I should jot down some notes about the handgun in Mr. Faraday's hand. The knife.
Looks like Mr. Rell left the knife in his hand.
Some blood stuck to it.
He must have used this as a weapon. Yep, no doubt about it.
Mr. Faraday carrying this on his personage. Did he bring this as a piece of evidence for the trial? Or did he bring it with a very different intention in mind? Jot some notes down about it. Okay. Well, we haven't looked over the bodies to see, like, bullet or stab wounds. Mr. Faraday. How ironic it is for him to lose his life in a courthouse.
Yeah, why'd it have to be like this? I don't know what to say. Can't believe this happened when I was on watch, pal.
Rather than beating yourself up, you should spend your time continuing the investigation. Just become a detective in order to solve crimes.
Yeah?
Get back to work. Find out the cause of this murder.
Right, I'm on it, pal.
You're not gonna do anything, Gumshoe. First he killed a Cadofian Embassy staff member, then he was murdered himself. This guy wasn't exactly an angel, you know. Oh, what makes you say that?
Well, he's been hauled into the precinct several times for theft and assault, pal. Yeah, he's definitely to have committed a murder or two.
I did admit to killing Mr. Deadman.
Hey, good point, pal. I knew my detective's intuition was telling me something.
Detective's intuition?
Yep, you know about it? Special feeling that all
We don't have time for this conversation right now. Let's return to the investigation. So we haven't, like, turned over their bodies yet, have we? No autopsy report yet. Hold on, I just noticed that, yeah.
His head is all blacked out here, see? What it could be?
Look closely. This blotching powder resembles an ink stain.
An ink stain?
Yes, you should get ink in my own hand while I use my feather pen.
Feather pen? Never seen one before. Sure you aren't just making it up, pal.
Oh my god, Gumshoe. Shut up, please. Mr. Rell's cause of death was from being shot, correct?
That's what we think, but it's hard to tell with him lying face down.
Then turn him over! Death is bad enough, but truly lamentable if someone tried to hide the truth.
Are you sure they were trying to hide something?
Oh god, yeah, the third game. That was something. Yeah. I'm wondering what kind of twist this game will have. Like, we're getting somewhere with the smuggling operation. I guess we just have to wait and see how crazy it gets. They're building up something. Interpol's on it. Amana's on it. Got the statue in the second case. Can't confirm Mr. Rell's cause of death is body positioned like that. Detective Bad would like to examine the bodies in further detail if possible. What's this? Not able to form a theory of them the way they are? The examination of the bodies is vital to finding the perfect evidence, don't you? I suppose you do have a point. Well, hurry up and get on with it. Labby. Yes, sir, I've taken the photos of the scene, sir. And there you have it. Do you not approve? Of course not. What? Investigation of the crime scene is the work of a detective. You don't touch a thing. Hey, big fella, turn over the bodies for me, will ya?
Okay. Please forgive me, Mr. Faraday, sir.
Gumshoe, do not get emotionally involved. Remember, you're a detective.
Yes, sir, understood, sir.
Okay, here we go. Here's where something might come up. Hey, it's a pen. Right there. Right here. But... hold on. Something in his breast pocket. It's a fountain pen. Uh-huh.
And you always keep a pencil behind my ear, because Detective Bad is always telling me you should always write your name on everything you own.
Yes, somehow you do strike me as quite a forgetful individual. That is indeed a gun wound. That is indeed a knife wound.
There's a knife wound in his chest here, see?
What if the wound matched the knife Mr. Rell is holding? Labby? Yes, sir. Verifying now, sir.
Make it quick.
Look of things. One could deduce that the knife Mr. Rell is holding is what killed Mr. Faraday. Look at the knife again. So Mr. Faraday was stabbed with this knife that Mr. Rell is holding.
Youch!
What's wrong, Detective?
My stomach's starting to hurt from just thinking about being stabbed.
Keep in mind of the case, alright? I thought he touched the knife and that's why he was saying youch. That would have been really funny, but also really infuriating. For the case, shot in the chest, and you're to blame.
Takes some guts to fire a gun in a courthouse. I've been a detective for a whole week and I still haven't fired a single round yet.
How do you burn marks on his clothes? That must mean.
Wait, burn marks?
A round grows very hot as it's discharged from a firearm. But burn marks usually left when a shot is fired from point-blank range. Ergo, Mr. Rell must have been shot from at least a yard or two away.
Sure to know a bunch of neat stuff for your age, pal.
Apparently this detective has as much common knowledge as your everyday marsupial. Let's now try to understand how the two men died. First, Mr. Faraday took the gun and the knife out for today's trial evidence. He aimed the gun at Mr. Rell and fired. Mr. Rell managed to grab the knife and counter Mr. Faraday while being shot. The two men fell together where they stood. That's my theory, in any case.
What a crazy way to go.
Still, something about that explanation just doesn't seem right. I believe now that from our grasp on what happened here. Okay, the thing is, why did they... Let's check again. We haven't checked the gun again. Faraday's only gun in his right hand.
It's the one Mr. Rell got blown away by, right?
Labby, your answer? Yes, sir, I found out the ballistic markings do match that gun.
No, ballistic markings are
the figurative fingerprints of a gun leaves on a bullet when fired. The gun leaves its own unique ballistic markings. Therefore, by looking at the markings on a bullet, you can tell which gun it came from.
Yeah, that's it. Of course I already knew about that, pal. Maybe you'd be better off going back to the academy. Hey, come on, sir, cut me some slack, will ya?
The bullet that was fired from this gun is what felled Mr. Rell.
Okay.
So it's pretty clear that what killed each other happened. Okay. Let's take a look at this. I think the ink stain comes from the pen in the pocket. Ballistic marking gunpowder burns, yuppers. We had gunpowder burns in the last case because of the gun shooting blanks, which killed him. Alright. Take a look at this. It's splotched on Mr. Faraday's hand. I wonder if it might be the ink from his fountain pen.
Oh, let's ask the lab guy.
Dr. Gumshoe, confirm that the substance on Mr. Faraday's hand is the ink from his fountain pen.
I see, good work. You know, I've always wanted to say that. It was just one time in my life.
Mr. Mr. Faraday wrote with his fountain pen in his left hand, I think it's fair to assume he was left-handed, but he shot with his right hand. Because Mr. Faraday's pen is very important on a case as well.
If you say so, pal.
Quality nib on it. Interesting. Okay, but then... why him gun and him right hand? Yep. See, Mr. Faraday was in the habit of using very nice fountain pens.
It's a total opposite of me. I don't get these things at all.
Well, I think the pencil behind your ear suits you just fine.
Really? You think so, pal? Man, I knew it was worth something.
It wasn't exactly a compliment, Detective. Take a look here. Looks like a quality nib.
Hey, let me test it out, pal. Oh, this is really... I got ink all over my hand.
Detective Gumsh, you don't ever play with the evidence like that again. You got your fingerprints on it. Nothing else on it, really. I guess that's it. Just high quality pen. Cool. Now I gotta take a look at the gun. Nope. Take a look at the scene. Okay, here we go. Time of death, 4 p.m. Discovered immediately after a gunshot was heard. Faraday, knife stab chest. Found a bullet wound to the chest. Note the powder burn. Just half yards away. That's the picture. Can't investigate the knife. All right. I'm trying to read the text on this. 11 million euros in 2007. Number is expected. And on the top, it's like the number is expect something. Oh, the number expect to hit 166 period peak year is 300 per. Why? Why is this text on the top so many times? Who wrote this newspaper? Also, it's clear that the picture on the left, well, in the right, there are the white squares that are cutting off the actual text. That's so funny. I don't think you'd be able to see that on the DS. That's really funny, actually. Okay. Anything else we can deduce? Detective Bad, do you have any thoughts on the case?
Faraday and Vale. Looks like they killed each other, to me.
Although, there are a few things that just don't seem right. What would they be?
Why don't you try thinking on your own first before you bother me, boy?
Now I've been downgraded just boy. Ah, I see. Did you figure something out? This is a competition, Miles. As such, I'd appreciate if you didn't talk to me. As you wish. This is the redrawn upscaled version. Well, that's even funnier then. Like these random white squares here. Like, they did a bad job on this stuff. Also, 11 million nationwide in 2007. 11 million deaths nationwide in 2007. I'm expected to hit 1.66 million in the supposed peak here in 2000 something. Weird. And they just copy that text over and over on this page. It's so weird. How they make this in... Why all the random white boxes that cover the text? What in the world were they thinking? What were they thinking? Alright, so... Do we deduce that, So do we do something here, then? Let's try connecting these and see what happens. There's a very tidy Ormison situation. Yeah. That was weird. Hold on. Let me look at this again. That's a weird thing they chose then. Numbers expect... Number of deaths... Number... 11 million deaths... Oh, sorry. Yeah, 1.1 million deaths nationwide in 2007. Now expect to reach 1.66 million supposed peak year. Why this text? Why? What text and where and why? That's so weird. It's a very tidy pile of plastic bags on the table, yet a portion of them wound up scattered on the floor as well. It's not like the ones on the floor were knocked over during a struggle. In which case, might there not be another explanation as to how they got there? Another reason? I believe it's possible the blood on the outside of this bag is related somehow.
Please get that blood away from me, pal!
Detective Gumshoe, whose blood is on this bag?
Hold on, let me ask the lab guy.
Alright, please hurry.
Wait till you get a load of this, pal. It's Mr. Faraday's. Well, the detective said they didn't find anything else on or in the bag either.
It appears this bag is a very important piece of evidence.
Okay, if you say so, leave it in your hands, pal.
Interesting.
Guess there's not much left to investigate, huh? Really did kill each other.
No, can't conclude that quite yet. What do you mean? Still something I find very peculiar here. That they simply killed one another is too simplistic in this case. Yeah, Faraday's left-handed. But why was the gun... The gun was planted on him, obviously, but, in fact, there's actually a contradiction that shows there's another possibility.
No way, pal, really?
So they'll just have to show you the contradiction in this crime scene. Deduce with left-handed. Why him gunning him right hand? Now come to the face of the contradiction I spoke of, and it is this! Mr. Faraday uses his left hand to write with his fountain pen. Ergo, he is left-handed, and yet the handgun's in his right hand. Do you find it odd the left-handed Mr. Faraday would hold the gun in his right hand? That, ladies and gentlemen, is the great contradiction haunting this crime scene.
Hey, you're right, pal. That does seem kind of strange. How could something like that happen?
Packs out to one conclusion and one alone. Someone else put the gun in Mr. Faraday's hand after he died.
Someone else?
Plastic bag scattered on the floor and a gun in the wrong hand. Since the presence of a shadowy figure behind this case. A person of vile intent who is serious about keeping the truth from us. Yeah, we did it. Why do we need this? We're in the same room. Nothing happened. Nothing changed. Why are we getting the title card? Is it because it's like they have to show it after the investigation is complete?
Here's the autopsy report.
It is probable that Mr. Vell's surprised for a short time after he was shot. Mr. Faraday died instantaneously from a stabbing. Interesting. Looks like we now know everything we need to know about this case. I sure know everything. Of course! It began with Mr. Faraday attempting to get his revenge. Got of you to run to rage from being accused and tried to kill the defendant. The defendant fought back and they ended up killing each other. It's all very clear and simple. There's absolutely no margin for doubt. You really believe that to be the truth? Ha! I say that just because I figured out the truth before you. That you don't want to believe it's true? It's alright. Disagree with my argument, then prove me wrong. If there are any contradictions to be found, that is. Don't worry, I will. Oh boy! What happened? What happened? Mr. Faraday's death was instantaneous, while Mr. Vell survived for a short time. From this, it's obvious that Mr. Faraday died after he shot Mr. Vell. Mr. Vell, on the brink of death, stole Mr. Faraday's knife and stabbed him. Those are the facts of this case. Mr. Faraday's death was instantaneous, therefore must have attacked first. Proving that logic to be false is probably the fastest way to show her that she's wrong. I guess I should first look for any holes in her theory. Alrighty. A butthole. What happened? Take a look at this. You truly believe that Mr. Faraday died instantaneously? I have the murder report right here. Mr. Faraday died instantaneously of shock due to being stabbed in the chest. There, you see? It's been documented clear as day. She's got you there.
Hold it!
Mr. Faraday shot Mr. Vell before he died. Do you have any basis for that statement? Your foolishness has no end, does it? Now, I hate to repeat myself, however. Mr. Faraday died instantaneously. That's all the basis I need. Alright, so Mr. Faraday died instantaneously, and he must have attacked Mr. Vell before being stabbed. You're finally beginning to catch on, I see.
Hold it!
So you believe that the dying Mr. Vell stole the knife from Mr. Faraday? Mr. Vell became desperate as he did not want to die. Human beings can do amazing things when they are put to the test. The two men struggled, and in the end, Mr. Vell was able to grab his knife and stab Mr. Faraday. So Messi concludes that this room is a testament to that struggle. Yes, my logic is perfectly sound. Can you really say that's perfect? What are you insinuating? Nothing. However, I can't let what you said slide by without further inquiry. I want to see clear and precise. So if you could append that statement to your testimony. Fine. Let's take a look. Well, let's see. It's possible he was alive for a little while after being shot. The last of his strength, huh? I don't think so.
Objection!
What? What do you mean? It says he was alive for a while. Unless that's the wrong place to use it.
Hold it!
Let's need to press it first. About this statement. Mr. Vell used all of his remaining strength to take the knife and defend himself. You usually see that they had a violent struggle. Of course, it's nothing compared to what my riding crop can do. I won't compare the damage your crop can do with the state of this room. Furthermore, all the passive bags on the floor in this room were scattered there due to the fight. Is there anything else that I can explain for you? No, that'll be fine.
Hold it!
Claiming speculation as fact already, don't you feel the evidence a bit lacking? You'll find all the evidence you need just by looking around this room. Mr. Faraday collapsed on top of Mr. Vell. In addition, Mr. Faraday died instantaneously, making a counterattack impossible. Furthermore, the room was a total mess for their fight. I dare say there's more evidence here than you could whip a whip at. But she's becoming more and more confident. And, looking at this place, she might have a right to be. But everything here seems to support her theory. Looks like you're starting to see my point. I have as good as one other little competition. Something strange about Franziska's theory. Compare claim with the data I've gathered thus far. So there's a contradiction somewhere. Okay. So what is it then? Is it this? Didn't hear a sign of struggle, perhaps? It literally says struggle and struggle. I mean, I guess.
Objection!
Nuh-uh, Gumshoe said no. Nuh-uh, nuh-uh, nuh-uh. Two men were fighting. The struggle would surely cause quite a bit of noise. However, Detective Gumshoe testified they heard absolutely nothing. Edgeworth, I guess you wouldn't know better at this point, but you can't trust Gumshoe to, like, tell a straight story. I know you've just met him, but, like, come on. Ha! You place too much faith in that detective's testimony, you know? But for the sake of argument, let's say there wasn't a fight. How then did Mr. Vell get his hands on the knife? Mr. Faraday's bag was sitting right here in lobby number 2. Not hard to imagine that perhaps Mr. Vell saw a chance and took it out some point. So, what you're saying is this. Mr. Vell took a chance when he saw the opportunity and took the knife from the bag. And then Mr. Faraday thought Mr. Vell was being stabbed. Is there something strange in Franziska's statement just now? Something might be a little off. Wait, something doesn't add up. Oh, really? It's simply not possible Mr. Faraday to have shot Mr. Vell for being stabbed. Because he died instantly. Nope, wrong one. Because he died instantaneously.
Take that!
According to the coroner's report, Mr. Faraday died instantaneously. Meaning that he died immediately upon being stabbed by the knife. Ergo cannot possibly fire the gun after that. Ooh, you got me. But of course. Well then, if the report is correct, there's only one correct explanation. We suppose that Mr. Vell attacked first. Then Mr. Faraday, who died instantaneously, would have been unable to kill Mr. Vell. Then Mr. Vell must have stabbed Mr. Faraday after he was shot. Then they both died. That is the only explanation that makes logical sense. Negating your opponent's ideas in order to prove your own theory. So you've been studying, Franziska. So why don't we explain it to you as simply as possible? Or you foolishly propose a foolish theory that only a foolish fool like you could? How naive of you to believe that only your opinions are valid, and still expect to discover the truth that the crime scene offers you. Franziska, still got a ways to go. What are you talking about? Are you saying there's a flaw in my logic? Mr. Faraday died instantly, and the fact that he did is what gives rise to the contradiction in this scene. The contradiction here in this crime scene is... yeah, why is Faraday on top? Let me get this straight. What you're arguing is this. Mr. Faraday took the gun from his evidence bag and shot Mr. Vell. Then the wounded Mr. Vell found an opportunity to take the knife and strike back. Upon being stabbed, Mr. Faraday died on the spot, and Mr. Vell died thereafter. If that's the case, then how do you explain this? Take a good look at the order in which their bodies are piled. No. Mr. Faraday's body is lying on top of Mr. Vell's. Therefore, Mr. Vell died before Mr. Faraday. Impossible! This agreed seems strange no matter what angle you approach it from. Which means that the real mystery behind this crime scene that we must solve is... no, not so fast, Miles Edgeworth! What now? Simply think that you ought to think a bit more outside the box! That it's even clearer now that the incident started with Mr. Faraday's murderous intent. Sure bounce back quickly. An explanation won't be enough this time. It would take some very decisive evidence to prove her wrong. Okie dokie, what happened? Part 2! It was just chance that Mr. Faraday's body fell on top of Mr. Vell's. Two bodies fell in the pile. This indicates that they attacked each other at the same time. It really doesn't matter the slightest that they fell in the opposite order. But... again, Rel lived a bit after being shot. But why would he fall? Have Faraday fall on him, and him just lay there until he died? Unless he only lived like a few seconds longer. We don't know that part. To find a hole in our logic, so we can then present her with the evidence that proves the contradiction.
Hold it!
Objection!
Pressing someone's testimony in order to gain some time to think. You're a real one-trick pony, aren't you? It's too bad your trick only works on fools. That wasn't my intent. I wish for more details on how Mr. Faraday ended up atop of Mr. Vell. Someone's impatient. I was just about to explain everything to you. So do you think you can hold on for a minute? Ah! Franziska, I'll make you a deal. I'll hold on if you hold on to that whip of yours. Well, I'll hold on to it, alright? As I whip you! Ah! Well, now that you've quieted down a bit, I'd like to continue if you don't mind.
Hold it!
Two fell on top of each other. Don't you find that to be just a bit strange? Not at all. See in her eyes. She's dead set against me from the bottom of her heart. Miles Edgeworth, once I'm done here, you'll say there's nothing strange at all. And the two men fell into a pile.
Hold it!
What do you mean they attacked each other at the same time? I assume Mr. Faraday had the two different weapons in his hands. Made to attack Mr. Vell while he holding both the knife and revolver. And then, Mr. Faraday fired the gun. Mr. Vell grabbed the knife as he was falling and stabbed Mr. Faraday. So Mr. Vell ended up on the bottom with Mr. Faraday on top. Close range, that's as more as impossible. Close range, possible, but if you have any other ideas, then show me what you've got. Oh, I will. To that extent, I'd like for you to append what you just said to your testimony. See any point to that, but you please. Capture at the same time from close range. I don't think so.
Objection!
So you believe they killed each other at close range? Sorry, but that's impossible. Just as it had written, only Link can... In the crime scene notes, the fire of the handgun did not leave a gunpowder burn on Mr. Rell's clothes. Therefore, Mr. Rell and the gun must have been separated by a distance of at least 2 or 3 yards. Ah! Yes, this is by far the biggest contradiction. The two bodies are piled up on each other, yet the gun was fired from a distance. If there being no chance that Mr. Rell moved that far after being shot, there is one possible explanation. That's a completely foolish line of foolish stuff for a thoroughly foolish fool. If I'm not right, then who was it that made the first move with the intent to kill, huh? Who? The person that attacked first with murderous intent? That would be... From the way things are looking... From the way things are looking... Do we just say neither man? Will she believe that? Let's do it. Here in this room, contradictions appear no matter which man we claim attacked first. Thus there can only be one explanation. There was a third person here. It was that third person who killed both Mr. Faraday and Mr. Rell. Set their bodies up to make it look like a double murder. That third person is the real culprit. Miles Edgeworth, there's just one thing you're missing. Evidence, correct? Exactly. Everything you've just said up until now is nothing but a story played out in your head. Now this is where the real test begins. Can you prove there was a third person involved in this crime? Of course. The third person is surely here. That fact will resolve the glaring contradiction. Proof is that it's all been a setup made to look like they killed each other. Present it, and lay bare the final piece of the puzzle that's not yet in place. There was a piece of evidence proves there's a third person involved. Well, let's Shrek it out. Faraday's blood on it. This blood here is from Mr. Faraday, but there are no other clues to be found. Which begs the question, do I need to put this bag inside another bag in order to preserve it as evidence? Well, hold on. How did this bag get here? This is a good question. Guess we could try the plastic bag. That's a mystery. Music stopped. We're good. Got Mr. Faraday's hand in the plastic bag. There's blood on it. Those two items point to the presence of a third person. How so? Recall Detective Gumshoe's testimony.
I was in the hallway the whole time, but I didn't hear a single peep of a struggle.
If there wasn't a struggle in this room, then there shouldn't be any plastic bags on the ground. Yet someone must have deliberately scattered them around. Do you not see the possibility in this? Disregarding the gun for the moment, there's a high probability of blood spatter when a knife is used on a person. The culprit held the knife with a plastic bag around it. He could use the bag to catch any blood spatter when they withdrew the knife. And by spreading a few more plastic bags around, mixing the bloody one in with them, arranging the room to make it look like there was a struggle between the two, they able to conceal their presence. Ah! Ah! Looks like we've still got a long way to go in this investigation. Yes.
Objection.
Now it's them again.
What the heck's up with you, pal?
Mr. Bad advised you to place Detective Gumshoe under arrest.
What? What's the meaning of this?
Looks like you're not man enough to discipline your own subordinates.
Don't you dare.
A detective claims he was there, standing in front of the door the entire time. I have on good authority that was all a giant lie. Miss Chu asked that you please explain that last statement. Let His Honor explain it himself.
I saw it with my own eyes, I told you. During the recess, there's a period of time when there's no one in the hallway.
What? See, Mr. Bad? So I ask you, why did the detective who was supposedly doing his job the whole time want to fabricate such a lie?
Gumshoe? Did you kill Faraday? No! Of course not, sir!
It appears the one who sets his whole crime scene up is that detective, which basically renders his testimony a complete lie and wholly invalid. Looks like your perfect logic just come tumbling down, Miles.
Yeah. I was in the hallway the whole time, but I didn't hear a single peep of the struggle.
Was that statement really a lie?
Detective Gumshoe, you're now a suspect in the murder of 2 men. Now spit out the truth or so help me. I haven't lied to anyone, sir, honest. I really was there. I was in the hallway the whole time.
Detective Bad, I say you please do not act without my permission. After all, I am the one who's heading up this investigation, am I not?
Don't talk like you know what's going on, boy.
All I want is for this investigation to run perfectly. Perfection is the only wish of the disciple of Von Cobb, after all. Therefore, before you take Detective Gumshoe into custody, I'd like to set the record straight on something.
And what's that?
What did I ask Detective Gumshoe about? Why weren't you in the hallway? Detective Gumshoe, why were you missing from the hallway for a span of time?
Look, pal, like I said, I was there the whole time, okay?
There's testimony against you then.
Objection.
Miles Edgeworth, why are you wasting your time with a completely useless question? It's the only logical overseas was his absence that he was busy committing the crime. Anyone who says otherwise is a fool. You should ask about something else. Probably the state of the hallway. Detective Gumshoe, Taylor, no one else was in the hallway at any time, correct?
Oh, yeah, of course not, pal.
You're being awfully defensive. Might you be hiding something from me?
Watch your mouth, pal. Can't go out saying stuff like that about me without any evidence.
Suppose you're right. Had no evidence at this point. Miles Edgeworth, how would you be losing a battle of wits with this detective? You're a disgrace! Maybe I should ask about something else. Alright. Suppose one thing I clarified is Detective Gumshoe's motive for committing this crime.
Motive, huh? Gumshoe? You got a grudge against Faraday or anything? No, sir! Not me, not a single bad thing against Mr. Faraday, sir!
Is that a fact?
Objection.
You really have a problem with lying, don't you, Detective Gumshoe?
I'm telling you, I am not lying!
The more natural you act, the more suspicious you become, you know. Want a motive, Edgeworth? I have one for you right here. Could you please share it with us? However, be forewarned I won't hesitate to object to fights of fancy, because all I'm interested in is the perfect explanation. You're serious, aren't you? Fine. You amuse me, so I'll humor you with a little courtroom practice. Gumshoe's motive. It was about a week ago. I saw a detective get chewed up by Livid Faraday in front of the precinct. He stood there super pale, and Mr. Faraday yelled, "That's a salary cut for you, you nitwit!" Brand new detective suddenly getting his salary cut. That's reason enough for a grudge. So from day one, Gumshoe was getting... How's that for the perfect explanation?
You totally misunderstand me, pal. No matter how mad I get, I could never hold a grudge.
Quiet. We can't trust anything you say.
Sir.
There's nothing wrong with the motive she proposed, per se. There's some gaps in her logic that need to be filled in. Miss Yu's perfect explanation may not be so perfect at all. Gumshoe's motive. A week ago. A week ago? Then you and Detective Gumshoe are acquaintances. Pfft, no way. I only met him in person today. How'd you know about Detective Gumshoe? Oh, I've seen him around before.
Hold it!
Mr. Faraday was upset. Yeah, you know what else? Mr. Faraday is exactly known to get angry often. There he was, till he beat red in the face. The offending detective just stood there, pale as a ghost, like he was about to die. Just like the face he's making now, right?
No, I'm completely innocent, I tell you.
Poor man. It was quite the scene with the detective.
Hold it!
You just stood there watching this unfold in front of you. Yeah, I have to say it was really enjoyable too. That's why I saw Detective Gumshoe earlier. I knew to steer clear of him.
No way. I thought it was because I had something stuck on my face.
But you do.
Huh? What I got stuck on my face?
I start with your eyes, nose, mouth.
Oh,
And those ridiculous eyebrows.
huh?
Oh man, messing around with your head is too much fun. So you, if you don't mind, I'd like to return to your testimony now. Sure, why not?
Hold it!
Got to do detective salary right off the bat like that. Not really familiar with the way you guys relate, but is that a common practice?
Speaking of cutting my salary, didn't you threaten to do that to me earlier too?
I suppose I did. It's only natural to cut a worthless detective's salary down to their actual worth. My father could even fire anyone. What are my words doing? He can fire anyone, new or old, with a snap of his fingers. Do you think maybe that's reason enough for detectives to hate you people? Well, I guess they really shouldn't cut people's pay. Detective Bad, don't tell me Von Commer cut your salary earlier. We're getting late night. The flubs are gonna come more often, I think. Yeah. How is that for the perfect explanation? Call explanation perfect. It's not to your liking. Unfortunately for you, it's just not up to my standards. Oh, is there something you want me to clarify in that case? What should I do? Should I raise an objection? Yup. If the game gives you an option, you always do it. Every time. Every single time, you always do it. Motive for killing Mr. Rell, I guess? Or wait. No witnesses, maybe? Faraday Gumshoe's relation. I'm assuming the middle one would be, he was there and you saw me kill him. Wasn't gonna let me get away with it. Next intermission, pack it in? Yeah. I'm feeling that too. It's already 11 p.m. 11. What? It's 11 p.m. at night. Hey, that's more proof I should hurry this up. Alright, let's try the relation here. I mean, ask the detective directly. What's your relation to Mr. Faraday?
Mr. Faraday's in charge of training rookie detectives testifying trials. And I'm on the very first day under the Criminal Affairs Department, pal.
I had no idea Mr. Faraday's so involved.
Faraday may look like an easygoing guy, but he's actually a bit of a nut for strict discipline and manners. Guys like Gumshoe tended to rub him the wrong way.
There, now you know how the detective and Mr. Faraday are related. Happy now?
No, wait! You said you only had one thing to ask, right?
Please allow me to ask one more thing.
Oh, you're right, Edgeworth. Poor baby. Tell you what, let you have another go. How's that?
Faraday was shot with a gun, obviously. I guess we know what they're gonna say, probably, but I'll ask anyway. Well, the bar left, so I know it's the right answer. I understand Detective Gumshoe's potential motive for killing Mr. Faraday. However, what about his motive for killing Mr. Rell?
His motive for killing Rell? Like I would know.
If there was no clear motive for both of the murders, I doubt this incident would have occurred. Would you agree? Is there anyone else who might have had a grudge against either of the two men? Or should we look into that ourselves?
No. In that case, I have absolutely no idea.
What? That's impossible. You must know something.
Wait. Can you please not glare at me like that?
Makes me laugh. I didn't even do anything, you're already laughing away.
Well, anyway, the way I see it, as long as he had a motive to kill one of the two, I would have played out the way it did anyway.
Now, would you care to explain your logic? And this time, please try to provide a truly perfect explanation.
I'm assuming she's gonna go, yeah, he saw it happen and he wasn't let him get away with it. Stop being so betimes, that a requisite trait for being a Von Karma.
Miles Edgeworth, I demand you shut this rude vermin up! I wish you'd both be quiet for just 1 second. Oh well, guess I have to explain it to you kids. Motive to kill the men. There's no one there with a motive to kill both Mr. Faraday and Mr. Rell. All you have to establish that someone had a grudge against one of the two men. Mr. Rell happened to be there, became a witness to Mr. Faraday's murder. Therefore, he's killed out of necessity, except to look like they killed each other. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. They'd go to. Well, if that's really true, is there no one out there with a grudge against both men? Take another hard look at the evidence for this morning's case. Yeah, let's take a look here. Bippity-bop-de-boo! Yeah? People are probably mad about that. And also, she was mad about this dude. Second KG incidents people are calling involving an emergency staff member. The two men are both wound up as suspects in the case. Is there someone else I'm overlooking who is somehow related to them? We know the guy.
Hold it!
So there's no one else who might have had a grudge against both Mr. Faraday and Mr. Rell? I suppose no one is a bit of a stretch. I'm pretty sure no one like that was here in this courthouse today. She's lying through her teeth. We just saw someone like that here earlier. So you don't need to prove that the killer had a grudge against both men. Do we just present the incident overview? We could try. Buzz it here. We'll try it here.
Objection!
The bar's gone, we did it. Miss Yu, I believe there's someone you overlooked in making your statement. Or rather, it's because you'd rather not bring this person up. What do you mean? We are looking for someone with a reason to kill both Mr. Faraday and Mr. Rell. I can think of at least one person that fits the bill. He was the suspect of the original KG-8 incident, and a member of the Cadopian Embassy staff, Mr. Manny Cochin. That's right. The very man who came to visit you earlier out in the hallway. The man who killed a member of the Cadopian Embassy staff, Mr. Rell. The man who was the lead prosecutor of the KG-8 incident, Mr. Faraday. Telling Mr. Cochin has no reason at all to kill both these men? Well, I suppose he might have a reason or two.
You're coming for me, pal! Maybe you're not such a bad guy after all.
Don't get ahead of yourself, you're still a suspect, make no mistake about that. perfect evidence, the perfect testimony. These are the only things I wish to hold.
But I didn't do it!
You will stand on my authority and go investigate Mr. Manny Cochin for me. Remember, I will not be very forgiving should any of this leak out.
You want to investigate Cochin? You'd just be wasting your time.
And why is that?
Cochin was up in the viewing gallery watching the trial, or so I was told. Every cop in this place has been keeping an eye on the guy since he arrived.
Since the only real suspect we have still is Detective Gumshoe. Suppose so.
No way. Come on, Detective Bad. You gotta believe me, sir. I really was in that hallway the whole time, sir. Never took a single step in this room, sir.
Okay, then are you saying there was someone else who passed through the hallway?
No, there's no one else, sir.
Then why should I believe you didn't do it? This is one incredibly foolish detective. Standing right there in front of the crime scene all by himself. It's as good as a confession of guilt. I have to admit, it's a bit strange. Most criminals are fabricating sorts of lie to escape their crimes. That detective really wanted to prove that he is innocent. He could at the very least offer up I spaced out while on duty or sort of like.
Come on, Gumshoe, time for your interrogation. Detective Bad? No.
Ba-da-ba-ba-dup-dup, he did it.
Edgeworth, you created a time paradox!
Miles Edgeworth, I will go ahead and report this to Papa.
That is to say is that, right everyone?
Yep, case closed. Suppose we should both be getting back to our real jobs now, huh? Before we do, Miss Yu, there's something I'd like to speak with you about. What is it? The television's been left on to preserve the crime scene, of course. We'll stay on until the police are finished with their investigation. They think nothing is saving electricity? How bothersome. Oh, bother. Ma'am? So, what do you want to ask me about? I wanted to ask you about my badge. It's a shame that we're not... Is this the same dialogue? Yeah, whatever. Let's get past this. Okay. Now ask about the KG-8 incident. Current case of the murdered Kodofian embassy staff member. I've heard that people have begun calling it the second KG-8 incident. Only among you law enforcement types. And what about it? I'd like for you to tell me everything you know about the original KG-8 incident. I'm afraid I can't help you. I don't know anything beyond what was reported in the papers. No, I believe you know much more, since you are directly tied to the KG-8 incident. I appreciate if you stop with the false accusations. Base's outbursts are useless both inside and outside the courtroom, don't you know? I do, but I also know that I do have a leg to stand on here. Think you can stop making the ultra-serious face in front of me? Could you please stop laughing for just 1 second? Like when you make any headway like this, you would have to show her exactly how related the KG incident she is. Let's present. But, bibbity bop. Miss Yu, believe that I have proof of your connection to the KG-8 incident. If files your proof? Very well then. Why don't you tell me exactly how I'm related to the KG-8 incident? Let me double check. Because I believe she was... because of the victim, they're related. Got the same last name. Section the KG-8 incident is through the victim. The victim's name is CCU. You'll note that she has the same last name as you. Can you really still tell me with a straight face that you're not related to this case? Sorry, but we're not related. Just kidding. You answered that question with such a serious look on your face. This is what Edgeworth was doing. Yeah. While Phoenix was, doing all that stuff. Such a contrast. Couldn't help but Miss Yu, I ask that you please tell me the truth. Ahem. Alright, I'll tell you everything I know. As you guessed, the one who reported the smuggling activities of the Amano group was my sister, CCU. As I thought. And she was killed right before she was to testify at the impending trial by Manny Cochin. Because he was tried once, was acquitted, he gets to live out the rest of his cushy life completely carefree. Because of lack of evidence. No, I heard the evidence to convict him did exist. What? I heard it from Mr. Faraday himself after Mr. Cochin's trial was over. Apparently, Men in Black been off the most important piece of evidence. That the evidence had been tampered with. It is just like a criminal do something like that. The smuggling ring being ran out of the Amano group by one of its secretaries. They bailed Mr. Cochin out. Thought they were in league with each other all along. How big's that smuggling ring? It was a large operation. Don't really know, which is why I want to become the League Defense. On this case that people are calling the second KG-8 incident. I haven't learned anything new at all. I was probably expecting too much, I know. You think this case has nothing to do with the smuggling ring? I don't know what to think. Tell me about Manny. Why did Mr. Cochin want to meet with you earlier? Actually, he came to watch the trial. Apparently I found out that I was the defense lawyer on this case after he'd arrived. Figured you'd say hi and one other thing. Looks like you couldn't resolve anything this time either. Too bad. What's that supposed to mean? Oh boy, stop with the scary face already. I'm fine, really. Get me a good slap across the face. The way she talks about slapping and she laughs away is kind of creepy. Just as Mr. Bad said, he's not related to the double murder. I asked around and people in the gallery claim he was in a seat the entire time. Talk about cruel fate. That was about as all as I know. Sorry. Guess it wasn't much help, huh? It's not true. Sorry I made you recall such a painful time in your life. Edgeworth, you really are too serious for your own good. We don't need to learn to relax. Why don't you dive stress, would we? Thank you for the advice, but there's no need to worry. I'll work in my own way, and I'll catch this criminal my own way as well. You'll see. Look at you with your game face on, ready to go. I'm making no such face. Did you know? Laughter is the best medicine, Edgeworth. Don't you get tired of making such a serious face all the time? I'm charged with making sure all the criminals of this world are found guilty. I have no need for laughter. There you go, making that face again. Oh well. Gotta get going. Still have a few loose ends I need to tie up. Okay, bye. The KG-8 incident and this murder investigation. It's my belief these two cases are related to each other somehow. Bless that Detective Gumshoe. It's obvious he's lying, even though the lie is hurting his chances. Clear this case is far from over. But whether or not the detective is the murderer can only be determined once I've completed my perfect investigation. Mr. Von Karma, swear to behold your honorable name, or my name isn't Miles Edgeworth. To be continued, and now is where we're gonna end for today. Because I'm going 6 hours now, and it's 11 at night, and I probably shouldn't be up this long streaming super often. Biddle onward towards the truth. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff going on. It's all going to come together in the last, assuming episode 5 is the last episode, this is all going to come together some way, and it's all connected somehow. But okay. We're done for the night. Thank you, everyone who stopped by and watched and chat and stuff. Really means a lot. If you haven't already, be sure to follow, like, subscribe, all that fun content stuff. Don't really have a plan on when I'll stream this next, but probably be pretty soon. Where's my guy at? Where's my guy at? Here. But yeah, today was really fun. I love Ace Attorney games. They are so good and fun, and I love them. Yeah, I'll stream again pretty soon. I don't have a schedule for it, but I'll probably be streaming some of the Splatfest this weekend. We'll see. We'll see. We'll figure it out. But yeah, thanks again, everyone. Hope y'all have a lovely rest of your night. And, see you guys next time. Bye-bye!